Wait for it.
Campus anywhere in solidarity with the Palestinians. This is what it's about, okay? I did not stop advocating for the cause, and now I don't feel lonely. I don't feel as lonely anymore, and that's because of you guys. I hope that you can continue advocating for the right things.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Austin. Our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. It is Saturday, August 10th, 2024. It is 11:55 a.m., and I am almost an hour late, and I apologize for that tardiness. I apologize for the delay. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Ivy Piker, in which I will explain to you why I was late, you know? This is for all my parasocialists out there. After a 6 hour broadcast yesterday, I ended it because I had to do another obligation. That is my podcast. Also, my hair is gonna be awful today, but whatever. Hopefully it'll dry, because I didn't use minoxidil for like a couple days because I was out. I desperately need a haircut. It's gotten completely out of control. It's like I gotta fix it anyway. But you look super Turkish today. Look super Turkish every day, I think. Anyway, folks, end of the broadcast at 6 hours because I had to do a Fear and episode. It was a banger. It was a return of the Mac, return of Austin show, the show. And we shot that. We shot the both episodes, the freemium one and the premium one. You already know, baby. But after we were done with that, I spent some time with family, went to bed, woke up, had a long ass sleep, okay? Long as hell. By the way, RIP Susan Wojcicki, which is crazy. Susan Wojcicki died. But yeah, Ukraine, what? Bro, chill out, dude. Like, we'll talk about Ukraine. I have talked about Ukraine already. What the fuck? Anyway, y'all are weird as hell sometimes, I swear to God. This is one of those times where you're being weird as hell. Okay, so personal news wise, what else happened? Oh, I went to sleep, woke up late, worked out. I've been hanging out with my mom and dad a bunch. My mom is a bit of a birthday girl, so she's been kind of on me a little bit on her birthday, you know, making demands and stuff. But ultimately, you know, I'm a mama's boy, so it is what it is. She deserves the world. So yeah, I hung out with the fam a little bit. I hung out with the fam a little bit. I worked out. I got my push day out. I did like 205 for 5 on the incline on the barbell, and I was like, damn, I'm pretty strong, because the incline is like supposed to be lower than the flat weight wise. But then I went to the flat barbell, and I haven't done a barbell bench press in a while because it like messes up my rotator cuffs. But I cracked out 6 on my top set after doing one for another. Like, I did 225 by 6, which I think is like, bro, were you hitting 315 on flat? No, dude, this is 225. It's so weak. I'm weak as hell. You look like you're in a good mood recently. Did you recently have sex or something? Yeah, with your mom. But yeah. What's up, folks? I'm live and alive.
Yeah, I don't be giving no fucks.
Which is pretty bad.
I don't be giving no fucks.
225 for 6 is really bad. You're doing a good job keeping your traps pinned to the bench and using your legs. Yeah. Honestly, 225 for bench press flat is weak. There's no two ways about it. Form is good, but overall is just like 225 for 5 is weak, chat. My lifetime PR is like 15. Like, that's not my lifetime personal best on 225 is like around 15. Okay, it's pretty weak for me. It's pretty weak. It's very low for my size. I'm 225 pounds myself. I should be able to rip that for 10 easy. No, it's not 3 plates, so 315. It's 225. How long was a 15 PR? Like many years ago. Compared to your PR, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I was like, my bench press has never been my barbell bench press has never been my most impressive lift. I have very long arms, and I'm double jointed. And when I first started, ironically, my shoulder would dislocate every time on like 135. What if we balled in Chicago before the DNC? We'll be there to cover it. I'll be down. I like that. Yo, if you set that up, Lebitard and friends, like, I'm fucking down. Potentially. I love balling. Anyway, what do you use for workout details? You blast off? No, I haven't blasted off yet. I will in a little bit. But yeah, I'm on a deficit. I'm a deficit, Dan, as you guys know. Some of you know this, some of you don't know this. So like, it's not terrible overall. It's not terrible overall, but like, it is what it is, you know? Interesting font choice. Trump campaign has been hacked, and acknowledgement came after Politico began receiving emails from an anonymous account with documents from inside Trump's operation. Oh no, bro, they're already out of control, man. They're already dying. This is terrible for them. Any content creator collab? Honestly, yes, but also there's like Democrats that are reaching out to my management right now, which I think is crazy. What's a deficit, Dan? I'm just joking. Like, I'm on a deficit because I'm cutting. Wait, how'd you get your shoulder to stop dislocating? Because I have the same problem. My connective tissue, my left shoulder is made of hopes and dreams, I fear. Brother or sister, what did I do to stop my shoulder from dislocating? It's called getting brolic as fuck. I'm sorry. There's literally nothing else. Like, that's it. I just got insanely brolic. That's it. And I know it sounds like I'm joking, but it's not a joke. Like, you actually have to just simply keep working out. You work out all of the other parts of your muscles. You do a lot of accessory work. You do a lot of stability work. My rotators are weak as hell. You just have to keep working on it. There's not anything else you can do. Wall angels are great. You got to work your obliques. You got to work your like every time, every push day, I grab a resistance band, I wrap it around my wrist, and I do what is it called? Like, I take a roly-poly thing, like a roller, like a back roller, put it against the wall, and I roll while activating my wall slides, activating my what is this called? It's not my obliques. Anyway, whatever. I do the roly-poly for my lats, like, oh, my serratus. Thank you. No, not lats. Serratus. So that's like, you have to work all of the muscles around the muscle that is the problem area. A lot of people don't understand this. Physical therapy is like, your entire body is like this, okay? There's a push and pull everywhere. And a lot of people think like, oh, on the pull side, I'm experiencing some issues, so it must be the pull side. No, it's usually the exact opposite side that is a problem. Like, for example, a lot of people have the QL, or was it Q? Is it like your lower back injury? A lot of people have lower back injury, right? Many people do not understand that your lower back injury has virtually nothing to do with your lower back and everything to do with your mid back. Okay, that's why you got to roll out your mid back, and everything to do with your hips, everything to do with your core. Because your lower back is overcompensating for your lack of musculature in your hip flexors, or your lack of your lack of strength in your hip flexors on stretch positions. Like, it could be a number of different things. This is what physical therapists look for. That's why they make you do a bunch of different things, and you have to. If you have any sort of injury or anything like that, you have to always look at like all of the other muscles in that area. Sometimes it could be the way you step on the ground. It could be your fucking shoes. your shoes that impact your knees, and then your knees that impact your form, and then your form suffers as a consequence of that, and then your back is fucked up. Like, yeah, anterior pelvic tilt is really important. A lot of people don't know what the athletic stance is, that you have to, you're supposed to have like your dick like tucked a little bit. You know what I mean? Like your hip, your butt is like winking a little bit to the forward, and while also simultaneously squeezing your ass. Yeah, like your pelvis is supposed to be like a little bit forward, like you're humping the air while simultaneously your ass is clenched. Like it's a balance between those two muscle groups. But a lot of people, I'll just tell you right now, I can tell you exactly what your pain is and exactly where it's coming from, because I have it too, because you are just like me. You sit on your fucking ass like this all day. You got gamer neck. And if you ever try working out with all of those issues, you probably have like hypertrophy to your fucking traps at this point from literally constantly doing this, and your neck like popping out forward. The pain that a lot of people experience as a consequence of sitting on their asses all day every day is almost identical. My hip flexors were super tight, super fucking tight, because you sit like this all day. My muscles are used to being flexed up like this, so they're very weak when I stretch it like this. Because of that reason, on certain lifts, like deadlifts specifically, I overcompensate with my lower back. I used to overcompensate with my lower back. So I did a lot of that. My outer glutes, my side glutes, my glute med, they rarely ever contracted. They rarely ever activated. So I take extra care and consideration on leg days to make sure that I am activating my side glute, right? That's really important. Your body's connectivity to everything is dialectical. I agree. Your body is absolutely connected all across the board, and many people do not understand that. Many people think that it's just like, oh, if I have pain in one area, it must be that area. No, it's almost always, almost entirely related to a weakness in another area or pain in another area that you were oblivious to. Hegelian ass body, yeah, I know. So in his Jeff Nippert era, no, dude, I have been someone who has weight trained. Like I've weightlifted for years at this point. It saved my life. It gave me so much confidence. It fixed my scoliosis. Like, this isn't bro science. This is just exercise science, which is a real science. It's a hard science. It has nothing to do with like the broy shit. Obviously, you're hearing it from a broy guy. And I'm also like explaining it in a really shitty way because I'm not the most well equipped. I'm not like a professional. I didn't like study this in school or anything. So ultimately, you're hearing it from the type of dude who is like not the most knowledgeable. But everything I'm saying is backed by hard science. I will never tell you like some nonsense bullshit. You inspired me to hit the court again this morning for the first time in years. My stamina inverter absolute ass, but I still got that post-up fadeaway to recover some ego while I get back into it. Lamau, yeah. You got scoliosis? Yes, but when I went, are you talking about chiro? Fuck no, I'm not talking about chiro. No, I'm talking about physical therapy. I'm talking about exercise science. No, I'm not talking about chiropractors, bro. That's crazy. No, I would never do that. Okay, chill. But in any case, yeah, we're talking about real shit, okay? Not like made up shit made by like a cult leader or whatever. I'm in PT, post shoulder instability surgery, and everything Hassan said tracks. Yeah, so shoulder instability is obviously like I have winged scaps, and basically I have winged scaps. So like every part of my body that is supposed to remain stable in your body that most likely is stable moves around with ease for me. Look, you see that? I'm not moving a single thing right now. Just my shoulder. That is not good. For weightlifting, that is not good. Look at this. Look at this. That is literally my fucking shoulder going in and out of like where it's supposed to be without me moving anything else, just my shoulder. So that makes it really difficult to lock in and stabilize on push exercises. It makes it pretty easy to do pull exercises. That's why my pull is pretty strong, but my push is not. So I always have to work against that in an effort not to injure myself. Okay? How bad was the scoliosis? I mean, it wasn't so bad, but like I remember going to a doctor in Turkey when I was growing up, and the doctor was like, bruh, you're fucking tall as shit. What do you mean? Like, what? You really want a fucking back brace? Like, who gives a shit that your back is a little bent? Literally, I'm not even kidding. The doctor straight up laughed at me because he was like, this is an issue. This is an issue for people who are, you know, stunted in their growth or whatever. But like, you're already so tall. Who cares? Like, and I think he was not wrong because I think he wasn't wrong because like, I think the corrective for scoliosis is like really, really fucked up. So he was just like, it's not worth it. I had a brace too, but I'm 5'9" and my back's still kind of curved. So I needed that shit. Yeah. He said it wasn't that bad. Have you separated your shoulders at all, bro? Wait, what? Separated my shoulders? What do you mean? Like dislocated it like completely? No. My shoulder dislocation only happens like, my shoulder dislocation is not, I've only dislocated my knee. I've never fully dislocated my shoulder because of the hypermobility I have. It doesn't like completely detach, but I can like dislocate it just like all of my joints. I can dislocate them without like actually fully dislocating them. Like, look, my thumb. You see that? Like I can literally dislocate my thumb without actually dislocating it. Anyway, you might want to get checked for EDS. That's a major symptom. What is that? If that's the top of the hour ad break joke, what's EDS? Ehlers-Danlos? What the fuck is that? What? Oh shit. Elastic skin bruises easily. A group of illnesses passed from parent to child known as inherited that affect the skin, joints, and blood vessels. You do not have EDS? Yeah, I don't think I have it. I do have hypermobility though. Yes, I can escape handcuffs unless they tighten it all the way. With your height, it could be Marfan syndrome. What the fuck? No, it can't, bro. I'm 6'4", dude. I'm not like 6'10". Is it Marfan syndrome for people who are like 7'12" or something? Yeah. Visual difficulties, tall, thin frame, long arms, legs, and no, dude, I don't have fucking Marfan syndrome. What are you talking about? WebMD chatters are crazy right now. Y'all are going nutty mode in the chat. Okay, that's crazy, bro. Anyway, listen. Let's fucking Twitch doctors, dude. Twitch fucking doctors. All right, let's blast off and let's get started. Okay. Oh shit. This got the Dexerto. I am legitimately an iShowSpeed fan. Okay. I will stand on that. I will always say this. Okay. It's not the Free Palestine stuff. I love that already. That's phenomenal. It's the donor, dude. When he went to Germany and had Turkish donor and then did a backflip and said, this is the greatest food I've ever had in my life. That was it. He locked me down forever. And let me tell you one other thing. And I realize why. So many people love him. One, because he's very wholesome, but also two, and I don't even know if he's doing this in, like, he is literally Luffy, okay? He just lives like Luffy. That's number one. Number two, he goes to different countries and will, like, pick something that the countrymen care about a lot, and he glazes it, okay? That's it. You become a global phenomena like that instantly. He wears the jersey, he glazes the country, and he looks at... How the fuck is you pronouncing Donad? That's how he says it. Bro, that's how much of a iShowSpeed stan I am that I say donor like he says it. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. You also say countries like him? Yeah. He touches like one thing that they care about and says, this is amazing. It's over. Okay? He is America's best ambassador. It's true. It's true. I am a fucking iShowSpeed fan. Like 100%. Bro, I'm from Tunisia and I call it Sunzia thanks to Speed. Yeah. Donor. Yeah, he's great, man. He is literally fucking he is Luffy. Like he is actually Luffy. Legitimately but anyway, yeah, we got England. We're gonna talk about England, mate. We're gonna talk about that, mate. We're gonna talk about the fucking Oibubs. Queso said he got sent the clip of you riding for Mountain Dew. Queso saw your clip about Mountain Dew, by the way. Wait, did he respond to it? Do you guys have a reaction to it? Was he too afraid to show it to his audience because it calls into question his fat status? Like, he's not a big boy. He's not a real one. I will stand on this. I personally think he's a fake big boy. I've never seen a real big boy, a real soda boy, actually talk so disrespectfully about Mountain Dew. I think Queso is skinny. He might be wearing like a suit. I'm calling into question his bona fides on big boy status. Okay? There are better sodas. I don't agree with you, but it's fine, especially because I've ventured into like Dr. Pepper. Honestly, since I ventured into Dr. Pepper, I will keep it a $1.50. I will keep it a fucking $1.50 with you. Like I personally now know that the world is out there. Like there's a much larger world out there and that I was not even privy to, and I really like it. Like I'm on my shit right now. I'm on my Dr. Pepper shit. And I've been really into it. I haven't touched real Dr. Pepper yet. Like I've only drank real Dr. Pepper one time, but honestly, it's pretty good. And I never thought I would like it. I thought it was gross at first, but Diet Mountain Dew is my shit. Like it is always the OG. It's like the one thing we have over gay ass Europe. You know what I mean? Like they're like, oh no, the chemicals. Oh my fucking yellow five. It's like, no, dude, you have to have those chemicals. Like it impacts the taste. Like we're not doing this like gay communist shit. Okay, we're America. Excuse me. I'm gonna have the chemicals. You know what I mean? Like I need more chemicals in my shit. Anyway, you have to stop talking about being a soda boy when you've only talking about diet blasphemy. Dude, it doesn't matter. This is 2024, okay? The discrimination against diet is like not a thing. It's not a real thing, honestly. What is this? Sorry for the Reddit link, but this video is the true big boy. What is this? So yeah, listen, I called into question Queso's big boy status because like he shit on Mountain Dew. Let me blast off real quick and then we'll get started on it, okay? Ingerland race riots brev. What the Dems can learn not to do from labor. Kamala addresses Palestine again. Trump is falling apart. Campaign hacked. Get in now. Okay, do we have a blast off meme today? Let me do this and then I'll talk about the Queso situation. Trump lost in court. I mean, what else is new, bro? He's taking L after L. I'm tired of chatter saying Coke Zero is better than Diet Coke. Please speak on this, bro, and clear it up. Yeah, those chatters have like the weird taste buds. Like, I'm not gonna lie. My Coke Zero endeavors only work. Like, I only do the Coke Zero shit if I'm stuck with Coke Zero, usually in Europe. Diet Coke, I think DC is like probably the perfect. DC, I suspect, is probably the perfect drink. Like Diet Coke, I mean. But I only save it. Like I savor my Diet Coke specifically for my lunch meal. Bro, you always talk about the numbers. Zero outsells diets. You're against the people. I don't know if it outsells diet in America. I know it probably outsells diet because, again, it goes back to the same, like, it goes back to like how they sugar it. So it might. I still don't care. I still think it's better. But can someone give me a good fucking blast off meme? Y'all are sending me ass. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry. No disrespect to the chatters, but there's just been some ass in the chat. What you've sent me so far. That's mean. Okay, dude. I'm not gonna do an Aiden Ross meme in my fucking blast off. I don't want to give him any. I don't want to fucking even talk about him. He's a weirdo. Okay, but no, this is an AI image with Luffy doing communism. I don't want to use an AI Luffy. I drink iced coffee and iced tea all day because I'm not a 40-year-old divorced woman. Okay, so you're a 30-year-old gay marketing agency executive? Like, what do you mean? And also, I drink that too. Okay, this is ass too, but I'm just gonna use it. Fuck it. Okay, all right, whatever. I'm desperate. So we're just using that one. Okay, that was such a like Discord on a daily basis pumps out way better shit than this, but whatever. We're just using this. I prefer to drink piss all day. That's nice, man. I hope you're enjoying yourself with your piss, with your pee pee. So yeah. All right, let's talk about it. So Keizo, okay, everyone's favorite big boy, internet's favorite big boy, came out with a take that I found to be utterly unconscionable. I think abhorrent, maybe even repugnant. You know, words that I would often reserve for words that I would usually reserve for like much worse crimes, but like honestly, from where I'm standing, this is pretty much one of the worst things you can do. He said Mountain Dew sucks. He demanded, he took it one step further, and like a communist, un-American communist, he demanded that it get banned. Okay? Now, as you guys know, I'm a soda boy. I'm a big soda boy. I love my sodas. Okay? I love my sodas. New Mamushi video just dropped. What? Oh, the Mamushi video for Megan. I was like, what the fuck is that? Is that another YouTuber that I need to know about? So I don't know what his favorite soda is. I'm sure there's some Keizo heads in here that will tell me what his favorite soda is. But Pepsi or Coke, not a question, dude. Don't ever come at me with that question. It's Coke all the way. The only Pepsi family product that I consistently consume is Diet Mountain Dew. If it wasn't for Mountain Dew, Pepsi could literally fall apart. Its empire can crumble before my eyes, and I would have no issue with it. Okay? Diet Pepsi is better. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. I'm malding already. I thought that we were going to have chill vibes. We're not having chill vibes. Diet Pepsi is literally motor oil. It is motor oil. Diet Pepsi is the only time when someone, and it's usually in fucking Europe, okay? When someone goes, is Pepsi all right? That's the only time where I'm like, you know what? I'll drink disgusting water, okay? Give me fucking water. I guess I'll kill myself because it is so unimaginably bad, okay? Diet Pepsi, yo, stop. Y'all are robots, dude. Y'all are robots. The last time Pepsi slapped was Pepsi Twist when I was in fucking Turkey and they made that like lemon Pepsi Twist. That was like when I was a child. That's the last time Pepsi was actually good for me. I hate every single other type of Pepsi product. I genuinely don't understand it. You asked for it. Which diet is soda? Diet Pepsi, Diet Coke, Diet Mountain Dew. That's hard. You're separating. Diet Coke is the peak though. I mean, for me, people are putting up their votes in the Yo, vote in the poll, chat. Vote. Which diet soda? Diet Pepsi, Diet Coke, and Diet Mountain Dew. The poll is up. All right. Anyway, getting back to reality. I'm so glad that Diet Pepsi's at 20%. Disgusting. Okay. Anyway, Keizo said something that I personally find abhorrent, repugnant, unacceptable, un-American, outright un-American. This isn't communist China, sir. Okay. You cannot ban Diet Mountain Dew. All right. So I call into question his big boy status. Okay. I think he's a skinny man. And before people say, Hassan, you're not a big boy. I was. And also, big boy is in spirit. Okay. It is a spiritual thing. I am spiritually a fat man still. Very much so. Okay. I don't even need to give you my bona fides. Obviously, in this field, I was literally over 300 pounds at a certain point in my life. I got up to 285 a couple of years ago, back up to 285 a couple of years ago. And not only that, but also I have had moments where I have had a sugar hangover. Don't talk to me about being a big boy until you've eaten so many fucking cookies that you literally physically feel bad. Like your actual tongue hurts from the amount of sugar consumption. Okay? The big boys in the chat know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Don't talk to me about being a big boy, okay, until you eat so many cookies that you have a sugar hangover, okay? Like your body is literally trying to push it out. Real sugar fiends know. Like your mouth hurts when you're eating it and you're still eating it. And there's like, anyway, don't talk to me about being a big boy until you eat, and then you're like, oh my God, there's so much more good food in front of me that I want to eat. So you just slam a fucking soda so you can burp a little bit and open up more space in your fucking belly. I'm talking about an eating disorder, okay? Let's be real. I definitely had it. Like, but that's just what it is. Okay. It is what it is. So, at first people think like, oh, big boys, they grow out their beards to hide their chin. Turns out, as a chatter also called out, maybe Queso is actually growing out his beard so he can hide his single chin. He has the strongest jaw in the game and he's hiding it. I'm disputing his big boy status right now. Okay. I'm disputing it. I'm willing to bet he does not even clean his plate. I'm willing to bet that he is not a clean plate club big boy. That's right. These are daggers. These are boulders. I know. It's all from this one Diet Mountain Dew conversation. This Mountain Dew conversation. Anyway, let's watch what he said.
You know what else is crazy, chat? There is so many Pepsi defenders out there. I can't believe it. Somebody sent me a clip of Hassan mad at me because I was hating on Mountain. No, not Pepsi, Mountain Dew. Somebody sent me a clip of Hassan who was mad because I was talking crazy about Mountain Dew. Yo, there ain't no way you like Mountain Dew.
Yes, I do. It's the best. It's the best.
Spoink with the 5.
It's the best. I'm a big boy trying to diet. This conversation not helping. Yeah. Queso probably still leaves chicken on his wings. Oh my God. I bet, dude. I bet. Not a clean plate club boy. Leaves chicken on the wings. Okay. I can see it. I can see it right now. That's right. I just Googled European Mountain Dew. Looks like, and oh my God, I've never been more okay with the FDA being dog shit in my life. Yeah, I know. If you've ever been to Europe and you've seen, oh, by the way, Diet Coke, of course, won the poll because it's the greatest drink of all time. But I think the reason why I love Diet Coke is because in America, the artificial sweetener in the Coke is very different than Turkey. And I grew up in a diabetic household. My entire family's obese, as you guys know. I myself was obese, as you guys know. And so, like, I drank that fucking Garbo Coca-Cola Light is what it's called. It's not even called Diet Coke. When I was growing up in Turkey. And that shit was ass, bro. The artificial sweetener in that was so ass. And then when I came to America and I had the fucking delicious nectar of gods that is DC Diet Coke, like, oh my God, my life changed and I never looked back. I personally think that like Diet Coke is so good that I can't drink regular Coke. Like, I'll have it every now and then, but I think it's too sweet. Maybe that actually takes away a little bit of my big boy status. But like, I find the American Coke to be too sweet. Mexican Coke is obviously on top because it's, cane. It's cane sugar. That's the Coke I grew up with in Turkey as well. Like, that's the real Coca-Cola that the rest of the world actually consumes is made with cane sugar. Whereas in America is high fructose corn syrup, and it's fucking ass. High fructose corn syrup is fucking ass. That is the one part of like the American, the American corn lobby that's just like absolutely cooked, in my opinion. The way that like a soda, like a pivotal soda that like every American consumes. How do you feel about Diet Mountain Dew Baja Blast? They make the cans now, dude. You're telling me, yeah, dude, I know. But like overall, you need to know. That like. I mean, I'm a real soda boy. Okay. That's it. That's all I got to say. I literally order regional sodas that are not available in Los Angeles, California, because gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom has decided to do Chinese Communist Party style tactics and just like rob people of joy that they could have in their otherwise shitty ass lives. So, I will order regional sodas that are not available, like that are only available in like Arkansas. You know what I mean? Anyway, what is this? Big back is the only way.
Oh, you the president?
No, he
I
said
wouldn't
the
call
regional.
myself the
Regional, right?
Bruce is the president.
But y'all getting a lot of action right now, though.
We're getting a lot of action because I feel like a lot of things that we do are being exposed in this time and season of our lives, man. And I just feel that if you drive from 290 and stop at Spring Creek Barbecue just to get a moist brisket and what'd I say? Moist brisket.
Yeah, that's good.
And rolls. What you have to do is you have to stop and get the rolls with their signature barbecue sauce. Then when you get the rolls, you go down the street past the Beltway down 290.
Dude, I don't even know, obviously, the place that he's talking about, but mixing and matching from two different restaurants, that's it. That's peak. Dude, that's peak. That is fucking peak.
by Rudy's and
I
get that
immediately knew what they were talking. What he's talking about.
sausage. You take, my God. You take the rolls and you put the sausage from Rudy's into the bread.
Yeah.
You could stop by, what is it, Texas Roadhouse? That place is anointed.
Yeah.
You could stop by and get those rolls as well as a substitute. And you stop by HEB to get you the Creamy Creations vanilla ice cream.
Wait, he hit a triple? Dude, okay. This man is a god, okay? This man is a god. Hitting the triple is unheard of. Like the double I've done. I've been there, okay? I've been there. Some places have better sides. Some places have better mains. Everybody knows this. I've never seen a triple. I guess it's like valid because of the triple he's doing for the dessert, right? Because like dessert is a demon in and of itself. If he's hitting a fucking he's hitting a quadruple. Did I misunderstand? Oh, because he said he's going to hit Texas Roadhouse. Wait, hold up.
Could stop by, what is it, Texas Roadhouse? That place is anointed.
Yeah.
You could stop by and get those rolls as well as a substitute. And you stop by HEB to get you.
No, he's saying he's putting out an extra option. It's not a quad. He's hitting a triple, but he's saying you could technically go for your second place for the rolls. You could go to either option. He's saying either or. I didn't misunderstand. It's still impressive. I've never seen somebody hit a triple. That's actually pretty crazy. I guess it's only because it's the dessert, so that makes sense. Bro, I've done this. You want to know how bad I've done this actually? I've done this for not even sides. I've done this with the same genre of sandwich. I have gone to Wawa to get a motherfucking, with my family too. We're all demons. I went to Wawa when I was in New Jersey because I haven't been in New Jersey in a while, right? I went to Wawa to get a fucking club sandwich, okay? Because it's peak. When Wawa, which is for those of you who are uninitiated, it's like Publix basically. It's like Sheetz. It's like a gas station that also has a market that makes like fresh sandwiches. And when Wawa started offering club sandwiches, I think I gained like 40 pounds. I'm not even kidding. So anyway, it's incredible. It's phenomenal. And I had to hit it, right? I hit the Wawa. I got a club sandwich, slammed that back, had a protein shake on the side. And then I immediately went to Sorrento's, which is another institution in like, in a part of New Jersey that is not technically a real place. It's not Central Jersey, doesn't exist. It's either North Jersey or South Jersey, but like this technically is in between in between North Jersey and South Jersey is an area where I went to Sorrento's and I fucking copped a number 14 pig special, which is like a combo between a number 7 and a number 11. It's got both of the meats in it. Provolone cheese. Not a big provolone cheese type person. Like, I'm not a big fan of provolone usually, but this is the one time where it fucking perfectly hits. I'm talking a Subway, like I'm talking a sub sandwich that's this big, okay? That's like this thick and this long. And I slammed that back. I ate 1.5 sandwich from Sorrento's afterwards. So I've not only hit a double, but I've also hit a double basically on the same category. I'm not even talking like I went to Subway or not Subway. Ew, I would never go to Subway. Oh my God. Ugh, gross. I don't know why I'm saying that. I don't even know I'm using those words. But I went to a sub shop and a Wawa and hit and hit both, and they were both like in the same categories, both sandwich category. Whew. I understand variation, but double on the same category is some real fast shit, not gonna lie. Yeah. Expose yourself as a Subway eater? Never. I would never. Like, the only thing that is edible at Subway is the cookies. Okay, that's it. And I think like Subway cookies are the equivalent of like the MRE. The MREs that they offer our best soldiers, our best veterans, in terms of like sugar content. It's like if you're carrying a 70-pound ruck for the entire day and you need to like literally carb up, like that's the type of shit they give you with the MRE. Subway cookies are made from the same like sauce, basically. It is the sweetest cookie you'll ever have in your life. I don't know why, but yeah, everything else at Subway is ass. I will never eat there. Jersey Mike's actually is a somewhat acceptable substitute if you live in a place like California where, you know, there is no God and there is no good sub sandwiches. So Jersey Mike's is fine. You just got to double up on the like all the things they put in it. What about Jimmy John's? I mean, Jimmy John's is if you're so hungry that like you might die and you want whatever you're ordering to get to you before you're done ordering. That's it. Jimmy John's has speed, but that's it. They literally fucking make the sandwich before I'm done ordering it. I don't know how the fuck they do it. And they deliver it before I hang up the phone. It's just the weirdest experience. I've also never had a Jimmy John's outside of like a college campus, so I don't even know if they exist outside of college campuses. Wegmans? Oh, Wegmans subs. Oh my God. Okay, let's continue. Let's just finish this off and then we'll get to the news.
Vanilla ice cream. All right. Tune me up. Yeah. And when you get home, you need to make sure you stop by Buc-ee's to get the chocolate chip cookies. Lift your hands if you have a testimony of how you didn't shit for 3 days.
Yeah, no, respect. This man knows the truth. He speaks the truth. That's a certified big boy. That's a certified big boy, straight up. I like that. Anyway, all right, let's get to the news. Can you please discuss your thoughts on Susan's death? I don't know what I would say about Susan Wojcicki. I have no, like, I'm shocked that she is dead. I guess like that's probably the reason why she dropped out of YouTube. Like yeah, Susan Wojcicki, former CEO of YouTube, died. Did you know Queso doesn't like chocolate? Oh my God, bro. Yo, is he even fat? Like, what is this? Is he even husky? Bro, he might be literally just big boned. He might actually be just big boned, bro. Is he one of those guys that's just like a power lifter and he just kind of looks big? Like, he's just skinny, bro. What the fuck? That's crazy. No, he is skinny, dude. What the hell? I heard Queso prefers celery and eats wings without ranch. Okay, stop. First of all, wings without ranch is fine, okay? Real fucking East Coast boys know if you're eating buffalo, you got to eat it with fucking blue cheese. And I know this is a point of contention for many because a lot of you have the taste palate of a fucking baby. Ranch is fine, but you gotta, if you're eating fucking buffalo wings, the side has to be blue cheese, okay? The fuck are we talking about? Anyway, wings with mold as a side, what? Yes, bro, yes, mold, yes, moldy ass cheese. Buffalo sauce is ass, just with literally anything else, but yes to the blue cheese. I love buffalo. My only thing is like, buffalo is one of my favorite sauces in general because it's like low calorie. I'm gonna out myself as a skinny king right now, a little bit, but beyond that, I would say that honey, like hot honey, is just like insane. It's just out of this world. Hot honey is crazy. Or you can put honey on buffalo wings, dude. If you ever put like just straight honey on a buffalo wing, dude, if you've never tried it, oh my Lord. If you've never tried it, bro, I'm telling you, that combo is just crazy. I need to know if you're a legit East Coaster. Did you put Old Bay seasoning on your Wawa sandwiches? No, I did not. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about England, okay? We're going to start off by talking about the eyebrows, right? Fucking hell. All right? Oh my God, I am going to die. My dad, he's not even here. He left his phone behind and it's not on silent and it's just ringing like a motherfucker. You can't probably hear it because the noise gate is on, but it happens this is his favorite thing to do. I swear to God, he's not even here. It's just going to keep ringing. I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to turn his phone off. Okay. No, it's not the Turkish national anthem. His phone ringtone is it's the default. Of course it's the default. Are you kidding me? It's the fucking default one. He's the 60-year-old man. Kaya, get back. All right. So I covered the UK racist riots, the race riots that are happening in the UK briefly or not even briefly. I covered it like last week when these psychopathic fascists had decided, these psychopathic fascists had basically decided, like, you know, England is our land, lads, blah 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 blah, like all this shit. Okay. Anyway, England is our city, mate. But they've gotten extra riled up. We're gonna be talking about all this stuff. Counter protesters actually showed up in massive numbers, showing once again to the entire planet that, like, you only have your people. Yeah, that's it. The only thing you have in the face of this kind of shit is solidarity. Okay, that's it. The only people you have looking out for you when the government is not, when the government is leaning into the right-wing sentiment, when the Labor government, the liberal leftist supposedly government, is leaning in to this kind of right-wing sentiment, the only people you have that will support you, that will defend you, is other people from any kind of background, really. It doesn't have to just be like other Muslims or other migrants or anything like that. You can see like white boys over here with the Jeremy Corbyn shirt on, but you know, you need other people to engage in community defense in times like this. And I'm really glad that they showed up in massive numbers, as counter protesters showed up in massive numbers, outweighing the psychopathic inbred fascists, sometimes 10 to 1, sometimes 100 to 1.
Newcastle United, black and white and brown.
We will not cower in the face of
Real Geordies are not fascists.
racism, bigotry, violence, extremism, and hate.
That the message of hundreds of anti-racism protesters in the city centre this morning, a city which, notably, has escaped disorder thus far.
Obvious question, but why? What's brought you on the street?
For 5 reasons: diversity, inclusion, equality, freedom, justice for everybody.
I wanted to come here today with all these hundreds of people to make that clear that the Nazis and the right wing are unwelcome here in Newcastle.
Majority of my community are not here, and it's for one reason.
And local Imam Ali Assad said police advised his community to stay away to reduce tensions.
Yeah, dude. Hey, sorry. These people are trying to kill you. So it would be nice if you just like hid. And it's like, the fuck do you mean, bro? What do you mean? Like, no, your job in that situation is to, you know, get the guys who are saying we're gonna hunt Muslims down and arrest them. You know what I mean? You're supposed to fucking defend the people standing up to the racists. Yeah, Keir Starmer. Exactly. Bro, what is going on right now? My fucking AC is not working. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Who keeps us safe? We keep us safe. Absolutely.
The plan that we've worked with the local authorities is that our community members will be protecting all places of worship, like even the Hindu temple and the Gurdwaras as well. It's not just the mosque.
From early morning, hundreds of officers drafted in, Northumbria of course, but a large contingent from Gwent, South Wales, as well as neighbouring forces like Durham. The use of special stop and search powers very much in evidence. In one case, 10 officers to search one person. Manpower shortage, it appears, not an issue here.
In the early days of these anti-immigrant riots, there were accusations from some that the police had on occasions been outflanked, taken by surprise. But in recent days, the response of the state has been twofold. Very public and very swift action in the courts and a massive police presence in the streets.
Police established a cordon separating the large crowd from this. A group of less than 50 gathered with Union and St George flags to protest, they said, against immigration.
They're leaving their women and children at home. If they were that frightened for their safety, they'd send their women and children and fight for their country back.
How do you know they're
Dude, also, it's like, bro, one of the best things to do in this circumstance is just to do hogwatch and honestly let it rip. Some of the best content. I know that like things seem very dark, especially if you are a black or brown person living in the UK, if you're a Muslim person living in the UK, if you're Arab living in the UK, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, shit is out of control crazy, right? but I'm not gonna lie, dude. Watching British hogs just like not realize how fucking insane they sound has been incredible. Like you could just put a camera on them all day, every day and follow them around. I would watch that shit 24/7. I'm not kidding. Like, I thought our hogs are fun and entertaining and cool. Like, you got the fucking Heil Titler guys. You got the fucking Meal Team 6 guys, right? You have like different varieties of hogs in America. British hogs, I think, are of a very specific variety where they actually break the mold, even from like American cognition, where we look at British people here in the United States of America and we think like, oh, they're intellectual. They have always been presented as like the nerdy people in movies and stuff. So like there is an air to like listening to the British accent. Like there's an air of like intellectualism that is associated here in America for the British accent. Not for these fucking hogs, bro. They are so stupid. Like stupid. Okay? They are so fucking dumb. They completely destroyed like years and years of American media showing British people as like smart intellectual nerds. They have done it. They have successfully destroyed it. Every time I see an EDL guy, I'm like, how can they be so fucking dumb? Okay? It's literally, some of my favorites have been the guy being like, they're taking our fucking jobs, lad. And then the woman will be like, well, have you tried to get a job? He's like, no, I haven't fucking tried to get a job. And then she'll be like, oh, what's the reason? He's like, it's because I just got out of prison for burglary and assault. But they're taking our fucking jobs. It's like, bro, what are you saying? Fix your life, big dog. It's like, yeah, I did some time in a fucking bin. I did some time in a fucking bin for a murder. But honestly, they're taking our fucking jobs. I wouldn't have done the murder. That one guy was a pedophile. Yeah, it's like, it's crazy. It is crazy. Like, they are so oblivious. They have, I don't know what they did that like led them to think that voluntarily revealing this information wouldn't make you look like a complete moron. But the lack of recognition, the lack of self-awareness is incredible, okay? It is incredible. These are the people that never integrated in society. I have them in my family. It blows my mind. It blows my mind. I think Margaret Thatcher should be unearthed from her grave for the unimaginable crimes that she has committed for England in general. Like, she is Ronald Reagan, but for England. And like what she did to the North, what she did to like labor strongholds, what she did to labor in your country, if you're British, like the consequences are so devastating. Because like all these people that I'm making fun of right now, they all were just like regular jobbers, okay? They were regular old fucking people. Their social safety nets crumbled. Their jobs went away. They got fucking destroyed. And they just sat there with so much anger and resentment. And then somebody came in and was like, yeah, it's actually black people. It's actually brown people. It's actually Muslims. It's actually Muslims. That's the reason why you don't have a job anymore. And it's like, dude, oh my God. Oh, here's the TikTok. You found it. It's like, it's
some foreigners that are coming over and taking our jobs.
This is not even the one I was talking about, but there are so many of these interviews, dude. There are so many of these interviews.
Yeah, and not even working. And they're working.
They take our jobs if they're not working.
Because they do it. They do it. Simple as that.
Yeah, simple as. They're taking our jobs and they're not even fucking working. As someone who lives in the North, these people are like dogs. They don't work and bitch and moan all day down. The local about immigrants, no GCSEs or qualifications established. The majority of them are caught in a cycle of poverty, but there are no mechanisms to pull out. Our schools are really underfunded, and so are social mobility support. Their hate is bred from a lack of exposure to other people. 100%. Bro, this is West Virginia. Like, this is Appalachia. Okay? They're not like a unique breed, okay? This is just what happens when you've been told, when when you run on like white supremacist fumes as a way to as a defense mechanism, as a way to like generate a sense of entitlement for yourself, when you have no other fucking outlet, when you have nothing, you've been given no fucking training programs, you've been given no options to like work. It's not like these people wouldn't work if they had the opportunity, but they've become like hateful little demons who are now just like unleashing on other people who are born out of the same fucking material conditions as they are. They just look different. Nobody is born racist, okay? Nobody. Remember that. It is all a byproduct of the material circumstances that you're subjected to, the material conditions that you're born into. The social conditioning is how you become racist. That's it. And these guys have nothing. And the only people that are reaching out to them and trying to help them use their anger and resentment and frustration. They capture their resentment and anger and frustration, and they fucking launch it upon people who are trying to make a living. He's from London, to be clear. No, I'm not just talking about him, but he is, just because he's from London, it doesn't fucking change his like circumstances. Most of the protesters aren't racist anti-immigration. They just want to smash windows and use the pretense of anti-immigration to do so. The same people avoided the top of the hour ad break without knowing what an ad break was. First one of the day, really? First one of the day. Why are you sending me this fucking racist? This guy's a white supremacist, bro. This guy's literally a white supremacist. First one of the day, and you cooked me. Y'all are the worst, actually. God damn it. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, right? And if you no longer want to see those fucking ads, right? Well, you need to get a job, lad. You need to get a job and have 5 fucking quid, 6 quid now. Unless you've got a fucking Twitch Prime, yeah? By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your fucking Twitch account, you'll get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite fucking broadcaster. Hopefully it's me. You can also get fucking gifted a sub, lads, if you're lucky. Fucking inflation, mate. 6 quid. Yeah, 6 fucking quid, yeah? I'm shocked. I mean, I called that this was going to happen with the Keir Starmer election. But I'm shocked at how quickly they seized on this. And I'm kind of shocked that the EDL has this much play still. Like, I did not think that Tommy Robinson would make a comeback this hard, this fast. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
In light of Labour leader Keir Starmer's...
We'll do Navarre Media in a second, but... Anyone else think Hassan sounds like he can sing for the Idols when he does the accent? I don't know what that is. Let's keep it a $1.50. Okay? Let's keep it a $1.50. Margaret Thatcher ruined this goddamn country. But, you know, in the short term period, Murat, babamın telefonunu ne olur silent'a koyar mısın? Devamlı çalıyor. Kafayı yiyeceğim. Okay, silent'a vurur musun ne olur?
Stunning.
Okay. But anyway, let's get back to this.
Loads of men coming across here looking for war. They're not looking for peace, are they?
When people accuse you of being a racist, what do you say?
A racist? I'm not a racist. I'm just against what's happening.
I'm a
Yeah, bro, you're wearing a fucking Yankees hat, okay? If you're a British person and you're wearing a Yankees hat, the likelihood that you're racist goes up unimaginably high, okay? Straight up. I saw motherfuckers wearing Trump merch, bro. I saw people wearing Trump merch. That is crazy. I saw dudes waving Trump flags. It's like the universality of fascism, the universality of hogs. It's beautiful. It's poetic. It's something that I've talked about quite a bit. It's you know, kind of funny to see it in action in real time. It's like, bro, relax on my team. What's wrong with you? Bro, come on. If you're an American, that's different. But if you're fucking British and you're wearing a Yankees hat, dude, like, come on.
Concerned grandparents about illegal unfettered immigration.
Yankee is a pejorative to describe Americans, bro. What are you talking about? For the rest of the world, for especially the global south, it means like it's a pejorative. Go home Yankee is like it's literally a way to say like fuck you, you're a disgusting gringo, you know what I mean?
And the exploitation of our country.
People say, but are you a racist, sir?
Whoa.
That's what people say. People accuse the...
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
No, that's
Whoa.
what they accuse.
Dog, why are you sig heiling? He said, whoa, am I a racist? Well, Whoa! I've only done Sieg Heil a couple times now. I don't know why I'm doing an indecipherable accent here, but this English girl got Trump tattooed on her head. Yo!
Obviously, people are asking why I got this tattoo. At the end of the day, I absolutely love and appreciate what Trump has done for America. I think he's an absolute great person, and I just feel like he needs to be appreciated. So my name is Ray Monroe.
Bro. It's got to be fake. It's got to be a fake tattoo. But even as a bit, even as a fake tattoo, doing this is so insane. Oh my God. I think British hogs might be stupider than American hogs. I think British hogs, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, might actually be dumber than American hogs. What happened to your public schools, man? How the fuck? I called BS because it wasn't bleeding and didn't look like a fresh tat. What is going on, man? What is going on? Another UK hog, yeah?
I just want to start off by saying if I'm right wing, then so be it. I'm just a normal working Englishman. I'm just a normal English bloke. And it seems that that's what the class right wing extremists these days, which I think is it's a bit fucking mental, to be fair.
Yeah, dude, all the fucking black and brown people that like, you know,
But anyway, this is what I
deliver your food, work in kitchens, work in construction, work in the NHS as nurses, doctors. Those guys are not working class automatically. Just you, bro. Just a normal English bloke. Yeah, just you, bro. Just you.
I want to say, right, I keep seeing videos floating about on here of British men, British people going, and it's always happening, it always does happen, where they're saying, they're taking our jobs, they're taking our jobs.
It's evident that these race riots didn't happen down south. Ask the average Southern what their opinion on immigrants, and they'll give a completely different answer to up here. The South has so much more money than us. It's like a completely different world. First time I went to a London suburb, it was like living in another world. Their state schools are better than the private schools up north. It's insane, the gap of education. Yes. And also, you do have to remember, there's also significantly more diversity down south as well. So you can't like, it's the same rural-urban divide in the United States of America that also occurs in England as well. Like North, by the way, for those of you in America that are not familiar with this, the North is like former labor towns, you know, working class background for the most part, labor stronghold for the most part, whereas like the South was where the Tories were, like a lot more wealth there. England's entirety, like the entirety of the wealth in England comes from the South, specifically from London, specifically from like the finance sector. There's not much left in the British economy overall, considering that the entirety of the UK, the entirety of the UK was basically just run on colonialism. So isn't the North more diverse than the South if you count out London? I don't know the other parts, but how the fuck do you count out London? And yes, there were riots in the South as well. There were riots in the South as well. Anyway, pro tip, the parts of the UK that are the racist say there are no-go areas are essentially the multicultural areas that actually you would love to go for great culture. Yeah. Even most British and Europeans don't know this, but parts of England are poorer than southern Italy and Sicily, which is insane. Bro, England as a whole, I think, is like poorer than some of America's poorest states. Like, England is a very poor country, okay? England is a very, very poor country. You take London out of the equation, it is like straight up third world conditions, okay? It's not even a, this is like people don't really think about that. People don't really consider that at all in the calculation. Fuck off, bro. We aren't that poor. No, absolutely. England absolutely is that poor. What do you mean? It straight up is. It's so depressing. We can't get out of the spiral. We were the coal mining industry. All the wealth left when the mines closed. Are you mad, Lamau? I live here and I live very well. Bro, I'm not talking about your own personal anecdotes, man. London generates approximately 22% of the UK's GDP from Wikipedia. I don't know why you're getting offended at this, because America has parts of America that are also resembling third world-like conditions. I don't know why the fuck you would get mad at this. It is just our government's literally robbing us fucking blind. Like, it has nothing to do with you or your personal experience at all. It had everything to do with mismanagement and horrifying austerity that your own fucking leaders have subjected you to, similar to what has happened in the United States of America. This is neoliberalism without any sort of contest in the post-Cold War, in the aftermath of the Cold War. Neoliberalism, uncontested, has basically created colonial conditions internally. It is created internal colonies. It has basically brought back the colonial ambition and rampant exploitation back into the fucking mainland. That's it. It spread inward rather than outward in the way that, England and United States is still doing that, the outward stuff too, but like doing it inward as well. It's the same exact fucking attitudes. Neoliberalism has people convinced that being poor is a moral failure. They think you're calling them losers just for pointing out their exploitation is wild. Yeah. The UK is ranked 21 in GDP per capita from the IMF in 2024, lower than Canada. British people are literally stereotyped for moving to Thailand. Meanwhile, they're anti-immigration. Yeah. So if you want to understand all of this anger, resentment, and frustration, this guy is pretty correct on it. UK is dealing with a healthcare crisis, a housing crisis, transport crisis, food production crisis. Streets are filthy, can't get a job, shithole, I live here. Exactly. 14 years of Tory austerity. Look where the fuck you are now. You know what I mean? That's part of the reason why Keir Starmer, who had the charisma of a fucking wet noodle or a wet blanket, still was able to fucking put numbers on the goddamn board as a consequence of the past 14 fucking years. Okay? And a thing that we haven't even gotten to, healthcare crisis. Yes, the NHS is severely underfunded. The NHS is so severely underfunded that when Boris Johnson was running last time around, he ran on funding the NHS. He lied, okay? He lied. Of course he lied. But he still ran on it, which is to show you that the right wing of the UK was even cognizant. Brexit was not just sold on racist lies about Polish people stealing your fucking jobs or, brown and black people and Muslims stealing your fucking jobs, but also on the lie that England was sending too many funds to the EU and getting nothing in return, and that all of that money was going to go back to the NHS. Like, people recognize, in a place like England, people still recognize social safety nets as a necessity. Except their leadership never gives back to those social safety nets. This is why, in the immediate aftermath of the Starmer election, in the immediate aftermath of the Labour victory, what did I tell you? I said the thing to pay close attention to is the rise of reform. That is crazy. That means there's a lot of people who are completely hostile to black and brown people existing and coexisting in their fucking neighborhoods. That means that there are so many people who directly attribute their dire material circumstances to England no longer being white. Okay? Because that's exactly what reform ran on. They were just straight up like, we're more racist than the Tories. That's what they ran on. Okay? Fascism thrives in shitty economic circumstances, and austerity creates shitty economic circumstances for the working class. Reform UK landed second place in 18 Northeast areas. Yeah. And the reality is, just like I fucking told you, if Keir Starmer operates with the same austerity principles, okay? If Keir Starmer still operates with the same austerity principles, which he said he was going to do, then this problem is going to get out of hand. If Keir Starmer leans into the anti-immigrant sentiment, this problem is going to get out of hand. And that's precisely what's happening. Keir Starmer has been operating on the fucking anti-immigrant principles. That's precisely what he did. When the Labour Party, that is expected to be a counterweight, a counterbalance to the fucking right-wing anti-immigrant sentiment, is also operating with anti-immigrant sentiment and capitulating to the fucking far right on this issue, of course these people are going to feel way more confident in their fucking idiotic position, not recognizing that I think the majority of the NHS is comprised of, people who aren't white British, okay? Like, think about that. Can you imagine, we're going to get these fucking non-whites out of here, man. We're going to get these fucking migrants out of here. It's crazy. You have no country without that, dude. What are you talking about?
And you normally find it's the scruffy old dossers what are saying it. They take our jobs. They ain't taking the jobs, mate. They're doing the jobs that you, sat on your arse on Dole, don't want to fucking do. Let's face it, you don't want to do any fucking jobs, mate. You don't want to do any jobs. You just want to rinse the state. You want to just claim Dole.
Like, this is a turn, but he's also dumb. This is a dumb... No, he's not fucking based, bro. This guy baited us on. No, he's not based. I hate this fucking narrative, dude. This is some straightforward liberal nonsense, dude. Oh, it's because you're not wanting to do the fucking jobs. No, this is not about being self-reliant, okay? Like, oh, you're on the dole, mate. That's why you're a loser. You're not getting off your fucking ass and taking your fucking bootstraps and lifting yourself up by your bootstraps, yeah? Like, that's not the fucking problem, dude. That's not the problem.
Dole claim job seekers. That's what you want to do. That's just an excuse so you don't have to go to work to earn a bit of dollar, to earn a bit of money. Do you know what I mean? So that is a pretty embarrassing thing to say. You can normally see from a mile off, they're absolutely scruffy old osses. You can just see why I say.
I think this guy's heart is in the right place, but his analysis is incorrect.
Yeah, that I really don't understand. I really don't understand.
Oh my God, his fucking mom or dad is just like snoring in the background so loudly.
And then another thing is, why are people smashing shops up? Why are people looting? To me, it just seems like these with masks, these with the masks on, they're just looking for an excuse just to go and smash it up and just cause trouble and just kick off and just cause fights. What the fuck is the point in that? What's the point? That's obviously bred into you. That's obviously in you. Oh, yeah, any given chance I've got, let's go out and cause trouble. Let's go out and fucking fight. Let's go and smash stuff up. You're doing it now because you're in a big fucking crowd and you feel like you can get away with it. And it's absolutely disgusting. It needs to fucking stop. It needs to fucking stop. What is the point? What is that solving? What is that solving? I really do not understand. I really do not understand at all. What is the point you're trying to make by smashing people's businesses up, by doing all this? I don't understand it. It needs to stop. And then now, and I think people are just looking for any excuse as well. Now they're in big crowds as well, is just to...
Literally everything in this whole thing America has experienced extensively throughout the past 8 years. Yes. Look to England for what the American future is going to resemble if the Democratic Party doesn't get their fucking shit in order in terms of how to communicate about the quote-unquote migrant problem. Okay? Labor completely capitulated to the right wing on this issue. Okay? They did. When you do that, when you lean on this shit, when you make it seem like, yeah, you're right, actually, it's fucking migrants, when all of those people that might look a little bit different than you have the exact same ambitions that you have. They want a roof over their heads. They want food on their fucking tables. They want a better life for their children. That is literally the exact same. They probably hate their bosses just like fucking you do. It's the same exact shit. Okay? And people are just desperately running away from that reality. They are trying their very best to not see it. Okay? They have the same exact interest. Doesn't matter what they believe. Doesn't matter what religion they believe. Doesn't matter what language they spoke. Okay? Originally, they all have the same exact ambitions.
Let your heart out on camera, Hannah.
Right, basically, they need to get them all off.
Okay, that's mad. Okay, so wait, off our streets.
Mad. Yeah.
So
they're our streets.
And they're taking our jobs.
Yeah, they're taking our houses. They're taking the lot.
And they took your teeth as well.
Yeah, they did.
Let your heart out on camera.
Yeah. Nico Almilana, my goat, he's he's been on it. He's been doing Hogwatch directly for many, many years at this point. Okay.
Right, start this. We've got the fallout thereof.
What the fuck? I don't want to watch this one. Okay. So
of Margaret Thatcher.
So let's finish this. And then we're going to look at what Margaret Thatcher did.
Okay, so I want you to answer that. What's your answer?
No, I'm not.
How do you explain the prevalence of racism among the upper and middle class then? Shouldn't they be woke? They have amazing lives. Please answer. Bro, racism isn't just born out of it's still the same social conditioning that upper middle class and rich people also experience as well. Like it's not only if you're poor. I've never said that only poor people are racist. Like, do you think that rich people have like this magical barrier that causes them to not be racist or something? Like, no, of course, dude. They can look at Elon Musk. He is literally a white supremacist. Okay, straight up. Okay, listen. I don't want to. No, we're not doing this right now. I'm locked in. No, I don't want to start fucking saying like incredibly xenophobic shit right after I'm talking about how, you know, okay, French are no longer allowed in the United States of America. Okay, that's it. That's like, don't show me that right now. I'm aware of it. It's on my timeline. We are shutting down immigration from France. I'm sorry, Wemby. You are not allowed back in the NBA either. Sorry, you have to address the crimes of the French. That is illegal. Flag on the play. Shut the fuck up, chatters. God damn it. The United States of America, okay? Look at the numbers on the board. That's it. LeBron powers up when he gets dunked on. LeBron powers up when he gets dunked on. You unlocked Ultra Instinct, okay? Also, it's AI. It's not real. AI footage has gotten out of control. Shut the fuck up. Keeping track of anyone on the timeline tweeting out the AI video of LeBron getting dunked on? Thank you. Thank you. We will come after them.
Plenty of foreign friends, black friends, Asian friends. Look at all the people here.
Yeah.
Are we all what we've been branded as right-wing football hooligans?
But you condemn the violence then?
Of course I do.
No significant disorder from either group, but we witnessed a number of arrests across several hours of protest. Most of those detained were from the small anti-immigrant gathering, including this person arrested, police said, because he was wearing a lifelike mask, and wearing masks under special policing powers is now a crime.
What the fuck?
At least one anti-racism...
Bro, that's weird as hell. No, that's weird as hell, bro. What the fuck was that guy doing? That's sus as hell.
Protester got through the cordon and was led away in handcuffs. A number of shops in the area had boarded up just in case of trouble.
We need to leave by the end. Disperse immediately.
Police ordered both groups to disperse at 3 p.m. and they did, bringing proceedings to an end without the violence which we've seen across the northeast, from Sunderland to Hartlepool to Middlesbrough. Saturation policing and swift justice, a national pincer operation producing, it appears, peace.
In Liverpool, the imam of one mosque decided to reach out to those involved in far-right protests to try and bring the community together.
That was a Keir Stalin sign. They know the truth. Keir Stalin is real. Are you avoiding this? Wait, what?
What did I do with the debate the other night?
Amazing.
He kicked that old broken down pile of crap.
Yeah.
It's a bad guy. He just quit, you know. He's quitting the rest. Is that
What?
Yep, I got him out of it. And that means we have Kamala. I think she's going to be better. She's so bad.
Wait, this is an old video.
Pathetic. It's just so fucking bad. So I just can't imagine. But can you imagine that guy with dealing with Putin and the president of China,
What?
who's a fierce person? He's a
Where is an old ass clip? And no, I don't think he calls Kamala Harris a bitch in this, unless they like digitally altered it. No, she just says she's so fucking bad. This is from before Joe Biden even dropped out. Bro, liberals, you don't have to do this fucking like right-wing reactionary nonsense, bro. I swear to God. He just said it, you missed it. No, I don't think he calls Kamala Harris a bitch in this. Am I crazy? I remember watching the original video. The bitch stuff is coming from sources granted anonymity. Not sure that tweet is paired with that video. Like, do I think Donald Trump might have called Kamala Harris a bitch behind closed doors? Sure. Like, that's not crazy. That's not all that far-fetched. I mean, he is a fucking massive misogynist. But I remember watching this. I don't think that he called Kamala Harris a bitch in this.
And that means we have Kamala. I think she's going to be better. She's so bad. She's so pathetic. It's so amazing. It's just so fucking bad. So I just can't imagine. But can you imagine that guy with dealing with?
No, he says she's so fucking bad. They altered it. I don't think she's such a fucking... No, get him. I don't think he said that in the original. I think this is altered.
I just can't imagine. But can you imagine that guy with dealing with Putin and the president of just so pathetic. It's so amazing. It's just so fucking bad. So.
Yeah, no, this is fake. Finish the video here. Let's continue.
Can you imagine that guy dealing with Putin and the president of China, who's a fierce person? He's a fierce man, a very tough guy. And they see them, they can't. But they just announced he's probably quitting.
Good.
Yeah, that's amazing. Just keep knocking him out, right?
I think he just still says, the original video from a month ago, he says Kamala Harris is pathetic. He does not say Kamala Harris is a bitch in this video. Yeah. And also, bitch doesn't even make sense contextually. She's so bitch. Like, she's so fucking bitch. Like, that doesn't make sense. Also, he's a massive misogynist. I would not be shocked if he is. There's news reports about potentially Kamala Harris being called a bitch numerous times. Okay, New York Times wrote about Donald Trump calling Kamala Harris a bitch multiple times. That I do believe. Okay, I do, but I don't think he would do that in public. Like, he's very obviously giving his opinion. He's very obviously giving his opinion on that fucking to someone with a camera. He knows he's being recorded. He would not say that out loud like that. Anyway, we'll talk about all that in a second. Let's just continue with this.
Jane Dodge went to find out what happened next.
We are the people. We won't be silent.
Several hundred anti-racist protesters gathered at Liverpool's Pierhead at lunchtime today. There were just a handful of opponents with a single Union Jack. Fears of a far-right show of strength seen on the streets of this city a week ago failed to materialise.
So the last 10 days have been very, very intense. They've been terrifying for a lot of people.
The Imam addressing the anti-racist rally today has spent the last few days trying to build bridges with some of those who've been demonstrating outside his mosque. Last Friday, he took to social media with a highly unusual message for them.
So just to let you know, anybody who attends the protest tomorrow, we're going to be handing out free cold drinks to you. We're going to be handing out burgers and chips.
And Adam Kelwick was true to his word. After offering food to those who'd come to protect his mosque, he crossed the road and did the same to those who'd come to protest.
I remember when I first walked over, it was very tense. The first 2 or 3 people who I saw just completely blanked me, as if I was invisible, looked straight through me. But I didn't let that deter me. I continued smiling, and I went to the next people, and they gave me a firm head shake to say no. And finally, we broke through to somebody's heart, and he accepted the first burger. And from that point, amazing things happened. We gave out food.
There's an image of you hugging a man. What was the story behind that?
I actually asked this individual, what exactly is it that you're here to protest against? And he didn't have a straight answer. In the end, he said, we're fed up with the police. And I said to him, shouldn't the protest maybe be outside the police station instead of the mosque then? And he actually agreed with me and said, yeah. And then we realized.
So that's the other thing. Like, anyone that is trying to make this seem like it's anything but like rampant Islamophobia, rampant white supremacy, like, they're delusional. And I've seen it in the British media as well. Okay, I have seen it in the British media. Part of the reason why I've seen it in the British media, basically like repackaging this as like, oh, anti-immigrant protesters, like not openly stating that they are genuinely Islamophobic. Part of that is because the media has whipped up these people in a fucking frenzy. Okay, make no mistake, this is not like an anti-cop or like anti-government fucking protest. Mate, you're delusional. You think I'm delusional for saying that these fucking protests that literally target mosques, like one of the first things that they did beyond trying to light a fucking hotel, the exit of a hotel that was known to have migrants, okay? It's kids mostly. Yo, there is something absolutely nutty about some people. Name one mosque they attacked. Name one mosque they attacked. What do you mean? 43-year-old man was charged with racially aggravated criminal damage after a mosque was targeted. An item was thrown at the window in Shaftesbury Street, Newport, about 7 BSD on the 1st of August at Gwent Police. A man from Newport was due to appear at the city magistrate's court on Friday. Following a week of racist rioting across other areas of the UK, police said it was deeply concerning. Yeah, a 43-year-old kid did that. Deputy Chief Constable Mark Hobro said, "We will thoroughly investigate any alleged offense where racism or discrimination is an aggravating factor." Also, the video that we're looking at is literally a protest outside of a mosque. Like, this guy is talking about with one of the fucking protesters. Why are you protesting outside of a mosque if you hate the police? You're fucking insane. I think, yeah, was it the Southport Mosque? There was like one of the first major incidents was when they literally attacked the mosque. Okay? The very first attacks. They burned a library. They attacked the mosque. The fuck are you talking about? They defaced graves, Muslim graves. Ard's Mosque got petrol bombed. Oh, here. They burned that library because there was a post going around Facebook saying that they were replacing the books with the Quran. They set fire to multiple hotels, looted stores, burned and looted mosques, burned down a public library that was newly built, and they have injured people too, yes. Who are the rioters and what jail sentences have they received? This is from 1 day ago. Look at all these fucking kids, dude. A lot of people don't want to face the fucking reality. Misinformation is a major problem here, okay? They're just on Facebook, they're on Twitter, they see some of the most psychotic nonsense. These are the types of people who literally believe like AI images. They see like AI images of like a beautiful blonde girl wearing a full fucking burqa, and they go, "Oh, this is what's going on in England. It's not, mate. I'm losing it. Fucking England. We got to defend it." Like they basically have sub-zero IQ. They fucking literally believe AI images, dude. Like, how do you deal with a person like that? There are people who are young involved in this as well. Make no mistake. There's online offenses, but you're fucking crazy, dude. How old? Look, it's the kids. Lamau, how old do you figure that guy on the right is? 17? Yeah, I think this guy's probably like maybe like a rough 20. Yeah. Like, I get it, bro. British, we do the fucking British people are ugly jokes, but like, I don't think they look like this when they're 15. You know what I mean? Just a rough 17-year-old. This doesn't mean that there aren't teenagers also fucking participating in this shit, but you're out of your mind. Many of the agitation is coming from like known targets. It's not like many of the agitations are coming from known people. People that I'm surprised have made a glorious return, like Stephen Yaxley Lennon, also known as Tommy Robinson, the EDL, the English Defense League, like out and about fucking fascist Nazis. A 26-year-old man has been sentenced to 3 years and 2 months in prison after he pleaded guilty to publishing written material to stir up racial hatred. This case is not an example of preventing freedom of speech, as a small minority of people will claim. It's about standing up for what's right and protecting our communities from fear of violence. This week, we've had some really positive engagements with the communities across the country. This guy was so cocky. He tagged the police in his hate tweets. Great stuff, man. Mass deportation now. Set fire to all the fucking hotels full of the bastards for all I care. If that makes me racist, so be it. Literally couldn't even get the right police force either. He added the right police force. My point is more, it's one rule for some and another rule for others, because I can categorically tell you now, I will not be arrested by Northants police. Just showing part of the 2-tier policing. Well, turns out there's 1 tier. Dude writes a hate manifesto, gets 3 years. Climate activist plan blockage, get 5 years. Yeah, but have you thought maybe for a brief moment that like climate activists are annoying and also go against like Capitol, whereas racist riots are not entirely against Capitol? Douglas Murray called for violence too. Of course he did. He's a fucking right-wing freak. Regular BBC contributor Douglas Murray, if the army will not be sent in, then the public will have to sort this out themselves, and it'll be very brutal. I don't want them to live here. I don't want them here. They came under false pretenses. He's not talking about the fucking racist. He's not talking about the racist rioters that need to be dealt with. He is talking about black and brown people.
They've lost control of the streets. Now, is it time to send in the army at some point? Probably, yes. But if the army will not be sent in, then the public will have to go in. And the public will have to sort this out themselves. And
he's talking about the public sorting out migration.
It'll be very, very brutal.
By the way, massive Zionist, massive defender of Israel. That's another part of the story that I haven't even gotten to. The government, the British government, under Tory leadership, and even under Labour leadership, really, is super aggro towards anyone that says free Palestine. But they really, really lower their interest of like doing their due diligence, you know, upholding the rule of law when it comes to fucking psychopathic, rabid fascists.
I don't want them to live here. I don't want them here. They came under false pretenses. Many of them came illegally and continue to come illegally. And we don't want them here. And I'm perfectly willing to say that because it needs to be said. If I hated Australia, hated the Australian people, hated Australian, but clearly they've lost.
Freak, dude.
Came into our house. Many of them broke into our house illegally. Many of them were never wanted here. And they have come here. They have betrayed all of our attempts at hospitality. They've spat in our faces.
Yeah, dude. By what? Fucking bringing halal food? Like actually using the seasoning? Like, what do you mean? Oh, they've spat in our faces. They're disrespecting us by existing around our white skin. Shut the fuck up. I hate these fucking monstrous pieces of shit, dude. See, this is the posh racist, okay? There's the obviously like the Falingolan style racist who has no teeth. And then this is the posh racist. This is the other side. Old school fascism, okay? Tory to the bone.
And now they want to trample everything we have underfoot. No. No.
Anyway, the ones complaining are wealthy. EDL supporters who's a customer at my place is place of work is the owner of 2 houses and 5 cars. I'm tired. Gross, gross, gross. Anyway, Europe invasion. Elon Musk. This is the UK.
Yes, this is good. And again. That's it. And again. Try and breathe. Relax.
Some badass British patriots. Elon Musk found this pic of the UK justice system. Bro, this man is a straight up white supremacist, dude. A straight up white supremacist. This is like, there's no ands, ifs, or buts, okay? Straight up. Apartheid Elon, dude. You know his ass is begging for Rhodesia, but he's just like too much of a coward to openly state it, so he has to do these like memes to sneakily do it. Yeah, cuck porn is also a giveaway, obviously. Racialized cuck porn. A fan favorite of white supremacist losers. Staying true to the Henry Ford vision over here. Fucking dumbass, dude. You watched the Hunger Games and sided with the Resistance. You watched Star Wars and sided with the Resistance. You watched The Matrix and sided with the Resistance. You watched Divergent and sided with the Resistance. You watched V for Agenda. When it's fiction, you understand. Yet you refuse to see it when it's the reality you're living in. Wild. Bro, first of all, every single one of those circumstances, it's like, is this like a pro-Hamas take? Like, what's he saying here? Because I know his ass is pro-Israel to the fucking bone. What do you mean? Do you think the Resistance are the fucking dumbass inbred racists on the streets? As a billionaire, do you think you are closer to the villains in these fictional works, or are you closer to the Resistance? I also don't even know what the fuck Divergent is. What is he? Anyway, Megaphonics, he's gone complete Nazi. Seems like a normal pin post. The origin of the word slave is Slav, which is referred to white people taken as slaves. Yes, dude, the real slavery is happening, and it's happening to white people. Oh my God. He's about to make cracker an illegal term to say on Twitter. I swear to God, he's like one step removed from that shit. Yeah, Tyler K went to prison and lost his house for copying a post on X. Tyler was sentenced to 38 months in prison for copying a post made on X by Lucy Connolly. This is messed up. Elon is defending someone who called for hotels filled with refugees to be burned, a call for direct violence, which, by the way, they did do that. Okay? They do that. They did that. They literally did that. They tried to burn a fucking hotel with migrants in it. What do you mean? Anyway, there's some positive notes as well with obviously like the way the community is dealing with it when it seems like the government is not going to take the fucking significant action necessary.
Let's take
and
a
we'll
look
get to that in a second. Let's wrap this up though.
Realize that, you know, we're not each other's enemies.
But do you accept some of these people have been racist at these demonstrations?
There definitely is racism, but I don't think it's meant with ill intent. And I'm not talking about the organisers of the event, by the way, because they are troublemakers and they want to turn races against each other and communities against each other. But I honestly believe, and this is what I've witnessed, that the vast majority of people who've been protesting against Islam, against the Muslim community, I genuinely believe that they are beautiful human beings who were driven after Southport by their emotions, mixed together with a lot of toxic narratives they've been seeing in the media and online, especially during the election campaign. And I think it's bubbled up, and they've wanted ultimately to change a bad situation, what they perceive, whether it's based on ignorance or not. They've wanted to change a perceived bad situation into a good situation.
This bridge building hasn't just stopped at food handouts. Protesters have been invited into the mosque, and tomorrow they've invited Adam and some of his fellow worshippers on a day trip to Wales.
We're going to leave our phones on the coach and we're going to walk out and we're going to force people to walk and talk together. He said one of those coaches I want to give to you and the Muslim community to join us. So tomorrow morning we'll be heading up into the hills and we won't be seeing any of these toxic narratives on social media, and we'll be able to meet each other, walk together, talk together, and we'll be doing our prayers and they'll be doing some meditation, and I'm really looking forward to it.
A deadly Israeli...
Bro, he is a imam in London or in England. Of course he's like, and he's super telegenic. Obviously he's going to be nice about like the people trying to murder him because the media is insanely hostile. I don't think you guys understand. Okay? The media is unimaginably hostile to Muslims. I showed you a conversation that I think she was a labor minister talking to another former labor minister who's now a political commentator, where she's like, why won't the media call this what it is? It's Islamophobia. And like the guy was literally like, no, it's not. It's actually valid to have those points of view. Like basically he was like defending the idea. Zara Sultana was the one talking to the former labor minister who's like married to a current labor minister. And he literally was like defending the principle behind like anti-immigrant sentiment and why the media should not. Yeah, the presenter is married to the Home Secretary. The British media, and I've talked about this so much, but British media is insane. Like British media is absolutely worse than American media. Okay? I've said this quite a bit. You don't understand how fucking demon-like British media is. Okay? They have been inflaming tensions non-stop. Okay? They've been inflaming tensions non-stop, and the Labour Party has also absolutely leaned on this shit. Now, for those of you who are new to the story, maybe unfamiliar, in Southport, there were mass stabbings that occurred where 3 children were killed and 10 others were injured. Okay? 3 children were killed, 10 others were injured. 9-year-old Elise Da Silva Aguar, 6-year-old Baby King, 7-year-old Elise Dot Stancombe died after sustaining serious injuries when a knife man entered Heart Center during a Taylor Swift-themed dance class on Monday, 29th of July. 8 other children suffered stab wounds, and 2 adults were also critically injured. Okay? And they didn't, and normally in the UK, they don't release information until a conviction comes out about who the criminal is. Okay? Especially if the person responsible for the crime is underage, which in this circumstance, the mass stabber was underage. Okay? They don't do it for underage criminals. If you recall, this was another thing that happened, I think, when it was like many years back. There was like these 2 psychotic children that like kidnapped another child and like murdered the child. There was a lot of fucking there was a lot of protests in England like a couple years back. Anyway, you might recall the privacy laws from that issue. Okay? So here's the thing. Immediately fake news ran with it. Immediately fake news ran with it all over social media and started saying they're hiding who the stabber was because he's a migrant. They're hiding who the stabber was because he's a migrant of Muslim background. Okay? Some people were claiming that he was an undocumented migrant of Muslim background. Okay? Turns out none of those things are true. Okay? The stabber actually was from a Christian family and was born in Wales. He was a Welsh Christian. He was black, but he was a Welsh Christian. So all of that was completely fucking made up, but it did not matter. Just like with the Imam Khalif situation. Okay? Yeah, stabber was born in Wales of Ethiopian descent, Christian. Okay? And he also had like obviously significant mental health problems. So here's the thing. Or Rwanda, not Ethiopian. I thought he was Rwanda, but someone said he's Ethiopian in the chat. My apologies. Okay? Immediately they ran with these false narratives, okay? They ran with these false narratives, and it took up in a country like England that has been struck by austerity for so many years, where there is so much instability, so much poverty, right? And with both parties, including Labor, running on right-wing anti-immigrant sentiment, okay? Running on right-wing anti-immigrant sentiment, everyone was already primed. Everyone was primed for like any kind of pivotal moment. And at a time when we see right-wingers basically lose their fucking minds, right? On things that are utterly delusional, okay? Completely delusional, completely nonsensical. It doesn't matter what the truth is. What matters is how people feel. What matters is how many people will lean on this new narrative born out of hysteria that corresponds to their biases. Just like with the Iman Khalif situation, Algerian female boxer Iman Khalif is a woman. She was assigned female birth, born a woman, always been a woman, right? And yet people decided she was not a woman. And so many people fucking ran with that narrative and still go off on this narrative that she is not a woman. Now a gold medalist, by the way. Okay? And no amount of proof, which shouldn't even be necessary in this circumstance, is like crazy, but no amount of proof would get people to actually fucking believe the reality in front of their eyes. They don't care. Nobody cares about the truth anymore. They simply care about their feelings, and they simply care about how certain things make them feel. They simply care about leaning on narratives that correspond to their own biases. Okay? But this story is not simply about like a Christian person doing the stabbing, because like even if it was a Muslim migrant that engaged in the stabbing, that still would be unimaginably inappropriate, okay, to just like run on this race riot. Like it would be completely unacceptable. It's actually fucking crazy. It's actually crazy that we've moved past like instances of violence that like people commit, and then that being attributed to the entire marginalized population, to just like, oh, I just felt like this was the population that is at fault. Okay? And I don't know how to fucking solve this problem, but let's see how Novara covered it.
So I come here to Barnsley, just a bit north of Sheffield and Rotherham, to find out what's going to happen today, because at noon, Stand Up to Racism have called another anti-racist demonstration here. I think, in a way, what we encountered last night was a sort of clash between, on the one hand, a far-right fantasy about how it is the organisation politically works. You just write a list of names, people will show up. That's not adequate, it turns out. And an intuitive community anti-fascist response that has been sort of moulded and grasped by groups like Stand Up to Racism, which seems intent on transforming that intuitive community anti-fascism into something that holds a particular kind of placard, that has a particular kind of voice. So we're going to go and talk to them about what their strategy is going forward. What were you expecting to happen here today? Because from what I can see, we've got maybe 10 police vans, even conservatively. You know, the Met Police have turned up, loads of police, quite a few counter-protesters, but no far right, as far as we can tell. What were you expecting to happen?
I've been quite worried and concerned, and I think like everybody in Barnsley today, there's some shops have been closed, people are frightened. And having gone to the WAF demonstration on Sunday, where there are 1,000 very violent thugs, right-wing thugs, I was concerned that that might happen again. And I still am concerned. Hopefully the intelligence is right and they don't turn up, but I'm still concerned and worried.
Can you characterise the far-right support in Barnsley or this area, in Rotherham, Sheffield? Who are the people who are attracted to these ideas? Where do they come from? What are their general life conditions like?
I think, like our anti-racist movement, it's a mixture of people. The people at WAF on Sunday, there were the small core of very hard right, organised people who were leading and wanted to cause trouble. There were some other other people who were there because they were concerned about things locally. There's history in Rotherham about, there's lots of chanting about paedophiles, which were incorrect, but there's a history. There was a lot of local concerns. I think the nature of having a hotel with lots of asylum seekers in is not long term. It isn't a way forward because it separates the asylum seekers from our communities. And my view is the Barnsley approach, where having houses linked into the community, is much better for asylum seekers to be living in a community rather than stuck over 2 or 3 people to a room in a hotel.
It's good to see so many people out in support of anti-racism and anti-fascism in Barnsley today. So I'm very proud so far to see the turnout.
What do you think has led to so many people, attacking a refugee hotel in Rotherham? Is it this kind of misinformation, or do you see a different cause?
To me, it's a long-term institutionalized thing. We've been drip-fed anti-migrant rhetoric for many years by the media, by politicians, and it's just kind of got to this point where it's leaked into public spaces and people feel like they are allowed to say this kind of thing. And obviously they assume that because it's in the media all the time and these people in power are saying it, that it must be what everyone feels, but it's simply not true.
Personally, I'm an immigrant here. I've been living here in Barnsley for 5 years now, and I've received a lot at my worst points in
This guy's Turkish. I know my people anywhere. 100p Turkish.
life. I've received a lot of support from the people, the locals of the Barnsley to start off with, and ever since I was granted the leave to remain, I've always tried my best to give back to the community, and I've seen from most of them that they've really appreciated this. And we've been through a lot of war. Our countries have been torn apart. We just want to be somewhere safe, have a safe. And UK, especially the locals, personally in Barnsley, they've given us that peace. They've worked with us. They've been very friendly. So we'd always appreciate it. And hopefully today everything goes well as well. And the protesters from both sides, they get their messages across with peace and fine and no violence at all.
I think what happens in difficult times like this one, we've had time.
As soon as he said our countries have been torn apart by war, most likely Kurdish, probably of Syrian descent. But that motherfucker speaks Turkish. He's Kurdish, you piece of shit. Calm down, bro. That dude 100% speaks Turkish as well. Yeah, why'd you get so mad, Chatter? Chill out.
Times of austerity, and there's a lot of poverty and people struggling and stuff like that. We live in a sort of blame culture, and people are looking for people to blame, so it's easy to make scapegoats of these sort of minority groups and stuff like that. And I'm afraid that's what's happening, and people aren't really looking at the big, the bigger issue is, what's, looking a little bit higher above and looking at the government and saying, what you're accountable for what's happening in this country. What are you doing to address this? I think what we forget in this country, that we're a nation of immigrants, as fathers, grandparents and stuff like that, especially in Barnsley, a big mining community. Barnsley didn't exist before mines, when mines were introduced and stuff like that. People migrated here to work, to work, look after their families. And this is generally as it happened. Refugee escaping World War II and that came here as a migrant. What are they escaping and stuff like that? What have they experienced and what have they been through? So I think people forget about that. They forget about the images. Can you remember that little boy on beach that washed up? This is the reality of what they're doing. These
they
people
love that shit, though, to be real.
And in need of some help and support. And I'd like to think that if I were desperate and in need of help and support, I could count on the people who are in this country and your local communities and stuff like that. And at the minute, it seems just very divisive. And,
Brilliant, beautiful.
Why do they have to come to Britain though? Why can't they go to France? Why can't they stop in France? Why stop in France? Britain? Why can't they stop in France? No, because all they come over here for is what? All they come over here for is for the benefits that they get.
Oh my goodness!
I don't think we're going to get anywhere. What is the dispute you were having with that woman just a moment ago?
We don't want. She wants refugees to come in. We don't. This country's full. It's It's exploding with. You can't get a doctor's appointment. You can't got to sit at hospital 6 and 7 hours if you want an A&E appointment.
So it's not the refugees. It's actually the lack of funding, the austerity implemented by the party that you voted for every single election, you old hag, you stupid fuck. Oh my God, max cap on voting, age cap on voting now. Okay? Age cap on voting immediately. Okay? Immediately. Insta-lock. Holy shit. I fucking despise these pieces of shit, dude. They literally keep voting for Tory governments over and over and over again. Tory governments keep delivering austerity over and over and over again. And they're like, who might have done this? It's the migrants, yeah? It must be the fucking migrants, yeah? No, bitch, you did it. You voted for it over and over again. Fuck you mean the migrants? The migrants are working at the NHS, dumbass. Yeah, but this claim is just immigrants are putting pressure on the NHS. I think that's what she'll say, which is false, obviously. Yeah.
Why have I got my son? He got shot at army. He was in Duke of Wellington Regiment, and he was in Kosovo, and he got shot. Yeah. A lot of his friends, I've had to put up and rehouse because they can't get housing. They're living on streets. They don't get put up in 5-star hotels. Perhaps it's not refugees that we should be protesting against. It's the way they're looked after.
Yeah, dude, they're living mint, dude. Notice how the rhetoric is identical in America. Notice how the rhetoric is identical in America. Oh, we got the fucking homeless people here. Why don't we look after them? We put the migrants in 5-star hotels.
And we're just discarded, as far as I'm concerned.
We want this country back.
We're not racist. Look in Barnsley. There's black and brown people here. You know what I mean? We're not racist. They're talking absolute crap.
What have you come to do here today? What's the idea of being here?
To get my megaphone, to give my opinion. My opinion, mate. I'm just a normal guy. You know what I mean? I've had open heart surgery. I can't work no more. I've worked all my life. But I'm not having these lot coming here saying that this, that, and other. It's a load of rubbish. The lefties, and this is what the problem is with this country, lefties. They've caused this problem. They've let them in. Yeah? That's what the problem is. Lefties. I hate lefties. I've never been to politics up to 2 years ago. Yeah? I've never voted in my life up till this year. Yeah? My first vote this year, I voted for reform. It was YouTube that brought me to the attention of what's going on in this country and the votes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known.
Yeah, we're on YouTube as well. What kind of things were you watching? Do you know the names of the channels?
Just your normal everyday bloggers. You know what I mean? That's all it was. And the mainstream media are just liars. Absolute liars.
I love that he's just like pointing to the steps of his radicalization. Pointing to the steps of his radicalization. Identical to America, by the way, because hogs are universal. There's a beautiful universality to the song and dance that hogs play. The squeals that you hear from these fucking piglets, okay? It's always the same shit.
Yes. They've sold us out. And these lot have sold us out as well. Targeting us as right-wing. We're not right-wing. You know what I mean? We're just normal people.
Bro voted for reform. Bro, you voted for reform. What do you mean you're not right-wing, bro?
People that are fed up.
You are here to do an anti-immigrant protest. Like, the cognitive dissonance here is out of control.
I mean, look at London. You can't go in. I've been to London once in my life because it's absolutely a terrible place. You know what I mean? And you go to London now, and if you're of white descent, you get stabbed. If you're of black descent, you get stabbed. I mean, most of them are blacks that stabbing each other through drugs. You know what I mean? And Sadiq Khan does not will lie to everybody. You know what I mean? It's there.
Bro, it's literally exactly the same. Never been to California. Thinks that, like, you will get stabbed instantly. I went to California one time, bro. I went to Los Angeles one time. Couldn't even park my F-150 pickup truck in any of the goddamn parking spaces. Them Latinos are stabbing each other left and right. They're shooting everything. The entire stores are burned to the goddamn ground, brother.
There in front of you. He's a liar. And he's a Muslim. Why have we got Muslims in a Christian country? In power? I don't understand it. It's wrong.
Bro, he is progressively getting more and more unhinged. How do you deal with that guy? Mask is slipping. Yo, you think this guy is moderating his position to come across normal? Are you insane? No, he's just a fucking idiot. Chatter, that person is not like, oh, I'm not racist, and then like starts progressively getting more and more racist because he's like trying to hide his power level or whatever. No, he's just that fucking stupid. He literally said, why do we have a Muslim in a Christian country?
Is that your sense of what Britain should be? Christian?
Well, it should be Christian, yeah. I'm not against Muslims, as long as they're peaceful, but, you know, the jihadists, Islamists, I don't like them, but the rest of the Muslims are all right. You know what I mean?
Have there been any jihadis in Barnsley?
Not as far as I know. I didn't expect to get protests in Barnsley, to be honest with you, because we're a small minority in the world, aren't we? You know what I mean? It's a small little mining village, or was. You know what I mean? But that's how it is.
Small little
They were saying a moment ago
village.
it wasn't the migrants that made Barnsley, you know, services not work, this kind of thing. It was actually Thatcher closing the pits. Do you sympathise with that narrative?
Yeah, well, it was Thatcher. She killed this country. She absolutely killed it, especially up north, where all mining towns were. It's the same as Wales. They did Wales as well. You know what I mean? I mean, I probably would have come out of school and gone underground. You know, I'm a semi-skilled engineer. You know what I mean? I could have done hydraulic rams and stuff, but because I didn't have an underground training and pits had shut, they weren't doing no training, so I couldn't get that job. I got the job on the interview, but they had to take it away from me because I got an underground training. So that's because of Thatcher. Yeah? I think that these lot need to go home.
Look at all different flags what you've got. You know, I mean, we've just pulled a guy down here and gave him a section what? 34 for having a Union Jack or a St George flag on his back.
What's a section 34?
I'm presuming, I've just been speaking to this fella here, section 34 is some sort of take fucking flag off or you're getting charged.
So section 35 Antisocial Behaviour Crime and Policing Act.
What does that mean? What have you got to do?
We've got to leave Barnsley. We're not allowed in Barnsley.
What have they done? They've never said a word. What's the difference up there, what they're saying, than what these boys have just stood there with these patriotic flags on, mate. That's all they've done.
Chatters, you have to remember something. Like, some of the fucking dudes that look like hogs are not actually hogs, okay? There's a lot of dudes, especially in like old labor areas too, that just like, I mean, think about Mick Lynch, right? He looks like a cop, but he is a very prominent, very important labor leader in the UK. Don't run into that mistake of thinking that like a dude who has that thick ass skull, that cop dome, is automatically going to be like a right-wing guy.
Dispersal order. Two-tier policing in this country. It's brilliant.
Tell me about two-tier policing. What's that?
Two-tier policing. Look what they're doing, mate. They're coming over in hotels.
Okay, the two-tier policing, I think, is like the new meta for them, right? I'm beginning to realize that this is like the new meta for the hog.
For it all. They're coming over, raping his kids, killing people. But we've got to stand for it. We can't protest. But it's all right for them to protest. It's stupid.
Yeah, it's crazy that like they won't let us protest by burning mosques and shit, but then they'll let like the people in the communities that we're invading. Oh shit. They won't let us protest by like burning mosques and shit, but they'll let like people who are directly in the communities that we are invading to like do harm to. United States of America won the gold. Of course they did. I heard Curry was popping off. Congratulations. The United States of what? World champion of what? Shut the fuck up, Noah Lyles. World champion of the world, okay? That's all I'm going to say on that front. I can't watch LeBron videos right now. I can't watch Steph Curry videos right now. Because if I do, I'm going to start sounding like the fucking British hogs that are talking about like immigrants. Because of how American I'm going to get. I can't do that. I've already started shitting on Noah Lyles immediately. That was my first inclination. I mean, he's a gold medal winner too. Immediately for disrespecting LeBron James and the American team.
Videoing, bastard man, they're not allowed to touch her and that. They're not allowed to touch her. Yeah. Leave him alone, he's a kid. He's a child. Look at what you're doing to him. Get on video.
What's just happened is that a
Whenever I see police actually fucking dunk on like right-wing hogs of all different shapes, colors, backgrounds, ages, I sometimes take a deep breath and think to myself, like, is this how right-wingers feel all the time? Like a system that is designed to basically destroy their ideological enemies, like all the time. Because like it makes me realize why right-wingers love cops. I can't imagine a world where like the police were just like actively targeting white supremacists on a regular basis, just only them. You know what I mean? It's kind of like seeing January 6th a little bit, or like what happened after January 6th, with like hogs getting their comeuppance, where you know, people that just like broke into the Capitol and did a shit ton of crimes on Main and like telegraphed themselves doing crimes on Main, photographed themselves, filmed themselves, live streamed themselves doing crimes, like actually got to experience the criminal justice system. It was crazy. The perpetual victimhood narratives are also crazy. Like the two-tier policing shit is like straight up perpetual victimhood. I'm a victim of police brutality. I'm a victim of the police like not letting me, you know, burn down a mosque or whatever, or just like terrify a fucking family, like a brown family, you know? That's what this shit is. But I guess it also, I mean, I guess it's like something that you see regardless. You see it in the chat at the top of the hour when people complain about being victim to the 3-minute ad break, not realizing that they could simply no longer see the ads by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now.
bullet group of guys have come up in a sort of black bloc style get up with Union Jacks on their back, faces covered, and indeed a sort of pirate flag as well. One of them shouts to the other one that they can get past if they just move past the police who try to stop them from coming in. That was obviously not happened. A bunch of other police just came down and pushed them up against the wall. Now we've got 3 guys, or possibly 4, pinned up against a shop down there. One of them looks like he might be a child. And then the police have formed a cordon up here and pushed everyone back. It's really got quite rough. Did you see what happened just now?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
Just usual police.
This is usual for Barnsley? You've seen this before in Barnsley?
No, not recently. Back in the miners' strikes, things like that. Police officers...
That's the other thing. Hogs from either side of the political spectrum in the UK, especially if they're old enough, remember a time when the Tory government killed them. So, like, that's why you see these reform guys sometimes, not saying this guy is a reform guy, but like the anti-police sentiment runs deep, okay? The anti-Tory sentiment runs deep. That guy who literally fucking voted for reform and was like, I'm not a racist, and then proceeded to say some of the most racist shit you've ever heard. That guy literally also shit on Thatcher.
Using too much force, not giving people the pleasure to respect. It's a free world, free speech.
And you think you haven't seen that today?
It wasn't free speech, it was just nick and... Just because you're wearing a balaclava, it don't mean to say you're going to burgle somebody's house, does it?
What do you think they were trying to do?
I think they were trying to go fishing. That's what you're wearing a balaclava for, isn't it?
What kind of fishing? What kind of fish?
I say, bleep, bleep, bleep. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That's it. There's too many of them in our country.
Who are they?
Were they?
Dude, my man literally went, again, hates Thatcher, hates the cops, reform voter.
You know, at 9-year-old, you go and fuck your fucking sister or your daughter at 9-year-old. We don't do it in England. Send them back to their fucking country. Yeah? You know what you're talking about, don't we? Yeah? I'm not racist or out like that, but I just don't fucking want them in England.
I thought these dogs were not allowed. I thought Rishi Sunak tried to ban these dogs. Turns out the cops are using them. XL Pimpies, baby. Oh, that's not even a fucking cop dog. That's that dude's dog. Okay, dude, fuck you.
Come on. Steady, chest here, get up.
There's no need to be so aggressive.
Back up for us, please. Get back. Get back. That doesn't...
Oh my God, these pig fucks, dude. Come on, bro. Come on. Come on, bro. That's what you do? Like, let him leave. Let him go home. Fuck. No, the dog's harness says security. He has like a harness on it.
I mean, drag your heels and plod
There's no
along.
need for that, officer. If you want us to be peaceful, you have to be peaceful.
How is that not peaceful?
You just pushed him for no reason. He can't breathe like that. That's a bad position.
So this police officer is from the TSG. That's the Tactical Support Group, which is also known as Serial 1, which is a civic riot squad that is brought in to police things like this demonstration.
Of course it is. You ever been in that position? You got like 20 people on top of you.
Your presence has 3 hours that man's been here with them dogs and not everybody spoke to him. Dogs are being fussed. But no, you've jumped on him and made a scene to make us look bad. I hope you're proud of yourselves. I do, honest to God, I hope you're proud of yourselves. What are you blowing for, you? Can't even look us straight in eye. You're disgusted. You've got to feel disgusted over it. And don't keep putting it down to racism. It's not about racism. I've got plenty of black friends, plenty of Asian friends. Look, it's about what's ours.
Bro, that is an Iraqi uncle, bro. How is that guy white? I know people from my region, bro. That is not a white guy. I literally thought he was about to talk about how, like, he is from Iraq. Like, straight up. Bro, what the fuck? Yo, I was just waiting for him to, like, bro, put a fucking cigarette in one hand and prayer beads on the other hand of this guy. He is not out of place in a fucking hookah shop. What the fuck is this guy? What is this guy? What is he? I need to understand. No, like, actually, what the fuck? Bro, this dude's name straight up is Osama. Like, he is not like Ahmed, Osama, Mohammed. There's no, you will never convince me that is not an Arab man, okay? Racist? Yeah, I'm being racist. Me, Hassan, a Turkish Muslim man, being racist to an English guy who just looks like my family members. He's literally white though. What do you mean? No, dude, no way. This dude is like, at most, I'm gonna give him Lebanese, okay? Maybe.
Racism. It's not about racism. I've got plenty of black friends, plenty of Asian friends. Look, it's about what's ours.
So to be honest, if I was policing a demonstration about two-tier
Abi halı satıcısı gibi adam amına koyayım yani. Ne diyor? Racism. Ulan amına koyayım, seni zaten zannedecekler Arap yani. Ne, sen kimsin ki la?
policing, I wouldn't do that if I was the police, because it's been quite a severe response. There's now a cordon around a group of people. They've all been separated out, individual police officers speaking to them, and they're now even tightening the cordon around their position here. It seems like this is probably going to backfire, because if you're in Barnsley, like lots of people just are, and they see this, the idea of two-tier policing is going to seem a lot more compelling to them. Is this counterproductive? The far right are complaining about two-tier policing, and we've had like really quite a severe response by the police to them in the town centre. A lot of people standing around who didn't see anything, but they're seeing a big line of police cordoning off some people, one of whom is a child probably. Is that counterproductive?
It's hard to say because I mean, I was there on Sunday at Rotherham, and obviously, I mean, we don't like the police, but in that moment it was like there was a murderous mob in front of us, and the police were there. And I think now they've clamped down because they've seen what happened, and maybe they were embarrassed and they don't want it to happen again. So it's hard to say whether it's counterproductive, but they're just kind of having to show themselves now, basically, after the weekend, I think.
This is a kind of response not to what's happened just now, for which it would be excessive, but a response to what happened over the weekend.
Definitely. They're just probably a bit embarrassed, and they're like, oh, well, this isn't going to happen again. And now maybe it's a bit over the top. But yeah.
I was at Rotherham.
Yeah, leftists are so funny. They're right. Like, that's how it works. If you're a leftist, you see police doing a show of force. It's understandable because you know that normally you're on the receiving end of that shit. So you go, yeah, it's kind of fucked up. You know what I mean? Because it's like cops beating on hogs here. And even then, you go and you ask a leftist, like, how do they feel about this kind of violence? And they're like, well, it's pretty unacceptable because it's a gross use of force.
On Sunday at the hotel, there were 200 of us. There were like 400, 500 on the other side, probably built up to getting on for 1,000 at the end of the day. But to start with, very few police were there, and it went on for hours. And still, the police didn't bring in massive numbers. They could have swamped the place and stopped the whole thing happening if they'd chosen to do that.
What did you see happen?
They only made one arrest on the day, which was amazing. It's amazing as far as I'm concerned, So I think there isn't a consistency of the police response. Okay, they're here today, but there isn't a consistency response, and I don't think you can rely on them. Generally, we need to rely on ourselves. We need to build a mass movement to fight racism. We need to stand up to racism bigger in Barnsley and across the country. And last night, 7,500 in Walthamstow, more than that, getting up for 10,000 in Bristol. That's the response that we need to make, and that's what we can rely on. We need to rely on ourselves at the end of the day. It's us that need to fight back.
What do you make of the police response? Because in some ways, one possible criticism of it was that the far right...
Isn't that girl the girl that like had a fucking phenomenal take? I think that she went viral, right?
Been recently talking, Tony Robertson and so on, about two-tier policing. And you've seen some really quite severe responses by the police, kettling groups of the far right.
Bro, she's just waiting. She's fucking waiting to pop off. Look at this.
Over there, pushing what looked like a child up against the wall for quite some long time. Is that a counterproductive response, or is that actually what you'd expect to see?
Well, did you see how the police were treated the other day? When I've seen things on the telly and watched online, the police were... That's somebody's mum or somebody's dad or somebody's brother, and they were treated atrociously. And if you come and you behave in a violent and aggressive manner, then you have to face the consequences.
Play with matches. That's what happens. If you come here looking for violence and not looking for peaceful protest, then unfortunately you're going to face the law and what happens to people who decide to say their views, say their opinions in a way that is not productive, not helpful to anybody, and that makes people who are vulnerable, makes people from the most vulnerable minorities in society, make them feel scared and frightened, and that's not what we're about. We've got a bar over there that's Brazilian, Favela. We've got Pizza Americano, which if you're from Barnsley, it's an absolute stronghold of after a night out, everybody's getting a pizza from there, owned by people who are not from Barnsley, foreign people. Soul Lounge, not British, not Barnsley. Everything in this town has got some contribution from non-British, non-Barnsley people. Half our Barnsley team are not British, and we love it. The immigrants make our society better. They're what make us better as people and make us proud to be British. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of people making the small minorities in society the scapegoat for all the problems. Your problems are from classism. Your problems are from the top down, people making us feel small because we're working class. But I'm proud to be working class, and I'm proud to be anti-racist working class as well, and I will not have it in my town.
So you weren't actually...
Brilliant. That was fire. What? Hey, I just wanted to say one little thing. I personally know Tim Walz. When I was in high school, he gave me advice to be a better football player. When I got outed as trans, my life fell apart. He told me everything was going to be okay. He personally helped my dad through the process to get VA benefits. Actually came by our trailer and said hi. No cameras, no nothing, just kindness. He made me feel hope. What the fuck? Bro, that sounds too good to be true. Like, I believe it, but god damn. I mean, it makes sense. He did do this. He did do both of those things publicly. He was very pro gay and trans. Like, he literally started, what is it, like the Alliance group or whatever? Like, he started a support network as the football coach. GSA sponsor in 99. Yeah, I was beaten by my best friend. I went to Mankato East High School. I believe it. I'm sorry that happened to you, Chatter. I hope you're in a better place now.
Expecting very much from today, but we've got quite a lot. And perhaps the main story is not either the anti-fascists or the far right, but the policing operation.
Borders should be controlled, but let 500K in per year. Also, convicted immigrants should be deported. What? Brother, the issue with immigrants is just simply processing. That's it. Okay? This chatter hasn't stopped chirping. Look at their logs. Free My England. Look at immigration numbers. Literally showing the left side of the story. He wasn't Welsh. He got expelled from school for having a knife, called for genocide. Wait, what? Grooming gangs? Do you like Keir's commie behavior? Keir Starmer? You think Keir Starmer is a communist? Can you explain to me what capping fucking child welfare benefits after 2 children is communist? Can you explain to me what Keir is doing in terms of like unlimited migration in the way that you fear, when he is literally, he ran on an anti-migrant ticket as well? Also, when you're done, can you actually tell me where you get meth in your London town, in your English town? Because you must be on that good shit, considering that you are smoking on it right now, if you genuinely believe that Keir Starmer is a communist. Did you see 2T Birmingham? Certain communities like grooming gangs get away with less time in prison or sentence at all. There is nothing funnier to me than a British right-winger, okay, talking about grooming gangs and how like Muslims are the ones doing pedophilia. But also, if you ask them literally what they think the age of consent should be, they'll tell you like 12, okay? Like virtually all British Tories are pedophilia adjacent. They just, what are you just like jealous that sometimes it's like a dude from Pakistan? Is that what it is? Is that what your argument is? It is identical to our hogs in that regard as well, which is so funny. It's like Jimmy Savile is like one of the most notorious pedophiles of all time, okay? Friend to Margaret Thatcher, friend to the Queen. Was he from fucking Pakistan? Was he from India? Was he from a brown country? No. You don't give a fuck. Prince Andrew is not a fucking migrant, right? We got fucking grooming gangs, yeah? Fucking hell. No, I hate old pedos. The guillotine would do for them all. Yeah, if you were to fucking slaughter every single pedophile unconditionally, you would literally cause the Tory party to have 0 seats. You would cause the Reform Party to have 0 seats. So I'm not in favor of capital punishment, but trust me, your fucking side, the side that advocates for the psychotic things that you're talking about, would be butchered. No more monarchy. That's when you'd really see the fucking white genocide that these people talk about. If we killed all the pedophiles, we wouldn't even have the AFD in Germany. Yeah. The right wing, I mean, honestly, as you guys know, I am expressly, openly anti-pedophile. Okay? Unconditionally anti-pedophile. I don't believe in capital punishment. I think it's a bad idea. But I don't think these guys on the right recognize, brave take, I know. I don't think these guys on the right, however, recognize how many people would be slaughtered on the right. Okay? Look, see, it's proven. See, BS, you sleep with 18-year-olds, Azan. There you go. He's mad. He's mad that I have had sex with people over the age of 18. There you go. There it is. What are you doing? It's not real culture. Anyway. But yeah, here's a great image that I wanted to show. Okay. Not so tough in Brighton. The rioters cower behind the police as they're massively outnumbered by counter demonstrators. Let's take a look. Did you had sex with someone you would think underage? No, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about? What is happening with these guys, bro? Are y'all all right? Bike helmet. Brighton is the most lib place in England. No, I know. They're talking about the video clip where your friend jokes that she's 16. Sav, who's like my age. This woman in the video is named Savannah Palacio. She's 28 and she was 24 when this was filmed. The suggestion here is malicious and false, therefore reprehensible.
Club interview? Oh my god, it literally does.
It really does though.
Oh, that's terrible.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
How old are you?
16.
Club interview?
Oh, wow. Conveniently clipped out of context as well.
16? I'm just kidding.
Okay, bye.
I'm just kidding.
Bye.
I'm gonna take that as a
That's cool, man. Yeah. They clipped it. It's not only is it a meme, not only is it a joke, but I literally get up and leave and they fucking actually clipped it maliciously to be like, ooh, he didn't get up and leave. No, they clipped it. They clipped it right after, so it doesn't show. They clipped it right after, so it doesn't show that I get up and leave. Or that when she says she's just joking. You had this clip in an intro? I know. It's so funny. Freaks, bro. Freaks. Not intro, okay buddy song. Yeah. Gross shit, dude. But once again, it don't fucking matter. These guys probably know it's not true. It doesn't matter. They're just shit slinging. That's it. Maybe they're just mad that I was talking to an adult woman. Probably. A highlight reel of my favorite gammons from the past few days. Gamma Olympics. No. That's insane. I think that's unacceptable, by the way, for the record. Like, fucking sicking a police dog. Like, I know they're fascists and shit, but like, come on, bro. Oh, this one is my favorite. I love that he gets double clapped. I love that he gets double tapped. Like, they hit him and then wait for the triple. It's not even just a double tap. It's a triple tap. Watch. Oh, God, it's so good. Oh, baby, it's a triple, dude. Oh, my Lord. Getting bricked in the dick when you're bricked up to fucking kill migrants is crazy. I'm not gonna lie. It does make me really fucking happy to see the Oibruvs out there defend their communities, to see the fucking Oibruvs out there go out on a fucking limb and take it to the streets and say like, no, we stand against racism. Respect. I mean, look at this. This is fucking sick, dude. That's sick. Yeah, two-tier policing in action. Exactly. They're defending the fucking fascists. You know what's really funny and somewhat nefarious, but they're too stupid to recognize the history of it, but still ironic, funny about the two-tier policing garbage? Okay. England has a history of allowing fascists to do demonstrations, shows of force through black and brown communities and through socialist, like trade unionist neighborhoods, okay, historically, while defending the fucking fascists. That's what makes it so interesting that they fucking turn around and they're like, oh, it's two-tier policing, lad. It's like, yeah, it is. Except it has always been historically pro-fascist two-tier policing. Anyway, but yeah, as far as all this like fascist anti-immigrant garbo goes, big part of that is like obviously built-in austerity, built-in resentment, all the stuff. And beyond that, the government is like not being very responsive, or wasn't responsive early on. It took like a week for them to like a week of hate crimes galore for them to like actually start bringing police out in numbers necessary. And I don't know where the fuck Keir Starmer is the whole time. But yeah, exclusive. The UK government has ignored communications from the country's largest body representing British Muslims since far-right riots began last Tuesday. Middle East Eye can reveal. Owen Jones responded to that, or quote tweeted it and said, imagine there was a nationwide pogrom against British Jews which lasted for days. Imagine the government then refused to speak to, let alone meet with the board of Jewish deputies. This is what the government has just done to Britain's main Muslim organization. Keir Starmer. It is wild. They are, as you said, Starmer literally ran on anti-immigration rhetoric. I know. And the British media is so unimaginably racist towards migrants. They have played a significant role in whipping up this crime panic, this migrant panic. And the Labour Party is also to a certain degree responsible for it because they never counter-messaged against the migrant stuff. They actually leaned into it. And
in light of Labour,
if they do not try and fix the underlying material problems born out of Tory austerity measures, if they do not fix that, it's only going to get worse. You watched me react in real time to the Labour victory, and this is the only thing I talked about. And I didn't even think that it was going to take, like, it was going to happen in like a matter of months, if not fucking weeks. I did not realize. I thought that it would be something that bubbles up and something that reaches a boiling point, maybe like a 1 year into the administration, 2 years into the administration. Nope. That should happen a couple months after. Okay. I told you that this was devastating. 2024 is yet again the year of Hassan Abi vindication in this regard. It took 29 fucking days for what I told you was going to happen to actually fucking happen. American liberals don't understand how devastating the situation is. They didn't understand that like this shit was leading to this shit was going to reach a boiling point. Okay. Keir Stalin has to do a couple different things. One, ease tensions on the fucking anti-immigrant rhetoric. But more importantly than that, he also has to unconditionally reverse the British trajectory of neoliberal austerity. If he does not do that, England is cooked. Okay? You are going to see more of this, more of these racist, right-wing, anti-migrant sentiment bubble up once again. You're going to see more fucking hate crimes, and you're not going to know how to deal with it. And you're going to keep going, oh, well, I'm capitulating to the right-wing framing on migrants. I'm just going to believe that migrants are responsible for crime and we got to do something about it. Okay? It's completely fucked. Anyway, let's look at now 4 ways in which Thatcher destroyed Britain.
Recent standing of Margaret Thatcher. Let's take a look at 4 ways the Iron Lady destroyed Britain. 1. Thatcher laid the grounds for the rampant inequality we see today. When she took office, Britain was one of the most equal of wealthy countries. When she resigned, inequality had hit a record high. Thatcher introduced banking deregulation and halved income taxes for the country's wealthiest.
Don't cut down the tall poppies. Let them rather grow tall.
The top 1% of earners accrued more and more wealth.
I've made a fortune, and that's what I want.
At the same time, she slashed benefits. Under her government, wage inequality skyrocketed.
We will bring in a society where public expenditure is cut and where waste of taxpayers' money is ruthlessly expunged.
I think the craziest part about this is that, like, British people in a lot of ways have, like, the absolute worst peasant brain. Because, like, at least Ronald Reagan was, like, kind of charismatic in the way that he actually sold the idea. Okay? Like, at least Ronald Reagan sold the idea to the majority of Americans that, like, tax cuts for the wealthy and deregulation were good, fuck labor, all this stuff. Whereas, like, Margaret Thatcher was very obviously a societal elite and, like, did not present herself, like, I think successfully as pro-working class. Blows my mind.
During her tenure, the percentage of Britons living below the poverty line rose from 13% to 22%. Child poverty more than doubled. As one Labour
Is this good? I can't tell.
MP put it, Thatcher's policies caused poverty and deprivation not seen since the Dickensian era. 2. Thatcher presided over a huge wave of privatisation. She rapidly sold off government-run companies at knock-off prices and unleashed the earliest waves of outsourcing on the NHS. Thatcher also sold off the UK's North Sea oil assets in order to pay for tax cuts for higher earners. 3. Thatcher paved the way for today's housing crisis. The 1980 Housing Act invited tenants to purchase their council homes at a discount rate. Since then, over 2 million council houses have been sold off, with less than 5% being replaced. Today, over 1 million...
That's another one of those things where it's like, dude, imagine what you had and then you lost it. Like America didn't have these initiatives even due to America being, like, obviously openly anti-communist and being so far removed from the USSR and, like, trade unionist movements by this point, you know, post World War II in the 60s, 70s, and then 80s, reaching its peak in the 80s, right? Like, at least due to its proximity to the USSR, due to its proximity to, you know, former successful labor movements, trade unionist momentum, they at least had some social safety nets. They still retain some social safety nets, like the NHS being, like, a pretty obvious one, right? It is rather difficult to gut all of that, but, like, we didn't even have that. You at least had that shit, and she took it away. I don't know, man. It's just so frustrating. Fuck.
Million households are stuck on social housing waiting lists. Homelessness has hit a record high. And a 2017 study found that 40% of right-to-buy homes are now owned by private landlords. Affordable social housing has turned into unaffordable private rentals. 4. Thatcher.
Like, ain't nobody from England has enough money to avoid the top of the hour ad break because of these policies. You know what I'm saying? Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. And if you're from London town, if you're from Londonistan, yeah, you ain't got that sauce. You ain't got the juice. You ain't got the quid. All right? You ain't got no fucking quid, yeah? Thatcher was responsible. She's the reason. Anyway, 3-minute ad break is coming to you regardless, of course. To the Oi Bruvistan, to the Oi lads, to the Oi lads, to the Oi Bruvs. Here it is. We're going to move on from this to American news in a second.
Decimated workers' rights. Her government wiped out 15% of British industry, as in mining, manufacturing and steel.
She closed all the pits, one by one. Closed them all.
Everybody's lost their houses, they're all in debt. She was looking after the rich. They didn't go for the actual working class bloke.
Unemployment rose to more than 3 million in 1983. Meanwhile, Thatcher sought to crush trade unions. New laws made it harder for workers to strike, and the police brutally suppressed those that did.
The rule of law must prevail over the rule of the mob. She called us the enemy within. There were only one enemy within, and that was her.
Trade union membership has been steeply declining since the Thatcher years, meaning less and less workers are protected by collective agreements. As his own MPs have pointed out, Keir Starmer's praise of Margaret Thatcher for setting loose our natural entrepreneurialism failed to account for the inequality, hunger, destitution and misery that resulted from her policies. As one Labour MP warned, those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it.
God, Keir, you child starver, you fucking monster. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know. I don't know what happens. I don't know what happens with the UK. Okay. I don't know. Anyway, underrated aspect this is a Hassan Abahid. Underrated aspect of American politics is that half the country is actually just completely insane and can never be reasoned with. Keemstar tweets, look at the reflection of the plane. If Kamala Harris has to use AI to act like she has support, then any poll saying she's at 50% or higher is also false. All of us Americans are being gaslit. I bet another rigged election happens. What's crazy about this is that like there are people who are legitimately coping with like the popularity of the Harris-Walz ticket by just simply stating that it's fake. It must be fake. It's actually AI. There's also this. Jack Posobiec. This is crazy. Kamala is just giving the same speech word for word at all these rallies. Full puppet mode. It's like, it's a stump speech, man. I know that they should probably fix it and like change it up a little bit. Make it like locally oriented. You know what I mean? Wait, hold on. No way. Okay. I can't say it. But anyway, sorry. I got to keep it a secret. Walz is polling better than Kamala. Michigan net favorables. Walz at 14%. Harris at +2. Yeah, that's not surprising. I already told you this. Walz is incredible. The one thing that I will credit Kamala Harris for is the fact that, like, I think she just wants to win and doesn't give a shit if her VP outshines her. Like, she's very calculated. She is she's calculated. She's also personally, like, very persuadable. But one should remember the reason why Walz is kind of carrying the ticket currently is because he is unapologetically progressive and very good at communicating his progressive policies and very good at attacking the Republican narrative around the policies from a point that like Americans deeply understand, fundamentally agree with. Freedom. Socialism is neighborliness. One man's socialism is another man's neighborliness. Murat! Bro, this dude is using like fucking industrial tools in the house with the door open. I can hear everything. Oh my God. I'm sure misogyny and racism is playing a role in here. No. I mean, it's impossible for it not to be. I'm sure it plays like not a significant role though. I think Kamala Harris is significantly better than Hillary Clinton because she doesn't have the oppo on Hillary. But I think there's always going to be misogyny and racism. It's America. But I do think that a big part of like Walz's popularity skyrocketing and his approval ratings like going up is a consequence of the way he communicates. He's very charismatic in a way that is like lovable. He's very charismatic in a way that is appealing to the Midwest especially. Walz is also new, so there's a novelty to him as well. It's a lot harder to attack Walz repping these policies. A black woman arguing for progressive policies plays directly into the right's racist arguments against social programs. Stop! When Kamala Harris says We are not going back. You can't fucking do this shit. This is scared shit. This is old school Democratic Party politics. Shut the fuck up. You're doing it right now. Okay? No, dude. No, it's fucking bullshit. I'm sorry. I do not care. You literally have to stop. You have to cut this bad instinct out. Okay? You have to rip it from your soul. Okay? Leave that shit behind. I hate this so much. This is exactly what fucking Hillary Clinton did. If being unapologetically progressive is popular, why are Dems scared of it? Well, two reasons. One, they're afraid of disrupting their donors, which is who they care about. It's the most significant constituency. And two, they just genuinely think it's unpopular because they're not progressive. They're not genuinely progressive. So they're afraid. They're actually legitimately scared that, like, if they say progressive things and run on unapologetic progressive policies, that they're going to have to defend those unapologetically progressive policies. And they don't know how to do it because they're fucking actually afraid of progressive policies. They literally think personally that those policies are unpopular. They've deluded themselves into thinking that. That's why Trump is, I think, part coping and part being real when he says, like, oh, I can't believe they fucking picked walls. I can't believe they picked walls. What a fucking misstep. Okay? When Trump said, oh, that was so stupid that they picked Walz, who is like a radical progressive and similar to Bernie Sanders, I think he was being real. He literally thinks that, like, that kind of politics is scary to the average American. That kind of politics is not scary to the average American. It's deeply popular. That's why so many people will vote for a lifeless, faceless ballot measure that is unapologetically progressive as fuck, but then won't vote for the Democrats. Okay? Last time the Democrats had real momentum is when a black man, for the first time ever in either major party, was running on an unapologetically progressive platform. Sure, he was also once in a lifetime charismatic, a phenomenal orator. Okay? But he literally ran on a fucking progressive platform. People forget that shit. He didn't deliver anything, I know, but we're talking about winning an election. We're not talking about, like, actually delivering that. Walz has delivered a progressive platform, so he has to defend it. And Kamala has to defend it as well. Dude, come on, Obama won because he was charismatic and a black enigma? What? Bro, Barack Obama ran against the Iraq war and closing down Guantanamo Bay. Things he didn't actually end up doing, but, like, the fuck are you talking about? He literally ran on healthcare. He was objectively a progressive ticket. He was objectively a progressive candidate. He also, for the first time ever, for the Democratic Party, won the Cuban vote in Florida. Do you want to know why he won the Cuban vote in Florida? Because of young Cubans. He then, of course, destroyed all progressive momentum in the country. Bro, he literally went, turned around, and just let Joe Biden run the Senate and the House, okay? Joe Biden is obviously very right-wing. He completely dropped all, one of the worst things Obama ever did was he had a grassroots group, okay? He had a grassroots group called Obama for America, okay? I think I'm saying, if I'm not misremembering the name. This group was ready to take Obama's message from the bully pulpit and push for the actual, like, progressive policy agenda that he was going to run on. Okay? It was a massive organizing group. Obama for America. Okay? Obama took that group and immediately put it under the DNC, and the DNC shut it down. That was one of the first things he did. Okay? One of the first things he did was take these, like, millions of Americans all around the country that were ready to go. When Obama said jump, they were going to say how high. When Obama said he is organizing for America, not Obama for America, sorry. I think it was this. 13 million email addresses from the Obama campaign. 13 million. It was a community organizing project of the Democratic. No, it wasn't initially the Democratic National Committee. I think it was Obama for America, and then it turned into Organizing for America, who then, it later became the grassroots arm of the Obama for America. Basically, what ended up happening is after the first run, he literally put it under the DNC. It was not originally under the DNC. Okay, the goal for this movement was supposed to see organizations' activities originally centered around political activism in favor of Obama's early legislative goals, including the 2009 stimulus package, Democratic Party's plans to reform the healthcare system. Another stated goal of OFA was to alleviate perceived political apathy and increase support for the Democratic Party. Okay, Organization for America then was turned into a nonprofit group funded in part by corporate money to mobilize support behind the president's agenda. He took a genuine grassroots organization and brought it under the DNC, and then they never utilized it to apply pressure in specific Democratic and key Republican areas to ensure that there was genuine on-the-ground support for the policies, public option being one of them, right? Public option was a key proposal in completely reconstructing the American healthcare system. They said it was turned into later, not before. No, they literally took this. Eventually, the organization played a role in the midterm elections of 2010. Later, it became the grassroots arm of Obama for America after Obama's second inauguration. I think this is wrong. I think this is literally this is incorrect. The history of this is incorrect. I'll say it. Because I remember reading about it in Ryan Grimm's book. I think it was in Ryan Grimm's book, We Got People. Like, I think there's issues with this. Anyway, read the orange box. This article has multiple issues. Please help improve it or discuss these issues on the talk page. Except for some work on healthcare reform, the Obama administration did not make extensive use of OFA. This choice was criticized by some veterans of the 2008 campaign who believe that Obama has erred by being too ready to compromise with conservatives instead of mobilizing the OFA volunteer base. This part is correct. So basically they rarely ever utilized the OFA momentum that they had. They brought it under the banner of the DNC, and instead of pushing for progressive policies at a time when he had a Senate super majority, okay? This wasn't like the slim majorities that you see in the Senate nowadays, okay? They had a full Senate super majority. He built a grassroots machine of 2 million supporters eager to fight for change. Then he let it die. This is the untold story of Obama's biggest mistake and how it paved the way for Trump. This is one of the biggest issues that I've always had with Barack Obama, something that I've regularly criticized. And many leftists will tell you that this was like the end of any kind of leftist momentum and progressive momentum in this country, especially within the Democratic Party. Okay? That's why you saw so many Obama voters literally turn around and vote for Donald Trump. Like, two-term Obama voters that voted for Donald Trump, you're like, how the fuck does that happen? Part of that is obviously racism, certainly, but a big part of that was also, well, we fucking thought this guy was going to actually bring about change. We thought this guy was actually going to bring about hope and change, and we believed it, and then that hope and change didn't come. The 2009 stimulus package came in the form of parachutes for banks and basic gifts for the executives, and not the actual economic restructuring that would focus on the American citizens. That was a major misstep. The healthcare proposals basically got diluted and turned into Obamacare with an unimaginable amount of fucking right-wing lies told about it, including but not limited to death panels. It's such a funny story when you think about it, because Republicans nowadays will literally never bring up the reality that healthcare in this country before the ACA, also known as Obamacare, okay, insurance providers could refuse insurance to you if you had a pre-existing condition, okay? And that seems insanely cruel. It seems far-fetched, okay? But they were actively petitioning against that. Republicans were actively petitioning against or regularly trying to defend the insurance providers' right to not insure people with pre-existing conditions. Republicans that are still in office now. It sounds so cruel that it feels insane. I saw on Twitter like a couple months ago, people being like, that's not real. Insurance providers refuse to cover people with pre-existing conditions. Like, that seems crazy and far-fetched. It's like, no, that was the reality. That was literally the fucking reality, man. That used to be the reality in this country. That's how fucking unimaginably cruel the American government is. That's how insane it is. And the ACA was supposed to be all like much more broad. Obama tried to get Republican votes when he didn't need Republican votes. He got obviously a senator who passed away, replaced with a spoiler, Joe Lieberman, and he couldn't whip Joe Lieberman, or rather refused to whip Joe Lieberman. Should have used Obama for America or Organizing for America every step of the fucking way to bring about both Republicans to be on board with this progressive policy that many Americans wanted at the time, and we should have gotten a fucking public option at the time. They didn't fucking do that. Republicans, on the other hand, were running insane ads saying death panels are going to come. They're going to kill every old person. Okay? The process took entirely too long. And that is one of the things I used to bring up all the time back in the day. Americans hate any kind of legislative hurdle. They hate gridlock. Okay? If you pass legislation fast, expediently, then Americans will, they won't develop the negative polarization that Republicans desperately fucking try to launch against initiatives like that. One of the biggest benefits under the Trump administration was how fast the Donald Trump administration put forward the massive tax cuts for the wealthy and the corporations. It was done so fast, so rapidly, that people couldn't even develop counter narratives against it. That's why there is not that level of negative polarization against the tax cuts and what came after those tax cuts. That's why many people don't even fucking know that their tax cuts are sunsetting. The only tax cuts that were made permanent were for the top marginal tax rate and the corporate tax rate. Those are the only tax cuts that were permanent in the Trump tax cuts. All the tax cuts that the working class got increased over the course of the past couple of years. The fact that that was not placed prominently, which, by the way, you can find my commentary on the matter. I did a shit ton of videos about it at the time and how damaging and devastating these Trump tax cuts would be. All of the things that I complained about became true, but Americans didn't recognize it. Mainstream media dropped the ball. Democrats didn't counter narrative against it, counter message against it, and they got that shit successfully passed. The Paul Ryan tax plan doubled the standard deduction amount, which screwed most lower middle class households. Anyway, so remember that shit. How the fuck do we get to Obama, though? Oh, we were talking about bold, unapologetic progress. Bold, unapologetic, progressive momentum. Americans are significantly more progressive, especially on economic issues, than you think. Okay? Why we should push on Democrats? Why we should push on Democrats on the left with Obama as an example. Here.
Democrats were seeking to hold on to the White House after 4 years in.
He's going to talk about the Dreamers. The Dreamers would routinely disrupt Obama protests. Like immigrants would routinely disrupt Obama's protests to try to get him to come to terms with policy that would end up offering them a legal pathway to citizenship.
Power was 2012. Then President Barack Obama was running against the Republican candidate, Mitt Romney. Romney was not the most conservative candidate in the Republican Party, even back then.
Sorry, Obama's rallies in his speeches, not protests, sorry. Immigrants would protest the fucking speeches. Another person who actually pushed Obama to drop an incredibly bad policy position that was inherently right-wing in his re-election campaign was Bernie Sanders. I don't know if he'll talk about that, but Bernie Sanders threatened to run against Barack Obama. Okay? Mitt Romney was actually okay. No, the fuck he wasn't, dude. What are you talking about? Mitt Romney was not actually okay. What the fuck? I grew up in Canada but moved to America. I don't understand why people think American healthcare is better. How do you fucking say that and then you say Mitt Romney was actually okay? Don't be duped by the fucking liberal media whitewashing Mitt Romney's record. Okay? Mitt Romney was never okay. It's bullshit. Maybe the only time that he was okay was when he was the governor of Massachusetts and implemented Obamacare. Back then it was called Romney Care. But beyond that, he was never okay. Okay? He was a fucking right-wing freak. I hate when liberals fantasize about like former Republican admin officials, former Republican like presidential candidates and whatnot, as though they were actually good. No, they are just the very same thieves that this current Republican admin is, okay?
But he had staked out an aggressively hardline position on the issue of immigration, running on a platform of self-deportation, making life so hard for immigrants in this country that they would have no choice but to leave. And given that, it probably surprised a lot of people that young, undocumented immigrants had chosen to spend their time and energy protesting President Obama. They held mass demonstrations outside the White House, where many of them were arrested. They showed up at his campaign offices in California with signs like this one that reads, "Obama, stop deporting dreamers." They even held a hunger strike sit-in at Obama's campaign offices in the then swing state of Colorado. At issue were protections for so-called dreamers, people who were brought to this country without legal authorization as...
I forgot to mention, so Obama was also gearing towards cutting Social Security, and Bernie Sanders said he's going to run for president. And I think he might have even ran for president, if I'm not misremembering, sorry. And Bernie Sanders was part of the reason why... No, he didn't, lol. No, Bernie Sanders said he was going to run for president. Obama, on the other, and he specifically said he was going to run for president, not in 08. We're talking about 12. He's talking about 2012. He's talking about 2012. He's talking about 2012. He's not talking about 2008. Barack Obama literally was doing the grand bargain and wanted to cut Social Security with the Republicans. It actually fell apart because the Republican Tea Party caucus said that, no, we're not going to actually give you this because we're obstructionist thoroughly. It was literally an identical equation to the Joe Biden immigration bill. I've brought this up quite a bit. Joe Biden running on a right-wing immigration bill and trying to pass a right-wing immigration bill in the lead up to an election, and only having that right-wing immigration bill fall apart due to Republicans refusing to vote on it actually saved this country from having even more right-wing attitudes on immigration. Democrats' previous president, maybe their next one, have a particularly fraught relationship. This is from Edward Isaac Dover, who absolutely despises Bernie Sanders, by the way, and is a massive fucking establishment dick rider. For those of you who don't know the background, at least. Here's the article. Damn, I broke through that fucking paywall so good. Sanders didn't endorse or campaign Obama in 2008. Sanders' aides have long dismissed the idea that the senator was serious about a primary challenge in Obama's re-election. He was asked a serious question on a progressive radio show. Weaver was referring to an interview Sanders gave on Tom Hartman's radio show in July 2011, when the senator said, "There are millions of Americans who are deeply disappointed in the president, who believe that with regard to Social Security and a number of other issues, he said one thing as a candidate and is doing something very much else as a president, who cannot believe how weak he has been, for whatever reason, in negotiating with Republicans, and there's deep disappointment." He continued, "It would be a good idea if President Obama faced some primary opposition." This is straight up a take coming due to Barack Obama. This is coming from a guy who does not like Bernie Sanders, by the way. This article is supposed to present Bernie as like maybe subtly racist. Okay? That's the goal of this article. But if you have your priorities straight, you understand that this is quite literally the right thing to do at the time, applying pressure on the incumbent president to do the right thing. This was not the only time Sanders raised the idea publicly. Appearing on C-SPAN a few weeks later, he expanded on the other point. They want the president to stand up for middle class, for the working class of this country, and they want him to take on big money interests in the way that he has not done up to this point. He'd been talking up a primary challenge since at least that spring, when he said in a radio interview with WNYC that he was already being asked whether he'd run against Obama, and although he insisted that he wasn't going to, in a democracy, it's not a bad idea to have different voices out there. Criticism from Obama was not unusual at the time. Left-leaning activists pushed the president on issues such as foreclosure relief, judicial nominations, and drone strikes. In August 2011, just as Reid was being called in to help stop Sanders' primary plans, Davis Sirota, former Sanders press secretary who remained plugged into the senator's thinking during the Obama years and would join his 2020 campaign as a senior advisor and speechwriter, wrote that Obama was eloquent, dissembling, conniving, intelligent, and above all, calm. and was using those traits in service of being a bizarro FDR with a hideous and destructive record, which was true. Anyway, now the reason why I'm bringing up the Obama shit is because, what's his face? Is it Ari Melber? No, what's his? Ali Velshi is talking about Barack Obama and how he responded to the pressure. But the other reason why I'm talking about it is because Barack Obama also ran on a progressive campaign in 2008. This is from 2012. But like, you have to understand, that was the last time Democrats had massive momentum, massive juice, okay? And for some weird reason, they have just been so scared of winning ever since. It feels like the current Democratic ticket is a little bit different in responding to public pressure, not only on swapping out Biden from the ticket, but also responding to public pressure by putting forward Tim Walz, a genuinely positive, genuinely progressive candidate as a VP pick, a candidate that has the capacity to outshine the president, as a matter of fact, which is something that most presidents would stay away from. They would not want their VP to be a more popular figure. That's why Hillary Clinton went with Tim Kaine in the membrane. That's why Donald Trump went with Mike Pence. He didn't go with any other candidate. He went with Mike Pence. That's why he went with J.D. Vance this time around. He was worried about a potential vice president outshining him. Okay?
Responsive to social change, to be on the side of what the late John Lewis called good trouble. Yesterday at a rally in Detroit, Michigan, Vice President Kamala Harris was interrupted by a group of demonstrators protesting the war in Gaza. This was how she responded.
You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
It's a snappy line. Makes for a good soundbite. It's undeniably true that she will be a better president for their cause than...
Hey, Chair, what's your opinion on this? I don't know if you noticed, but like, I spoke approximately for 35 minutes prior to this video, knowing full well what the details of this video were going to look like, which is precisely why I already front-loaded my commentary, so you can have an uninterrupted fucking experience watching the rest of the video for like a brief moment, okay?
And Donald Trump. But as those immigration protesters proved back in the Obama administration, these issues are more complicated than we're better for you than the other guys. Kamala Harris has already proven that she is the kind of thoughtful leader who listens on these issues, that she understands the nuance of this particular issue, even while some continue to insist that neither nuance nor context matter in this story. And her campaign presents a real opportunity to reset the relationship with the varied communities expressing dissatisfaction over this war and America's role in it. Can the Harris campaign use this as an opportunity to listen? And can those protesters use this as an opportunity to be heard? I'll talk to the New York Times' Michelle Goldberg about that after the break. 3 months ago, before President Biden dropped out of the race, journalist Mehdi Hasan asked the Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez what she would say to Americans who felt like they could not vote for Joe Biden because of his handling of the war in Gaza.
You know, for an individual Palestinian American that has had their family killed, there is nothing. I mean, I am not here to lecture anyone. I have a vested interest in protecting democracy, not just here domestically, but globally. And it isn't, I truly do not believe this as a lesser of two evils type of situation. I think about what conditions do I want to be organizing under in the next 4 years.
What conditions do I want to be organizing under for the next 4 years? Which of the candidates on the ballot would you prefer to organize and protest under? Who will sit, listen, and be moved by the voices of dissent, and who will try to silence them? These are the questions that will be important, both for voters and for the Harris campaign, as it continues to face Americans who are speaking out loudly against the ongoing war in Gaza. Joining me now is Michelle Goldberg, opinion columnist for the New York Times. Michelle, thank you for joining me. You have understood and really tried to parse the nuance in this difficult conversation since October 7th, including how it sort of played out on college campuses. And it seems to me that Kamala Harris has a moment and an opportunity here to bring that nuance into the conversation. Prior to what she said yesterday at that rally, she actually met with leaders of the uncommitted movement, the group of people who had organized going out in the primary and saying, we're voting, we're showing up, but we're telling you about our dissatisfaction. Tell me what you think is going on here.
Well,
think that this is an extremely difficult needle for Kamala Harris to thread. And I would also say that I'm not sure I agree that it's really possible to bring that much nuance to a conversation that you're having with protesters at a rally, as opposed to with people with kind of stakeholders that you meet with one-on-one. I was very glad to hear that she met with the uncommitted activists, and hope she has more and longer meetings with them. And to some extent, there's just going to be a fundamental difference. I don't even know if it's a difference of opinion, but Kamala Harris is still the vice president. And I don't think it's realistic to expect her to break with the policy of the president that she serves while she's serving him, even if she sent a lot of signals that she's much more sympathetic to the Palestinians and much more cognizant of the kind of immense suffering of Gaza than Biden has been.
Let's listen to that. Ben wrote.
You literally came up with a perfect response 10 seconds after it happened. It ain't that hard. Yeah, the difference is I actually truly believe it. That's the problem. I also am very cognizant of the reality that there is a difference here with what Kamala can say and what kind of pressure Kamala would be able to do to the Biden administration, which she is a part of. And the reality is that the Biden administration that she's a part of is completely, delusionally, ultra rabid when it comes to Israel. Okay? That's it. Important context. What is this? Demsock Sean. No, I know Kamala Harris reached out to the family, man. I know. I already talked about this. I did. I don't know why you keep posting. We already covered this. I already also talked about immediately after the fact that she, at least for a brief moment, talked to the uncommitted campaign leaders that were on the line for the photo op. Okay? This doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. It is simply lip service if it doesn't follow a genuine change from a genuine separation from the Biden camp. That's it. Like, as it stands, she's not even making a declaration that she would try her very best to change the discourse or try to change the way things have gone. A separation from the Biden camp without like being as offensive. You know what I mean? That is a major issue. Okay? If she was a real one, if she genuinely did care about these victims of genocide that she spoke to, she'd be like me. She'd be screaming on the rooftops about it. That's the difference. Simply having a I'm speaking now moment, and then the next rally when she's interrupted going, it's ceasefire time. It's going to happen. Me and Biden are working round the clock for a ceasefire, is perhaps one of the worst ways of responding to it. If you're going to respond to it at all, by literally pairing yourself up with Biden. I just don't understand that at all. Those people despise Biden. They were never going to vote for Biden. They want you to show a different face. They want you to legitimately show that you're different than Biden, even if you're going to fucking lie about it. Biden is currently, and this is not only the way that people see it, but it is the reality. Biden is currently responsible for the genocide. Okay. If he could end it with a phone call, then he's responsible for it. And he's not only not ending it with a phone call, but he's also personally egging this on by refusing to reign in Israel, consistently doing weapons transfers to Israel, 6,500 rounds sent to Israel yesterday, 3.5 billion in funds released to send more weapons transfers to Israel yesterday. JDAMs, specifically to turn dumb bombs into smart bombs like guidance systems, sent to Israel. When Israel used those smart bombs yesterday, not the ones that are being shipped, but the ones that they already had, on a fucking Gazan school, killing 93 students and 93 children and women, okay? Overwhelming majority of the people that Israel killed yesterday that I saw in like literal fucking trash bags that they put them in, hands, feet, body parts scattered everywhere, okay? Those people died with American bombs, okay? American weapons. It was, according to the current reporting that we are familiar with, CNN confirmation comes. It is a U.S.-made GBU-39 small diameter bomb that was used in an Israeli strike on a school and mosque compound in Gaza, which killed at least 93 Palestinians, according to local officials. I said every dollar spent on making this bomb that killed women and children in Gaza could have been spent on American schools, healthcare, and infrastructure. Why do we do this? Who in America actually wants this? Here's Harris's statement on the strike, by the way. Far too many civilians have been killed in Gaza. Israel has a right to go after the terrorists that are Hamas, but they also have an important responsibility to avoid civilian casualties. We need a hostage deal and we need a ceasefire. And I can't stress that strongly enough. The deal needs to get done. It needs to get done now. Do you think that this is any different than Joe Biden? Be honest. Do you think that this is different than Joe Biden? This is copy paste Joe Biden. Don't be delusional. Please check my logs for last minute. You got caught by Automod. Oh my God, Megaphonics, you really need to stop fucking spamming in the chat. I think Biden's responsible for the genocide is why it's so complicated for Kamala to do anything about it at this point. If she breaks with the admin and calls for an arms embargo, what happens? Does Biden, the hyper-Zionist, take it up too? Of course not. So we wait until January for an arms embargo? If we still need one at that point, we're in a far darker timeline than an August embargo announcement could have healed. This is ridiculous. She is running for president. She is Joe Biden's vice president. She is a full-blown adult. She has the capacity to now use the progressive momentum that she has and the actual wave of progressive support that she has cultivated to pressure the fucking president. If you say we're not looking back, we're not going back, let's not go back to this either. Especially when this issue is deeply unpopular. The more she comes out and speaks in this wishy-washy way that resembles Joe Biden's narrative on the matter, the more she ties herself back to the Biden admin. Okay? Do you understand? The more she ties herself back to the Biden administration by carbon copying Joseph Robinette Brandon on this, the more this will hurt her politically. Remember, Donald Trump has like a 30-point advantage on dealing with Israel-Palestine in comparison to Joe Biden. I don't know if there's any new polling that was done on how Americans perceive Kamala Harris. They might be deluded and misguided into thinking that Kamala Harris is genuinely different than the Biden admin on Israel-Palestine. But she has to make an effort to separate herself somehow. You don't know what she is talking to him about. Of course, this issue would be private talk. Stop. What are you talking about? I want to reiterate one thing that is very important here. Joe Biden is less popular than Trump in the eyes of Americans in terms of handling this Israel-Palestine situation. Part of that is precisely because he ends up pissing off both sides by having this mealy-mouthed, supposedly even-handed, but actually very much overwhelmingly pro-Israel side, while consistently leaking to the media that he's actually very disappointed in Israel. It shows weakness. Kamala Harris, if she continues with this, as Israel also continues butchering children, as it has consistently done, as Israel continues having pro-rape protests, which the American media refuses to cover, by the way, so at least they got that on their side. How shocking. You guys notice that? It's been a couple days. It's just rather odd that in the past week, Israel had pro-rape protests at a concentration camp to release the prison guards that gang-raped Palestinian detainees to death, okay? Then the rapist went on Israeli television. One, the rapist was defended on Israeli television. Then the rapist went on Israeli television with a balaclava on his head to defend why he raped the Palestinians. Then he unmasked himself. He unmasked himself and was like, I was the guy. We all knew he was the guy. They had unmasked him already online, but he also personally unmasked himself. The footage of one of the gang rapes was actually released in Israeli media. It sounds insane when I describe it, but it's wild because it's true. Do you think she's afraid if she breaks from Biden and calls for an arms embargo, it'll signal to Netanyahu that he needs to make Trump win at any cost? Yeah, great. Donald Trump is flailing. That's what I'm saying. Kamala Harris could be disruptive in this moment. And that disruption, utilizing the current massive amount of attention that she's garnering, could literally lead the extra pressure that the Biden administration needs to not fuck up the bag, to not disrupt the Democratic Party so dramatically that it causes them to lose the election. That is when Benjamin Netanyahu gets the fucking phone call. That is when Benjamin Netanyahu gets the arms embargo now if you don't get to the fucking table and say yes to everything that we have put forward thus far. That's my calculation on this. It pains me to talk about this from the framework of like electability in a country that is genuinely hostile, I would say, to foreign policy discussions in general, genuinely hostile to any kind of person, let alone, brown children, holy shit. But yeah, there's obviously the morality, and then there is the electability. This issue is deeply popular. Ceasefire is incredibly popular. Okay? Exactly. There's no reason to be scared of anything. She has more of an incentive to actually make a ceasefire happen. Yes. Currently, as it stands, offering platitudes that are in many ways not different than the Biden campaign so far means that you are aligned with the Biden camp. And the Biden camp is demonstrably unpopular on this issue. You are running towards Joseph Robinette Biden when you should be running against Joseph Robinette Biden. The only reason why you raised $100 million in a matter of 24 hours, the only reason why you raised another like 50 million after the Waltz pick, which was also unique in comparison to what Democrats normally do, is because you have been running away from Biden. No, it's not because black women. You have the most utterly delusional, oversimplistic, and dare I say, racist fucking attitude on this issue. Black women were voting for Joseph Robinette Biden by 98% regardless. Black women are one of the most reliable voter blocks for the Democratic Party. You're just wrong. It's crazy. I think to think about the kind of messed up world that we live in where stop genocide is a controversial statement, it's not. That's the situation. It's not controversial. Overwhelming majorities agree with you. It's only controversial within the media ecosystem and within the Democratic Party because they're too afraid. That's it. They want you to think it's a controversial statement. It's not. Think about it, man. What American? You have a conversation with every American that you know, okay? You ask them this question that I just asked. Every dollar spent on making this bomb that killed women and children in Gaza could have been spent on America's schools, healthcare, and infrastructure. Why do we do this? Who in America actually wants this? Ask that question. Would you rather give unconditional weapons to Israel that they use on women and children, okay, to the tune of billions of dollars, or spend that money on schools, feeding the children, feeding the hungry and the needy, building housing for homeless people, fixing our infrastructure? You will never, with the exception of like maybe Rabbi Shmuley and maybe Joseph Robinette Brandon, you will never have a person go, yeah, no, I don't like that. No way. Like you said, there is no, if you don't continue the genocide, I will not vote for you. But there is instead a lot of, if you don't stop genocide, I will not vote for you. Yeah. People where I live will say Israel 100%. Well, are they Democratic Party voters? I doubt it. You feel me? That's my point. I didn't say there are no Americans who would fucking say that. There are. As a matter of fact, Walter Masterson went to another Republican thing, which was on my timeline on TikTok. Let me see if I can find it real quick. And he literally addressed that point. And yes, Republicans were absolutely. Hold on. Let's see if I can find it.
Are you upset?
Oh, here.
Afraid that Trump, once he gets into power, is going to take away funding for Israel.
Why would he do that? He made Jerusalem on the Capitol. He's the only president that ever did that. Why would he take the money away?
I think he'll divert the money from Ukraine to Israel.
Trump is going to give Israel carte blanche to go do what they got to do.
Let's go Israel. Let's go. Leave him alone. Stop micromanaging Israel. Stop micromanaging Israel. We'd be done. There wouldn't be a war. Israel would be done if we'd stayed out of their business.
Let him finish the job.
Yes, thank you.
Why are we funding foreign war? Why are we not funding our veterans?
Yes, but I feel like we still need to keep sending money to Israel. I don't support these campus protesters. Trump talks about, just mowing them down. And when he gets elected, I still want to send money to Israel.
I totally believe, because I'm a Christian woman, I totally believe in supporting Israel. We need to.
You are being way too simple about this. If, in fact, Netanyahu were to start a full assault on Iran and subsequently ended up in a vulnerable position because Iran is going to attack, America would look weak by not responding, dude. That is the nuclear option that will destroy the Democratic Party's chances of winning the election no matter what. That is in Benjamin Netanyahu's pocket That literally is a thing that I am warning against right now, which is cut this before that happens. Cut this before that happens. You understand that, right? Hot take, Iran isn't as strong as they think they are. No, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. What you're describing is a double suicide pact. Okay? That is what I have been ringing the alarm bells on in perpetuity. That is exactly the reason why I'm saying cut this shit out before it gets there. There has not been a single inclination from the Israeli camp that they will stop at that. They will stop from doing that. They will not stop from doing that because they know we are going to defend them unconditionally no matter what. Okay? And if the 4,000 U.S. Marines that are currently in the region on aircraft carriers are drawn into war with Benjamin Netanyahu's October surprise, okay, it's going to be really shocking for a lot of people that go, oh my God, who could have foreseen this? How did we get here? As it stands currently, more than 50% of the American population does not want U.S. soldiers to be put in jeopardy for defending Israel. That is exactly what's going to happen if Benjamin Netanyahu chooses to unleash a multiple front war. If I can see it from over here, then I don't understand how the American government is not making this calculation. It makes no sense. Checking in on the 40-plus swing state demographic POV from old Hassan Abihed. What she said yesterday is overwhelmingly popular, even with right-wingers. People don't want her to say anything more because they're afraid she will come off as anti-Semitic, would risk blowing up a ceasefire, or they don't support the embargo, vast majority. The embargo is the only tool that America has. The arms embargo is the only tool that America has, is the only threat that America has to stop Israel. If they don't use it, Benjamin Netanyahu is going to play his hand to do something completely insane in an effort to ensure the Trump victory come November. Trump is flailing right now. There's a lot of progressive momentum. All of that goes away when you start hearing about American Marines getting blown up in aircraft carriers because they went into war to defend Israel after Israel did some unimaginable heinous shit. And the regional actors responded to it understandably. That threat is still in the air currently. Iran and Hezbollah, after waving their red flags of vengeance, have yet to retaliate and said that they will inevitably. A retaliation is going to happen, is what they said. American officials are in Israel right now trying to manage the results of said retaliation, hoping that that retaliation resembles the last Iranian retaliation, which was very limited. Okay? Oh, why isn't an October surprise? Shit might light off now. Potentially. But the October surprise is just a common trope. It's like top of the hour ad break. Common trope at the Hassan Abihed broadcast. And not only is it a common trope, but it also happens at the top of every hour. October surprise just seemingly happens every October. Okay? Every election cycle. Now, if you want to avoid said October surprise, then you have to reign in Israel now when you have the leverage and you haven't already completely committed to sending troops. Multiple countries surrounding Israel along with the U.S. assets to shoot down everything. If that hadn't happened, they would have gotten pummeled. Yeah, exactly. Iran doesn't want ceasefire negotiations to be harmed by their retaliation. That's why they're waiting. I asked the Iranian UN mission whether Iran will delay its retaliation until after next week's ceasefire talks. Here's what they said. We hope that our response will be timed and conducted in a manner not to the detriment of the potential ceasefire. No, I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu will nuke Gaza. That's like a funny thing that people have been bringing forward. Like, he would if it was far enough, but he can't because it's literally, it's like nuking Brooklyn to save New York, Manhattan. Like, what are we talking about? You can't do that. Like, it is far too consequential and harmful for Israeli lives that even they wouldn't do that. Also, why should they do that? They've dumped multiple nukes worth of weapons into Gaza since October 8. They've virtually nuked Gaza already without nuclear fallout. So what are we talking about? In a vacuum, of course, I want Kamala to come out as an arms embargo immediately. Yet we're in anything but a vacuum. Biden and still POTUS wouldn't do shit. Netanyahu would immediately escalate in response. Kamala wouldn't be able to unilaterally respond until January. Nope. Wrong. The reason why I say this is not because Kamala currently has the power to fucking change the trajectory with her own VP allowances, with her own VP powers. Kamala has the capacity to change the political trajectory by creating another pressure point on the Biden administration, given that she is under a fucking microscope right now and the media is eating out of the palm of her hand. Okay? In this opportunity, this is already a very popular idea. If they were to force Israel's hand, because Kamala creates a stress point on the Biden camp by showcasing a difference in opinion on how to move forward with Israel, then Biden has to respond. At that point, it's all a matter of a guy trying to preserve his legacy. Will he want to go down as this unimaginably spiteful ultra-Zionist freak, or will he try to maintain his and preserve his legacy by being the elder statesman that actually did the right thing for fucking once? And considering that he does care about his fucking legacy a lot, and considering that the media immediately gave him that flower, saying he did step aside because, he did the right thing. He stepped aside. It was brave. It was bold. It was beautiful. I suspect that he will err on the side of caution and do the thing that he has refused to do thus far. She has the microphone. She should use it. And the thing is, this is not even a brave stance. It's not even that crazy of a gamble on the public approval side. Do you understand? People don't like Biden. They like Kamala. The public is on her side. People don't like genocide. They want to stop the genocide. The public is on her side. She stands to lose nothing, and she stands to gain so much more if she were to do this, especially by eliminating one other outlet of interference that I foresee as a major fucking problem, especially because of how unimaginably unstable the Israeli government is currently. Benjamin Netanyahu is disinterested in putting forward a ceasefire negotiation because he's interested in maintaining power. He's interested in continuing the war. Why is he interested in continuing the war? Because he's unpopular. And when he is done continuing the war, when the war ends, he's going to fucking jail. Okay? They might even kill him. How the fuck are we waiting on the Trump of Israel? And how are we on the mercy and the whims of Trump of Israel and what he might do to ensure Trump wins this upcoming election? The thing is, we're looking at it from one side. We don't know how it is going behind the scenes. There's a reality that Kamala's avoiding saying things not to risk blowing up a ceasefire because Bibi and especially Israel and news advisors got super pissed. No, you're talking scared. You're talking that like they are the power players here, not us. We are the power players. You want to know why we're the power players? One phone call. That's it. One phone call. This has historically always happened. America makes a phone call, whether it be Ronald Reagan, whether it be Bill Clinton, whether it be Joe Biden. America makes one phone call like Joe Biden did in 2021. Israel stops the next day. Okay? That's it. And a lot of you have been deluded into thinking that AIPAC has this like outsized power and influence in the United States of America. You are wrong. AIPAC does not have the power of mind control or hypnosis or whatever. Okay? AIPAC needs to dump $20 million into a motherfucking primary in the Democratic Party in a race that was just redistricted to be able to ensure that an anti-Israel politician gets ousted. You think they have that kind of juice to change the outcome of a general election? You are wrong. AIPAC also has its own self-preservation motives here. They cannot have so much outsized impact that people start paying attention. Most people had no fucking clue what AIPAC was. Okay? Most normies had no clue what AIPAC was. Now everybody knows what the fuck it is. Okay? That's the reason why they have to dump money, not under the name of AIPAC, but under the banner of like Americans funding democracy and all these other fucking different groups, because everybody knows what the fuck AIPAC is now. Okay? They relied on operating from the shadows for a very long time. They relied on America's bipartisanship on foreign policy for a very long time. Tell that to Bowman? Dude, that's literally what I just said. AIPAC is not able to win a general election. That is insane. That's also overt foreign lobby interests manipulating in the same way that liberals were worried about in the same way that liberals were worried about Russia. Christian evangelical is more powerful than AIPAC, by the way. Yes, Christian evangelicals are more powerful than AIPAC. Well, don't worry. They're not voting for the Democratic Party anyway. If you think anyone that has donated to Kufi, okay, or if you think that any fucking Christian evangelical that like has biblical goals for Israel being given to the chosen sons and daughters of God, if you think that that person is voting Democrat, I don't know what to tell you, okay? Anyway, Biden needs to put conditions on continued arms shipments. The conditions are Netanyahu turning himself into ICC, problem solved, because he won't. No more arms. That's more insane than just making a private phone call and telling Benjamin Netanyahu to cut it out. Anyway, if you don't believe me about the chosen sons and daughters of God narrative, watch this.
I still want to send money to Israel.
I totally believe, because I'm a Christian woman, I totally believe in supporting Israel. We need to support Israel because they are God's chosen nation. Palestinians, they fear Trump.
And what should we do to all these like Hamas?
That is the average. I'm telling you right now, that's the average evangelical, baby. They're fucking nuts. How the fuck are we letting nutzos make political calculations like this, bro? Get the fuck out of here.
Protesters on college campuses.
I think we should say, look, if you're that gung-ho, then please, here's your one-way ticket, and good luck, Godspeed, we're all counting on you.
That's part of Trump's platform.
Yeah.
Like in Wildwood, he was saying that like we need to be deploying our troops to sweep these campuses clean.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. They should be deported.
It'll be funny when Trump gets in and Palestine's gone and these guys are gone.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. They are devolving.
I'm afraid that Trump, once he gets into power, is going to take away funding for Israel.
Why would he do that?
Oh, if Biden gave a shit about his legacy, we wouldn't be here where we are now. He's already Genocide Joe in history books. No. Yeah, dude, that's exactly why everybody always talks about how George Washington owned slaves, bro. History books are always so honest and so open. No, dude. Anyway, this makes sense as to why the Iranian Iranian government has not retaliated yet. I do think that statement that Kamala Harris made is fucking insane. Okay, it is going to be a problem. It is only going to increase as a problem. The media is not going to be able to ride on Kamala momentum and a refusal to acknowledge what Israel is doing to Gaza when stories like this come out. Airstrike at Gaza mosque kills at least 80, Palestinian officials say.
Airstrike at a mosque in Gaza. The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry says the attack during dawn prayers killed at least 80 people, with some reports putting that number over 100. The Israeli military says Hamas fighters were operating a command center within the compound. Rami Inocencio
Oh shit!
has
No,
more now
never
from
mind.
Tel
That's so crazy and so different than what they always say. Damn, dude. Damn, that's crazy.
Aviv.
Good morning. And with that reported death toll of more than 100 people, that makes this Israeli strike one of the worst mass casualty events in Gaza since October 7th. And Gaza's emergency services said that Israel's military dropped 3 2,000-pound bombs on the Al Tabin school and mosque complex in eastern Gaza City, while displaced people who had fled there for shelter were holding early morning prayers. Now, the IDF has acknowledged this strike, said the compound was also being used as a militant command center, and that it killed about 20 Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants, including senior commanders. But Israel is now strongly disputing Hamas's estimate of the total number of dead and said it used precise, small-sized munitions in this strike to try to minimize harm to civilians. Hamas,
Oh, they're saying dozens. They're disputing the number. And the media's just going along with like, oh no, it is dozens.
Denies it ever uses civilian buildings like schools and hospitals. But these latest images speak to the continued loss and despair in Gaza, with a total number of dead nearing 40,000 people since October 7th. And that is according to Gaza's health ministry run by Hamas. And this latest strike comes just after Israel agreed to restart ceasefire talks with Hamas to be held on August 15th in conjunction with the U.S. and the mediator countries of Qatar and Egypt. Hamas, though, has not yet said if it will attend. Jeff.
Rami, thank you.
And that is Gaza's civil defense agency saying that about 100 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a school on Gaza City. Well, we can go straight over to our correspondent Jenny Hill, who's in Tel Aviv. Jenny, good to have you with us. Just bring us up to date with the latest.
Yeah, this is being described as a horrific massacre by Gaza's defense agency, civil defense agency, which is run by Hamas. They say that
they just don't. Gaza civil defense, around 100 killed in Israeli strike. Western media goes with dozens, but it could mean dozens is technically not wrong. It could mean 10 dozens. You know what I mean? It can be 9 dozens, still dozens, 8 dozens.
3 Israeli rockets struck the school in the Daraj district.
This doesn't make sense. Dozens reported killed in Israeli airstrike. Gaza civil defense, around 100 killed in Israeli airstrike. Western media fucking at it again, dude. Great stuff. Great stuff, guys. Doing a great job.
District of Gaza City. This morning, they say that the school was being used as a shelter for displaced people, and there are suggestions that those people may have been at morning prayer when the attack happened. It is then reported that a fire broke out following the strike, with emergency workers scrambling to rescue people from inside the building. Now, the Israeli military has confirmed the strike, but they say that the school was housing a Hamas command center. It's the second strike on a Gazan school in as many days, and in fact, Israel has repeatedly struck schools in Gaza in the last week or two. Each time the military insist that they are in effect pursuing legitimate targets, that the schools are housing Hamas bases. They also insist that through the use of precision missiles and intelligence, they are doing their best to mitigate the loss of civilian life.
Our correspondent there, Jenny Hill in Tel Aviv. Jenny, thanks for bringing us the latest. And I am joined in the studio now by Mohammed Taha from BBC Arabic, who's also been following the very latest. Mohammed, we've seen some really devastating scenes this morning, many too graphic, too horrific for us to be able to broadcast fully. But just tell us more about what you've been seeing there.
And apparently the velocity of these smart missiles that Israel used is causing the bodies to be cut and the bodies to be unidentified. Actually, we saw different shelling in Gaza. So we saw this shelling with heavy bombs that are destroying the whole buildings completely. And we saw these smart bombs that are targeting very, very precise targets. So the difference between having a massive attack on a place that could target the 5,000 people who were sheltered in this school, that would have left us with hundreds of people dead, but targeting the prayer area.
Does Biden risk being impeached with a weapons embargo? No. What the fuck? No.
Area precisely in the school.
IDF spokesperson, according to various intelligence indications, there's a high probability that the commander of the Central Camp Brigade of the PIJ terrorist organization, Ashraf Judah, was at the military headquarters in Al-Taba school that was attacked. Laha, their signers say, no, guys, this was an important super terrorist. Don't worry. Yeah. It's just, it always is. It always is. It's just like, no, you don't understand. We had to kill like 90 fucking women and children. I promise there is a dude there that was worth it. Then why the heck is every candidate sucking up to Israel and not vocalizing pro-ceasefire sentiments, which according to you is the best option and will only favor a win, makes you think? I mean, it's pretty obvious. Democrats have shed some of their worst instincts of running scared, but they still have obviously genuine fears of going against American foreign policy. American foreign policy has always been bipartisan. Okay? Always. That's not a thing. That's not like, that's completely beyond the pale. Is, you know, is unreasonable. There are levels to it. Obviously, one level of one level of bravery is like being able to make bold decisions, like how you're going to run on progressive platforms. But there are other areas where they're still very scared and cowardly, like the border. Like they're still tacking to the center, tacking to the right, actually, on the border, because they're still very much Democrats. They're still afraid on issues that pertain to foreign policy. They're even more afraid. They're afraid to make a progressive jump. Republicans, on the other hand, can just lie about it all day, every day. They can lie about being peaceful doves. But the Democratic Party has always caved and capitulated to right-wing framing on issues, especially as it pertains to America's foreign policy. They've never turned around and you know, she's saying path to citizenship is going to be in her policy platform and right-wingers are losing their minds over, so that's one good thing. That's good. They should do that.
Left the school building in large intact, but the building that has been
My relatives in Israel say everyone there fucking hates Biden. I don't know why they're even trying to capitulate to these people. Yeah, that's the funniest part. That like Donald Trump is still significantly more popular in Israel than Joe Biden is.
Affected is the prayer area that and left more than 100 people died. There were we understand that there were around 300 worshippers praying at that time when this high velocity bomb, 3 rockets, as we understand, strike that prayer area and caused this amount of deaths. But unfortunately, the horrific scenes that we saw and that we cannot present it to viewers is because this high velocity of missiles.
Mohammed, as we know, Israeli authorities say that they were targeting a Hamas command center within that school. So I just wonder, do we know then whether there was the possibility for these civilians, who presumably were seeking shelter, to receive any kind of warning about this?
In many cases, the Israeli forces would issue a warning to the people before targeting a building or a school or a hospital. They ask people to evacuate. They ask people to move from fighting area. But apparently, in this time, Israel wanted really to target Hamas members who were apparently praying at that time. We understand that Hamas members are religious people. They are an ideology. They are fighting for a cause, fighting for a sake of, as they say, sake of God, sake of their nation, sake of having an independent state. So they would be praying at that time in the morning prayer, which is happening with their local times between 4 and 5 a.m. in the morning. So
I can't believe there's still motherfuckers in here being like, yo, this is like, don't attack American allies or you'll get blown up. It's like, bro, you're just a genocidal piece of shit. Like, I don't know what else to say to you, man. Don't attack American allies. Lol, that statement sums up how people never in the military think. Lol, this is the same thing as before. If you don't want to get destroyed, don't attack American allies. Like, I hear stuff like this. I live in the Imperial Core. I live in the United States of America. When I hear stuff like this like callous nature, this callous indifference that you have to human lives, like that you can just write off. I know you do. You know I do what? When I hear things of this nature from people who fancy themselves to be like progressive, it just makes me lose my mind, dude. Like it just goes back to the same fucking principle of like why 9/11 happened. You know what I mean? It's also like America is not as mighty as we like to think it is. In some respects, we are, right? But we are nowhere near as powerful as we think we are, okay? We are also very vulnerable due to the lifestyle comforts that we've gotten used to. Like the comforts that we've gotten used to is going to cook us in the long run. It makes us extra vulnerable to outside pressure. Disruption of the supply chain causes real panic. Now imagine what happens when you got American service members coming back home in fucking body bags, okay, because they wanted to defend Israel as Israel was like increasing and becoming unhinged. And also oil refineries are being targeted and the price of oil has skyrocketed as a consequence of that. Like it won't be as sweet as you think it is. That's not exactly true. I say all Zionist parties left of Gantz are pretty positive towards Biden. Their base are mostly liberal, bourgeois, Ashkenazi Jews who like that kind of aesthetic. Anything rightward, though, and their hog levels increase exponentially. The numbers I saw from March are 30% who prefer Biden, 44% who prefer Trump. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So when Israel just struck that prayer area, a few minutes after the beginning of the area, they would know that there are members of Hamas were praying at that area. So they didn't care much of giving a warning. They wanted that target, no matter how civilians would die in that attack.
Now, Mohammed, you and I have been looking at images throughout the course of the morning, families crowding around people that they have lost, people who are injured there at the hospital. But I just wonder, at this stage in the conflict, realistically, what kind of hope is there for the health system, for these hospitals, to actually be able to really save the lives of people who have been injured, to treat people, when we know that the health system, of course, has really been facing the consequences of this ongoing conflict?
Unfortunately, the health system in Gaza cannot deal with such incidents. There is only one hospital working in Gaza, which is Al Ahli Hospital, is partially working. The hospital that we saw a picture of is Shuhada Al Aqsa is not working properly. Al Shifa compound is out of service. Al Ma'madani Hospital is out of service. There are many hospitals that are out of service. I heard reports that are saying many doctors were arrested by the Israeli forces. Many doctors were killed. This system relying so much on the foreign aid, or also the doctors that are volunteering to come from foreign countries or other countries to come and help in their leave time or and
that's crazy, man. Look at this.
But unfortunately, the hospitals, they do not have enough equipment, enough medications.
Hamas out of the Gaza city, and yet they keep continuing bombing Gaza cities and also all those areas which they have said that they have destroyed Hamas. And how long they are going to really continue to do that? They can always claim that there is Hamas members somewhere, and as a result they can kill also hundreds of innocent people. And this is what is really happening. And I think in the view of many analysts, this constitutes what can be called state terrorism. I mean, this is what Israel has been trying to do, and it's become extremely provocative and basic.
Over 100 civilians that Israel cold-bloodedly killed. They singled out 19 and falsely claimed they were Hamas members. By the way, they said dozens. Remember when American media said dozens killed? Israel now openly says 19 people were killed at the very least, or at least out of all of those who were killed, 19 of them were Hamas. 4 of them were from the Jabari family, whom I personally know as Rami Abdul of Euromed, okay? Euromed Monitor, the Euromed Human Rights Monitor. They never engaged in any political or military activities. Another was an imam. One was my neighbor from the Habib family who had a serious dispute with Hamas, and a university professor from the Kahlut family who never participated in any political work. So instantly, like, they do this so frequently. We identified 2 others. Abdul Aziz Al-Kafarne, a civilian from Beit Hanun with no ties to Hamas, and Abdul Karim Hamad, a devout man who sympathized with Hamas but never joined its ranks. The Israeli army claims that Montaser Daher was one of the alleged targets they killed in massacre at the Tabin school this morning. In reality, Montaser was an ordinary citizen who, along with his sister, was killed by the Israeli army on Friday afternoon, a day before the massacre. Initial checks also revealed that the first name of the Israeli army's list is Yusuf al-Wadiya. Further investigation shows that Yusuf al-Wadiya was killed by Israel at his home 2 days before the massacre. One of the names on the list is Mohammed Hamid al-Taif, a former school principal and a mediator in a local committee with no ties to any political activities. It's so, I mean, they do this all the time, bro. And it's so consequential. Like, they stop aid dead in its fucking tracks from being facilitated to UNRWA by claiming that UNRWA is Hamas. And then they get exposed for their lies every single time. And it never matters. It never fucking matters. Because the American media does not ever cover this shit. Like, when they do, they rarely offer humanity to Palestinians. I think that one of the best things to do in this circumstance is to keep mounting pressure on TikTok. Because honestly, the media has been, and I hate to admit this, but they have been responsive to like everybody consistently going, why the fuck is no one covering this story? So cucked. The White House on Friday accused Israel's ultra-nationalist finance minister Bezalel Smotrich of being willing to sacrifice the lives of Israeli and U.S. hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. Smotrich responds, yeah, I don't give a shit. I don't even want to hear this fucking fascist monster respond to it, okay? What? TikTok has been compromised? They're pushing pro-Israel content now, usually military hogs doing laps. And there was that story of Israeli officials bragging about it. No, TikTok is not fucking compromised in that situation.
Trying to inflame not only the Palestinians.
I'm going to do the Project 2025 videos, don't worry.
People who sympathize with the Palestinian cause in the Arab world and the Muslim world.
And of course, as we know, the US, UK, among those governments which view Hamas as a terror organization as well. I just want to talk about the broader backdrop of this. And that is, of course, Israel waiting to see if an attack from Iran arises. How closer do you think this war could be edging towards spiraling into a broader conflict here?
Well, it is really edging towards that. And of course, there is a lot of pressure on Iranian government at the moment to restrain itself. But at the same time, not the equal amount of pressure has been put by the United States and other allies of Israel to restrain Israel from these provocative actions. Israel has continued to talk.
Like, America has the power. They just refuse to use it. Okay, that's what makes me so crazy about this situation. It's one fucking phone call, man. No more weapons transfers. That's it. Hang up. That's it. You don't even need to stop giving them fucking weapons. You can continue giving them weapons. You just have to tell them that you're not going to give them weapons.
Target.
They'll stop.
Hezbollah figures, Hamas figures, as well as Iranian commanders and sites. And that does not really serve the cause of bringing about peace and stability. I think we are at a flashpoint at the moment. And if Iran and Hezbollah carry out their promise of responding to Israeli attacks, then we will see the beginning of a major regional inferno that nobody may be able to control it at the end. And I think this is now the right time for the United States, particularly for the Biden administration, to really pull Israel into line. And they can only do that by stopping supplying of arms to Israel.
Biden would be 10 years down the line treated as like a better arbiter of peace than fucking Carter. Okay? Not by Republicans. Republicans hate Carter. But like literally, I'm telling you, they would sing songs about him. They would praise, they would completely wash away his crimes that led to almost 50,000 Palestinians directly being murdered with American weapons. I'm not saying that he deserves that praise. I'm simply telling you how this kind of stuff gets written. Okay?
Israel, which enable Israel to continue this war not only against Hamas and Gaza, but also targeting other supporters of Palestinian cause in the region.
You mentioned there the Biden campaign. I just wonder how you think that this will be viewed internationally, cognizant of the fact that the Biden...
You keep saying one phone call, but Israel was reporting the stories about the bombing yesterday to have enough bombs to last till end of the year, even if they get cut off. So after that one phone call, Bibi goes bet and bombs harder. Tens of thousands die to get to the cheers of Republicans calling Biden Harris anti-Semitic in the West, and we lose the ceasefire too. I might just be running scared. I don't know, old person shit. Yes, dude. I don't think you understand. First of all, Israel can say they have enough bombs. Why the fuck did we authorize 6,500 rounds literally yesterday? Okay? 6,500 rounds yesterday. For the record, this is going to end. This is going to end when Donald Trump is in office. Okay? Just so you understand, when Donald Trump says he's going to finish the job, he's right. Benjamin Netanyahu will fucking end the bloodshed. This has happened in the past as well. Okay? If you don't think that Benjamin Netanyahu will give that fat fucking W to Donald Trump, you are delusional. Okay? They are buddy for a reason. Okay? And no, they don't have enough weapons, bro. They don't even have enough fucking tanks. Come on, guys. This is on Israel to completely stop. Okay? Benjamin Netanyahu currently does not have any interest in giving that dub to Insane Take. Okay. Here's what I foresee happening going forward from this point on. Benjamin Netanyahu increases the pressure, probably pulls America to a certain degree into war after fucking nuking the last round of the ceasefire negotiations. If he does that, then Iran and Hezbollah retaliate. Iran and Hezbollah retaliate in kind, maybe even more aggressively than they did prior. It'll still be restrained, but it'll still be more aggressive than the last round the last round of Iranian retaliation. It will lead to some deaths inside of Israel. Israel will respond extra hard, maybe even knowing full well that it's coming on, might even start doing preemptive strikes. Okay? And then America gets dragged into it. America gets dragged in the fucking war. American troops are now in harm's way. That cuts away at the entirety of the momentum of the Kamala Harris campaign and all the goodwill that the Kamala Harris campaign got. Israel is now in the forefront of the political conversation again. The last part of that equation of the age-old adage, foreign policy never impacts elections until it's the only thing that matters, happens. It becomes the only thing that matters in the American election cycle. Joe Biden is in a death spiral. He is already fucking totally on board with a bear hug strategy. Kamala Harris now has no opportunity to actually change course. Kamala Harris has to now align herself, because it's far too late, because America will look weak. Kamala Harris has to align herself with the Biden campaign. She keeps saying Israel has a right to defend itself. We have to defend Israel. We have to defend Israel. She casts aside all of the other she casts aside all the progressive momentum that she got. She loses the Gen Z vote. She loses Michigan 100%. Okay. Donald Trump wins the election. He comes into office. Benjamin Netanyahu quietly Benjamin Netanyahu probably gets assurances from the American government for some kind of protection, quietly reduces military incursion, puts together a ceasefire deal. Donald Trump looks like a fucking peaceful dove who did the damn thing. There is some fighting that continues to occur. They reinforce the Abraham Accords extra hard. They offer some assurances. Maybe Israel gets to successfully push all the Palestinians from Gaza, forcible transfer of the population, something like that. There will be terrorism that they have to deal with, but it's no longer in the fucking forefront. Then now we're in war with Iran directly. You overrate people's capacity to care about Israel. You think if American soldiers are fucking dying around the Arabian Peninsula that people won't talk about Israel? The fuck are you talking about? Do people talk about the Biden withdrawal still? No. What I'm talking about is going to happen in the next 80 days. What you're talking about happened like what, 4 fucking years ago? 3 years ago. What are you saying? I'm the one who says Americans don't care about foreign policy until that's the only thing that drives the entire election. Okay? Absolutely zero voters are voting currently against Biden or the Kamala ticket because of the Afghan withdrawal. Donald Trump uses that as a talking point, but it's not a very salient talking point. Nobody gives a shit. If it's happening literally like COVID, like Donald Trump getting COVID right before the election, it's going to be top of mind. Iran is currently waiting for the hostage negotiation talks to end. Next week, we will either have Israel coming to terms with these conditions, lying about these terms and conditions, which Israel is known to do, and then refusing to follow through, saying yes to them, and then reneging as they have done before, or fully subscribing to the terms and conditions and starting the ceasefire and permanent end of the cessation of hostilities 3-phase program. The last part of that is incredibly unlikely, given that America has never, not once, shown that they are interested in reining Israel in. If America is not interested in reining Israel in, why the fuck would Israel dial it back? The Israeli government stands to lose, like Benjamin Netanyahu stands to lose nothing if he continues this war. He just maintains his grip on power.
An administration is now also looking at a Harris campaign. Do you anticipate any pivot in strategy from the US, bearing in mind it is the closest ally of Israel?
Well, Kamala Harris has voiced stronger support for a ceasefire and also observation of human.
This chatter is absolutely correct. I'm glad I have actually educated chatters in this community. This is precisely what I'm thinking about. Yes, a rerun of the Iran hostage crisis. 100%. Thank you. That is precisely what I was actually carbon copying.
Rights by Israelis in Gaza. And of course, that is. The
IDF is exhausted and spread out. Reserve NICs are being are serving 150 days straight. People are killed and injured left and right. This is the one time I say this in a positive sense. Much of Israeli society is too liberal and bourgeois for this. I mean, that's another thing that I've been saying about both America and also the Israeli society. They might like to hear about these so-called dead terrorists on the news, but they won't do 150 days of reserves in Gaza. They want their vacation in Greece. They want their cushy high-tech job. If you pull the weapons, it all falls apart. Thank you. This is my calculation. This is what I've been saying. A society that is basically in the bosom, the comfortable bosom of the Western Hemisphere's global dominance is too used to those comforts. Okay? They're not like the fucking Palestinians in Gaza. The Palestinians in Gaza only know death and destruction. So when 90 people die, that is still tragic, but that's all they know. They've never actually seen peace and prosperity. Same goes for Yemen. That's why America could not deal with the Ansar Allah administration shutting down the Red Sea. They just couldn't do it. Operation Protect Amazon Prime literally was an abject failure. Why was it a fucking abject failure? Because the fuck are you going to do? You're going to bomb Yemen? That's new. Wow, they certainly have no experience with that. It's like, bro, they just came out of a fucking genocide. Like, that's it. And it failed. It completely failed. One of the Israeli ports is almost entirely shut down at this point. Okay? The Israeli economy is hanging on by a fucking thread. They do not have their own war economy weapons manufacturers. I mean, they do, but it's not enough. Like, it's nowhere near enough. They have, what is it, A-Lot? That's it. Or no, Elbit, not A-Lot. Elbit systems. That's it. They don't have massive fucking factories like Russia, like the United States of America, that are constantly churning out weapons. A-Lot is the one that's bankrupt, but I'm talking about Elbit, the weapons system, the weapons manufacturer. They have now started like a multi-billion-dollar factory, but they don't have fucking people to work in the factory. They rely on Palestinian labor. They rely on immigrant labor. So they don't even have the people that will work in the fucking factories. So what are they going to do? What are they going to do? How are they going to supply a steady flow of weapons? How are they going to allow their economy to rebound? Because for Russia, once they go into a war economy standing, there's at least like a steady flow of production. There's trade that is happening. You're getting raw materials. You're getting resources. You're still maintaining your trade routes. Maybe America is trying to sanction you, but it doesn't matter. Turkey's fucking sending chips. China is sending chips. All these other fucking countries are sending chips. If they're in the Western Hemisphere, they're sending it to Kazakhstan, and they're still getting those chips. They're still getting those fucking tools that they need to continue the wage war. That's a lot of money still exchanging hands. Russian economy is not screaming in the same way that the Israeli economy is because they have the fucking factories. They can create their own supply. Same with America. Obviously, there is a limit to how much they can make, right? There is a limit to how much they can make. Same with the United States, same with Russia, okay? But ultimately, as they still maintain their factories, as they still maintain their war economy, like America already has one, and Russia also has one, they can still maintain some level of trade. They can still maintain some level of commerce. They can still feed people, right? Israel doesn't have that. What the fuck do they have? They have surveillance technology, which people still purchase. They have shitty techno DJs. They have SodaStream, and they have Waze. like what are they going to do? They're fucked. Their economy is completely fucked, okay? What the fuck are they going to do? Russia relies on Iranian and North Korean weapons? Yes. Even then, that's what I'm saying. Even a country like Russia, which has its own supply chain locked down for a war economy still runs into issues, just like the United States of America still runs into issues. And that's precisely why they have to rely on South Korea, which has a bandwidth for artillery. Russia is getting artillery shells from North Korea. America is rerouting South Korean artillery shells to Ukraine. You have to remember, at the end of the day, there is not like an unlimited supply of weapons, okay? Especially if you're consistently using them, okay? Israel doesn't have any of that shit. Israel has nothing. Israel would be nothing if it wasn't for the Western world. I don't know why people don't understand that. It's just like very weird that it seems like a lot of the Israeli nationalist mythos was so captivating for so many people, and the Israeli PR was so captivating for so many fucking people that they started believing their own lies, it seems. Okay? Israel is fucking nothing, okay? It is nothing. It has nothing. It is nothing. Israel does not exist without unlimited support from the Western world. I don't know. They do have fairly large defense industries such as IAI, Elbit, and Rafael, and they've had quite large factories in Haifa and Herzliya for years. Also, their employees have to be Israeli. I'm pretty sure they don't use Palestinian labor and armaments industry for NATSEC reasons. The main issue for them is that if they get sanctioned as the raw materials for their defense industry dries up, I don't think Israel has the bandwidth to maintain this war with their own weapons that they're manufacturing. If that was the case, then Elbit would not have chosen to create a new $1.5 billion facility this year. And you have to remember, when Israelis are leaving Israel, escaping Israel, okay, and you have the other Israelis that are, instead of working in the fucking factories, working on the front line as reservists, that equation changes as well. Israel doesn't have the fucking manpower. Like, think about it. Think about it. Ukraine, massive country, 44 million people, okay? Ukraine is running out of fucking manpower against a country that has more numbers. That's it. Like, in a lot of instances, war can be very complicated, but it can also be very simple to understand. I know that we don't operate on like the same Legionnaire style war strategies as the world once did, but yeah, when you have a fucking massive country go up against a much larger country with larger military power, they can throw more men into the front lines. They can throw more men into the meat grinder. To be fair, isn't Iran also coddled? They aren't Yemen and have a lot to lose since a war with the U.S. could mean... No, Iran is not coddled. What are you talking about? Iran has been victim to a major sanctions regime. So the sanctions part of this equation is also cucking the United States a little bit, because all of these countries have basically designed their economies to withstand the sanctions. There are some who obviously are not able to withstand the sanctions, like Venezuela, but there are many others who have been able to, through all of the hardships, design their economies around the sanctions. It has actually literally created an alternative. Like, at first it was an ascetic black market. Now it is an alternative economy, basically, that America has forcibly gotten the third world to participate in. 60% of the poorest nations are under a sanctions regime in some way, shape, or form by the United States of America. They still use the dollar for the most part, but they are actively trying to find different ways of withstanding these sanctions. This is what Bibi had said after the U.S. threatened to withhold a shipment. Rafa Redline, lol. Yeah, they won't do shit. That's bullshit. Israel does not have the appetite to continue waging this war, especially if they're alone. Dude, are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? If Iran and Hezbollah got together and said, we are going to fucking destroy Israel, and America wasn't there up Israel's asshole, and it was only like America's allies in the region, like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Jordan, right? If those were the only guys that were left to defend Israel, Israel would perish. What are you talking about? There is no world in which, like, Netanyahu speaks a big game, but that doesn't mean it's the reality. Our credit got a historic downgrade earlier during this war. The economy isn't at a catastrophic collapse level, but things are still pretty bad. That being said, companies like Elbit made insane profits off this war, with sales up 60% at the end of 2023, and drone startups like Extend booming as their products are used for horrors beyond imagination. Israel isn't imaginary. It's not fake. It's just dependent. I know, but it's dependent at the end of the day. Without unconditional loyalty and support from the Western world, Israel would not be able to stand, especially in the violent ways in which it currently does. That's the point I'm trying to make. This is why I've always said, like, the mere threat of sanctions, which sounded a lot more unlikely maybe 4 or 5 years ago, sounded insane 4 or 5 years ago. But the mere threat of sanctions on Israel would completely alter the trajectory, alter the dynamic that Israel has set up for itself in terms of maintaining an apartheid state.
Irritated the Israeli leadership, particularly Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and I think this sort of massacre cannot really help the situation as far as the Democrats are concerned. And I think now the Democratic candidates will have to really come out and to express their horror about the whole thing. But then on the other hand, you have the Republican candidate, the former Prime Minister Trump, who has said that if he wins the election, then he will give the whole of the West Bank and Gaza to Israel. So there is a real debate going on in the United States at the moment, and but Israeli lobby.
Doesn't Saudi Arabia get weapons from the USA? Would the Saudi reserves of U.S. weapons be enough to sustain Israel? Bro, the Saudis were getting fucking owned by literal dudes living in the mountainside, okay? The Saudis are also coddled, unironically, in the same way that Israel is, and they are significantly more vulnerable to attack because their oil refineries, the moment that they start fucking catching on fire, as they have caught on fire in the past, is the moment that they go, oh shit, what the fuck? Never mind, we were so wrong. That's part of the reason why they were also telling America. That's part of the reason why China was able to facilitate a ceasefire between Saudi Arabia and Iran before October 7. And that's precisely the reason why Saudi Arabia itself was like, hey, we'll help you with the fucking Yemen bombing campaign. We'll help you with the defense. We'll take down Yemen drones that are flying through our airspace into Israel. But the reality is we don't want that smoke either. Saudi Arabia is so unimaginably open for attack. Like, it's not, there's nothing there. And also, Saudi Arabia's vulnerabilities leave the rest of the world wide open as well. It would collapse. It would completely collapse the global economy. Okay? It would completely collapse the global economy. Think like 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour is bad. Oh my God. $5, $6, however many dollars a month that you use on the Hassan Abi broadcast to avoid seeing those ads. Now think gas prices are skyrocketing. Okay? Completely fucking skyrocketing. Global economy in a fucking red panic. Holy shit. After all of that, China rises, baby. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now.
He is also very active in the United States to make sure that only those who are elected that support Israel and it remains.
It just doesn't make sense. I can make an argument to withdraw support from Israel from every angle. I can make the liberal Zionist argument. If you are a liberal Zionist, to preserve the integrity of the Israeli apartheid, I can make the argument from an anti-Zionist position. I can make the argument from a partisan politics position in the United States of America. It is a done issue. It is a double suicide pact for no fucking reason the way it's currently going down. It makes no sense. I am not alone on this. The Hormuz Strait, where literally all of America's allies ship their oil, runs along like 1,000 miles of Iranian coast. Fucking LOL if you think anything survives that gauntlet if Iran throws down. That's what I'm saying. Zionism is an irrational fascist ideology. The fact that they are currently fucking operating like this insane manner, and we're just thinking, nah, it'll go aside. We will just forget about it. We can cast it aside. We can brush it aside. When Israel is screaming bloody murder, okay? And doing their own end siege is just crazy. It's a death cult. You're right that currently Israel relies to a large degree on U.S. weapon shipments. However, if Israel's cut off from shipments in the long run, it will build more factories. You can say preparing for them now and become more independent in defense. That's why in the future, if arms shipment ends, the only levers would be actual sanctions on raw materials, as Israel would just import the materials and build it themselves. Great. Let them. A wrong turn. Settlers hold gun to 3-year-old's head in attack on Arab-Israeli family in the West Bank. Security establishment figures said this was a serious escalation of right-wing activism in the West Bank. This seems manageable, dude. Like, this seems manageable, just like the fucking pro-rape riots that they were conducting. Did you guys have the Israeli Rasta dudes? Do you have the video? No, Arab Israeli is significant, chat. Arab Israeli is significant. Those are the Palestinian citizens of Israel, okay? Those are the Palestinian. The settlers are now attacking Palestinian citizens of Israel. You had to have seen the fucking the Matisyahu enjoyers. Oh, come on, bro. Where the fuck is it? Those are Israeli citizens that they fucking held a gun to. A 3-year-old's head. Oh, dude, this is all. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. 10 miles north of Jericho, in the Palestinian village of Al Auja, American journalist Rains Brendan is covering settler attacks against Palestinian water sources and infrastructure. As his car was stopped, belligerent Israeli settlers taunted, spit, and threw beer at him. Look at these motherfuckers, bro. I love, dude, this video. I mean, it's blood boiling, but also kind of funny at the same time because they're such fucking freaks. Bro, the settler used spit. It was not very effective. Bro, I swear to God, you see any teenager in the West Bank, you see any settler teenager in the West Bank, they're spitting on you, okay? They love spitting. I don't know what the fuck it is, bro. I don't know what the fuck it is. They love spitting. It's the one thing that they got always. Like, bro, they're so fucking inbred, dude. Oh my God. Oh, that's so awesome. Oh, yeah. Settlers, they don't know how to read and they love spitting, okay? Oh, it's so good. Yesterday, Israeli settlers physically attacked me, my colleague, and Palestinians in an attempt to prevent the villagers of Ras Al Ain from getting water. Incidents like this now happen daily at the Al Auja Spring. The settlers and the IOF are escalating the water apartheid.
There was a violent attack of the Palestinians trying to get water from the stream today, with the settlers physically trying to prevent that from happening. Once again, the villagers managed to get water only thanks to the presence of the human rights advocates.
Yesterday, one of those American activists was shot in the leg too. Any word gonna come from the Biden admin? Fuck no. Anyway, that's just like the hog universality, dude. Little piglets every time. Same shit. Now let's get back to Kamala.
So Tim, we know him by governor, but you'll soon get to know his wife Gwen, to whom, you know what? Hold on a second. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Here's the thing. We are all in here together. I'm told
we're gonna do the Trump campaign hack as well. Don't worry, it's coming.
An extraordinary number of folks who are here together because we love our country. We're here to fight for our democracy, which includes respecting the voices that I think that we are hearing from. And let me just say this on topic of what I think I'm hearing over there. Let me just speak to that for a moment, and then I'm going to get back to the business at hand. So let me say, I have been clear. Now is the time to get a ceasefire deal and get the time. And the president and I are working around the clock every day to get that ceasefire deal done and bring the hostages.
I can't believe she invoked the name of Biden when talking about it. It's like, I would literally never bring up Biden's name in this situation. Like, it's not even like, I know she's going to do lip service, but even then it's like, don't bring up Biden. Let's just don't bring up fucking Biden. By the way, even this shitty middle of the ground response, which is reiterating America's commitment to its own fucking ceasefire deal that Israel refuses to recognize, acknowledge, follow through on, got the biggest fucking applause. People will take anything at this point.
I respect your voices, but we are here to now talk about this race in 2024.
Kamala Harris called for a ceasefire in Gaza and for the release of Israeli hostages during a campaign speech Friday night. The Vice President and former President Donald Trump held dueling Friday night rallies in the West. Following their debut in Pennsylvania this week, Harris and her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, made their immigration pitch in battleground border state Arizona last night. During his Montana rally, Trump hammered Harris as the architect of the border crisis. Natalie Brand is in Phoenix with the latest from the campaign trail. Natalie, good morning.
Good morning, Jeff. This is a crucial battleground state and a key target for both campaigns, with polls showing the race neck and neck here. Vice President Harris, campaigning in Arizona, told her supporters last night she's the underdog. That's a message she's been reiterating on the trail this week.
Across the West, dueling rallies with Vice President Kamala Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz rallying thousands in Glendale, Arizona Friday night.
Our immigration system is broken, and we know what it takes to fix it. Donald Trump does not want to fix this problem.
And former President Donald Trump on the stump in Bozeman, Montana.
We're going to evict crazy Kamala.
The issue of immigration and the southern border top of mind for both campaigns.
She wants to allow millions of people to pour into our border through an invasion, using an invasion process.
The former president has proposed what he says would be the largest deportation operation in U.S. history.
That's not a solution. That's not what's in the best interest of our country. I can tell you, immigrants are an essential part of the economy in our country, and particularly in Arizona.
Mesa Mayor John Giles has thrown his support behind Vice President Harris. He's among the Republicans in the state and nationally who say they can't support Trump.
Most of my party and most of the country continues to be politically in the middle, and we're less and less are we hearing voices from the middle.
With an eye on appealing to moderate Republicans and independents, the Harris campaign is stepping up its ground game in Arizona. Harris and Walz visited one of the state's dozen campaign offices. Arizona narrowly went for President Biden in 2020, helped in part by support from Latino voters. While Vice President Harris received a rare endorsement from LULAC, the country's largest Latino civil rights organization, DACA recipient Jose Patino says he wants to hear more specifics on immigration reform.
Do you think that the Harris-Walz ticket has the support of the Latino community right now, or is it still kind of divided?
It's a little divided. It's the Democratic Party, at least, has failed a lot of promises that didn't meet in the last 4 years.
Today, Vice President Harris and Governor Walz rally in Nevada, another key Southwest battleground with a large Latino population. Last night, she received an endorsement from the powerful culinary union there. Former President Trump, meanwhile, is expected to attend fundraisers in Colorado and Wyoming. Michelle?
Natalie Brand, thank you.
Grossly incompetent, and in my opinion, has a very low IQ. But we'll find out about her IQ during the debate, okay? Let's find out about her IQ. So, you know, we have this great system. I want to show.
Oh, my God. Trump plays viral gaffe as Supercode Kamala Harris at Jumbotron and Montana campaign rally.
You just one other thing, please. Do you mind putting it up, please? Thank you.
We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making. Talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time.
Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically, that's wrong.
So you're now no longer are you necessarily keeping those private files in some file cabinet that's locked in the basement of the house. It's on your laptop, and it's then therefore up here in this cloud that exists above us, right? The Caribbean nations, island nations, in the Western Hemisphere. That is where the Caribbean is. We are also in the Western Hemisphere. They are our neighbors. I am here, standing here on the northern flank, on the eastern flank, talking about what we have in terms of the eastern flank. I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been, you know? Space is exciting. It is time for us to
do what we have been doing, and that time is every day. Every day it is time for us to agree that there are things and tools that are available to us to slow this thing down. We will work together and continue to work together to address these issues, to tackle these challenges, and to work together as we continue.
It's so funny for Trump to do this because he literally does this as well. Like, he's the king of doing this shit, which is hilarious. Trump is, I think, the last person to be like, oh, she drones on and on. It's like, bro, you did that probably in the fucking Montana rally. You know what I mean? Like,
continue to work.
Do you ban plastic straws?
I think we should. Yes. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. It's really difficult to drink out of a paper straw when if you're just, like, if you don't gulp it down immediately, it starts to bend. Yes. And then, you know, the little thing catches it. And then, you know, so we got to kind of perfect that one a little bit more. Do you know, okay, a bit of a history lesson. Do you know that the women's teams were not allowed to have brackets until 2022? So the United States shares a very important relationship, which is an alliance with the Republic of North Korea. AI is kind of a fancy thing. It's, first of all, it's two
wait, what did she say that was wrong with the North Korea?
states shares a very important relationship, which is an alliance with the Republic of North Korea. AI is kind
Oh, she said the Republic of North Korea instead of saying Republic of Korea.
first of all, it's
I got excited. I was like, damn, she's unveiling an important relationship.
two letters. It means artificial intelligence. As a woman, there's a balance to be struck between being tough and being a
Boo! I think my favorite is when she's talking about Ukraine. Vegas rally crowd. Yes, we know. Lots of fucking big crowds, okay? But some empty seats. Bet you the Hogs understood it better after she talked about it. Unhinged Trump Jr. tweet. Oh yeah, I saw this already. They're trying to be like, oh my God, like Tim Walz sucked the horse's penis. Sucked the cum right out of the horse's penis. Like, that's what they're going with because they're so mad about two things. One, that they're weird. They can't deal with that at all. And secondly, they're really mad that they keep doubling down on how fucking weird they are. And they just can't understand why people look at that and go, that's weird, bro. The fuck's wrong with you? And also, the other thing that they're really upset about is the JD Vance couch fucker thing. What the fuck is the origin of the horse cum stuff? They just made it up. They just straight up made it up. That's it. They thought it would be a good way to counter the JD Vance fuck the couch meme.
So if you listen to Kamala's speeches, you'd never even know that she's been running the country. She's been running the country for 4 years and doing a horrible job. Look at what's happened to our country.
She was questioned on Gaza right again before the rally, but it was the same shit. No, it's really bad. What she said earlier after the fucking Israeli attack that killed like 93 people was that Israel has a right to defend itself. That you can't do that. You cannot fucking do that.
next week, and it'll be focused on the economy and what we need to do to bring down costs and also strengthen the economy overall.
Can you give us a sense of reaction to the Israeli strike in Gaza today that killed at least 80 people? That's the death.
You know, yet again, there are far too many civilians who've been killed. I mean, Israel has a right to go after the terrorists that are Hamas, but as I have said many, many times, they also have, I believe, an important responsibility to avoid civilian casualties.
Damn, that's bold, brilliant, brave, my queen. Definitely different than what Biden says all the time. Oh my God. Oh my God. What people don't understand, I think, with respect to the situation in Gaza and the way that Biden mishandled it and frustrated everyone, is that Biden kept saying, oh, I'm going to get mad at Netanyahu any day now. But then Israel would do some shit to be like, oh, yeah, you're going to get mad at us? Here's another 100 Palestinian children that we slaughtered. Okay, the next fucking day. All right. They kept doing that over and over again. And people after, like, I don't know, the 100th news cycle that did that were like, kind of feels like Biden is a little weak on this, doesn't it? Same with the Rafah Red Line. Same with the World Central Kitchen workers. Notice they did this strike after her statement yesterday. Yeah, it's just so fucking stupid. Yeah, of course, Phil Gordon is going to say that. She's reiterating, when she says that, she is just reiterating what the campaign is saying. Deeply concerned about reports of civilian casualties in Gaza following a strike by the IDF compound that included school. We know Hamas uses schools to gather and operate out of, but also have been clear, Israel must take measures to minimize civilian harm. You keep saying that, but they don't do that. And if they don't do that, then it doesn't fucking matter, does it? Because people that are paying attention to it recognize that Israel's not listening. All you do in that situation is literally offer lip service to those who are not paying attention and don't give a fuck about it anyway, okay? That's the problem. When you say this, here's what happened, okay? Here's what happened. Biden was not just weak on Israel. He was weak on a litany of different shit, okay? And he was aesthetically weak. He was boring. A lot of Americans don't vote on like actual policies. Young people do. But a lot of Americans overall don't vote on policies. They just vote on vibes. So Biden was weak, and that was one of the many different complications that he had for the election, right? He was underwater. He was hemorrhaging support, but he had also maxed out name recognition. He did not have the incumbents advantage, all this stuff. Kamala Harris, it doesn't have those same issues. She is seen as a generic Democrat. This is the reason why she wasn't hit with the same people who wanted a different person, wanted a younger, more vibrant, more dynamic person, were very excited. The issue is, if Kamala Harris maintains the same posture that Biden maintains on Israel, the people that do actually pay attention to it are going to start going, okay, well, you're not doing anything different. You're not saying anything different. You're not doing anything different. What the fuck? This is ridiculous. Now, the Democratic Party can make the calculation that maybe there aren't that many people that actually care about Palestine, care about Gaza, and will still win the election. But there's no reason to make this calculation when you stand to lose nothing, but you stand to actually gain a shit ton more support. You stand to lose nothing. You stand to gain more protests at your fucking appearances, more of the conversation being centered around Gaza, more of the conversation being centered around Palestinians that are getting slaughtered with American weapons, and also a complete reversal on the we're not going back narrative. You will literally be seen in the same exact vein as Joe Biden. Her statements on this regard, her statements on this front, in terms of like reiterating her commitment to supporting Israel, blah, 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 but also demanding a ceasefire, is going to be good for a lot of liberals who may have not liked Joe Biden, didn't really care about Gaza all that much, acted like they cared about Gaza, but they just definitely didn't like Biden and they like Kamala Harris. And that's a pretty significant number of voters that have now come back to the Democratic Party. But there are a lot of people who do still care about it, especially in key constituencies. I am not so certain that Kamala Harris will be able to make up for it, especially if Israel heats up its multiple front war, which is a given at this point. Okay, there is no reason for Israel to not do this. Okay, Israel wants Donald Trump to win. Israeli society likes Donald Trump. Benjamin Netanyahu wants Donald Trump to win. Benjamin Netanyahu is very close to Donald Trump. Benjamin Netanyahu will absolutely pull an Iranian hostage deal with Ronald Reagan with Donald Trump. He will give him that dub. Okay? You do not want the October surprise to be in the hands of a psychopathic Israeli Donald Trump who has no interest in anything but his own self-preservation. What happened? Why aren't people saying the zombie of Ronald Reagan is going to make a deal? No, I'm saying just like with Ronald Reagan and the fucking Iran hostage deal, Benjamin Netanyahu will abso-fucking-lutely give this as a dub for Donald Trump, would allow this to be a massive W for Donald Trump. I'm voting for democracy. Anyway.
Many tens of thousands of civilians have been killed. I mean, there are people who are asking for limitations on arms to Israel, any kind of change. What do you say to those folks who are looking for more than we should look out for civilians?
Well, look, first and foremost, and the president and I have been working on this around the clock, we need to get the hostages out. We need a hostage deal and we need a ceasefire. And I can't stress that strongly enough. It needs to get done. The deal needs to get done. And
This is the Reagan story. The Reagan campaign delayed the release of the Iranian hostages. Campaign manager William Casey sidestepped the American administration and opened up a round of communication with Ronald Reagan and cooked the Carter administration. We think there's now enough evidence to say definitively that Ronald Reagan's campaign manager, the late William Casey, ran a multi-pronged covert operation to manipulate the 1980 presidential election, and these acts of betrayal might have affected the outcome. In April, Forbes interviewed Stuart Spencer, who was a chief strategist and the architect of 1980 general election campaign for Ronald Reagan. He said that he believed then and now that Carter might have won if the American hostages seized at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran in 1979 had been released before the 1980 election. But Bill Casey was determined not to let that happen. In March, the New York Times confirmed a long-ignored story. In the summer of 1980, Casey persuaded former Texas Governor John Connally to embark on a secret mission to the Middle East, where Connally and his associate Ben Barnes asked various Arab leaders to urge Iranians not to release the 52 hostages. This first-hand account was only the latest evidence that Casey, at a minimum, attempted to prolong their captivity in order to help his candidate win. Nixon also did a similar thing with the South Vietnamese in 1968. Nixon tried to spoil Johnson's Vietnam peace talks in 68. History definitely repeats itself, but if it doesn't repeat itself, it definitely rhymes, okay? I don't know why Democrats are just allowing this shit to continue, not recognizing that this, in and of itself, is a major liability for the upcoming election. Benjamin Netanyahu is literally in the tank for motherfucking Donald Trump. Sinwar is more extreme than Ismail Haniyeh. I don't think there will be a ceasefire, especially since that is Israel's number one target since October 7. Bro, if the Palestinian side's conditions are met, and they will only be met if America forces Israel to meet those conditions, it stops. It's because you keep predicting shit on the money, so everybody's numb to it. We'll see.
Needs to get done now.
On economy, I know you're going to speak about that this coming week. Yeah. Can you give us a sense on what your view is on the Fed and independence of the Fed? President Trump weighed in on that list last week and said he thought he should have some say in the Fed's decisions.
I couldn't disagree more strongly. The Fed is an independent entity, and as president, I would never interfere in the decisions that the Fed makes.
And what's your take on their policies right now? There was some concern last week as the market fell that there might be a recession coming. What's your view on that?
Well, as we know, there was some turbulence this week, but it seems to have settled itself, and we'll see what the decisions they make next. And I hear about them about the same time you do. Sure. Yeah.
Do you know what day you will roll out?
Have you started your convention speech?
By midweek.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You organize yourself politically? Nah. I just talk shit on the internet. Yes, chatter. What's your take on the statement in the meeting on August 15th? I think Iran is waiting till August 15th. I don't know if we're not barring weapons transfers and we're literally we just released $3.5 billion in new weapon shipments to Israel. And also on top of that, we just sent in 6,500 rounds to Israel just yesterday. And then Israel responded by fucking executing 93 Palestinians in a school and a mosque in that exact same hour, okay? In that exact same fucking hour. Like, if that is what we have done so far and what is happening so far, then I don't understand why in the ever-loving fuck anyone, and I mean anyone, would think that Israel is going to do something different than they have done so far in terms of the hostage deal. Why would this be any different? It's like they waited for the confirmation to start bombing. Not to get too much into diplomat speak, but this statement says any party rather than just blaming Hamas. Who knows? I am not going to. I mean, that is such a minor change of pace, I think, in the grand scheme of things, especially as, once again, Israel has stepped up its assault on Khan Yunis and have told Palestinians to flee. I don't think that Israel's actions in any way, shape, or form correspond to de-escalation. Anyway, Latest on the Harris and
Closer
Trump
look at the
campaigns.
political headlines that we're following this morning, and joining us are ABC White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks and contributing political correspondent Rachel Bade. Good morning to both of you. Mary Alice, let's start with you because we know Republicans have been criticizing Kamala Harris for not coming out, doing a news conference and speaking to the media, answering questions. Also, we've seen Harris and Walz presenting themselves as these warriors, this joyful part of the campaign. What is the strategy here?
Look, I think there's legit criticism there that she hasn't done a press conference yet, hasn't sat for a formal interview. So much has happened in 2.5 weeks. There are so many questions. I mean, we're reporters. We'd like more press conferences all the time. And she's going to have to define her campaign more. She's going to have to flesh out some of her policy positions. But that strategy you're talking about, that joyful warrior presence, that excitement, leaning into the laughing, it has been affected out there on the campaign trail. Amazing how quickly she's kind of branded herself like that, blunting criticism that she laughs too much. She looks and sounds different than President Biden. I think that it's reminding Democrats they don't have to feel that sense of doom that, frankly, a lot of them felt about the Biden campaign. But it's also letting her draw a contrast to Trump without talking so much about Trump. Because I think every time she sounds joyful or happy, you're sort of reminded that he can sound mean and nasty. Like I'm thinking about in his press conference when he criticized her for not giving a press conference, he didn't just say she hasn't taken questions. He said she's not smart enough to take questions. And it's that kind of language that so many swing voters are just put off by.
And Rachel, Republicans have been watching this VP pick because they wanted to see, would this be a reset for the Trump campaign? So how's that going?
If I had $1 for every time I heard a Republican say Trump needs a reset, be pretty wealthy right now. It's not going well. And the reason is because Republicans are asking Trump, you know this, Rachel, you've covered him for a long time, to actually fight his basic instincts, right? It would stop with the personal attacks, stop with the schoolyard taunts like Mary Alice was just talking about, and focus on policy. There is this belief amongst Republicans up and down the ballot that even though Harris has erased this lead that Trump had over Biden pretty much all year, that she is actually in some ways a richer target for Republicans, politically speaking. And that's because in the past she's supported some policy positions that are rather unpopular with swing voters, things like Medicare for all, banning fracking, supporting a mandatory gun buyback program, and decriminalizing border crossing. So Republicans want Trump to focus on that. Instead, what do you see this week when he comes out and does his press conference? He falsely claims that it was unconstitutional for Democrats to replace Biden atop the ticket. He falsely claims that his crowd sizes were larger than Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech. And J.D. Vance goes out there and starts attacking Harris's running mate for his military record. This is not the campaign Republicans want to see Trump run. This is not the campaign they think he can win on. And that's why you see the Wall Street Journal editorial board, which is very conservative, running headlines like this: will Donald Trump blow another election?
Wow.
All right, we're going to go from one Rachel to another because Rachel Scott.
Am I correct in getting 2016 vibes from this? It seems that the reporters are starting to dismiss the possibility of Trump winning. No, it's not 2016 vibes at all. If anything, it's closer to the Trump administration resembling Hillary Clinton in 2016, thinking that they got this in the fucking bag, or at least they thought that they had it in the fucking bag and are still running on those fumes. There is definitely a lot of momentum on the Harris-Walz ticket. There's definitely a lot of momentum there. They're not wrong to acknowledge that. It's just a matter of how well the Harris-Walz ticket continues that momentum by leaning into progressive shit, by saying that these progressive policies are not unpopular or radical. Trump is no longer an outsider. People have made up their minds on him. They made up their minds and they dug their heels in so fucking hard that he got shot and it didn't even move him in the polls, dude. That's largely because he did not use that clean slate that he got in a way that would benefit him and maybe moderate his positions a little bit more. But it's not looking good for Trump. Now, that might change.
Scott, you've been covering the Trump campaign very closely, and we see this new Marquette University Law School poll showing Harris leading Trump now. What is the state of the race right now?
It is neck and neck. But as Rachel just mentioned, you have Harris making these very big gains, really erasing sort of Trump's edge among key demographics, especially in some of these battleground states. One of the things that I found very interesting from this poll was looking at the enthusiasm gap. And when we talk about former President Donald Trump really wanting to run against President Biden, it's because a lot of his campaign
campaign advisors were looking at the crosstabs in those polls and saw not very much enthusiasm among Democrats when it came to President Biden. It was just at like 34% around May. Now it's 55%. So when Mary Alice is talking about Democrats being energized, right, that is not what the Trump campaign wants to see. On the other end of that, though, Trump is still on firm ground when it comes to critical issues, immigration, the border. He has very strong polling on those issues, and that is exactly why Republicans really want him to focus on the issues, not so much the attacks.
And it's been fascinating to see how it's a whole new race. Mary Alice, let's talk about the website for a second and Tim Walz, because there was this slight tweak that some folks noticed because the campaign initially called Walz a retired command sergeant major. Now it says that he rose to the rank of command sergeant major. So it's a very, very slight tweak, but Republicans have really been attacking his military service.
Yeah, exactly. But taking a step back here, it has been 20 years since there has been a veteran on both the Democrat and Republican ticket. You have to go back to Kerry versus George W. Bush. You know, before it was often a prerequisite military service for running for office. How remarkable that the country has sort of swung away from that, but now has two veterans, two enlisted men running at the top of the ticket. Like, I think that some people will care about the fact that Walz seemed to sort of misrepresent. He said that he, you know, was in war when he never saw active combat. You know, the campaign now says that he misspoke. But I actually think that more Americans will care that there are two veterans. Walz served in uniform for 24 years. You're right, they changed the campaign website to no longer say retired, because even though he did rose to that rank, he didn't serve in that position long enough to formally retire at that rank. But look, he was also, when he got out, and he was really outspoken against the war in Iraq. He was consistent with that position. I do think that's something he'll be able to talk about. Frankly, a lot of Americans were consistent in their opposition to the Iraq war. And I talked to a lot of veterans, some major veterans organizations across the country that were really excited about that pick, just because of the work that Walz did when he was in Congress fighting.
All right, we gotta watch the motherfucking GOAT talk about Walz now. We gotta watch the GOAT talk about Walz on CNN. My liege, my GOAT, my ledge, my legend, Jesse the Body Ventura. That's right, folks. Jesse the Body Ventura went on to CNN to talk about my Lord Tim Walz. Where the fuck is the video? Hold on. Jesse the Mind Ventura is the gubernatorial run.
Dad, and some of you know him in here, a chain-smoking Korean War era veteran, cared about his community, but 2 days after I turned 17, he took me down to join the Army National Guard. And for 24 years, I proudly wore that uniform.
Presumptive Democratic vice presidential candidate Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, touting his service in the National Guard at a campaign rally tonight in Arizona. It comes as Republican VP candidate Senator J.D. Vance criticizes Walz's record, accusing him of abandoning his National Guard unit in 2005 to run for Congress before a deployment to Iraq. Well, joining me now, former independent governor of Minnesota, Jesse Ventura. He endorsed Walz in his recent run for governor. Governor Ventura, thank you so much for joining me this evening. I'm really eager to hear your take on this because you are a former Navy SEAL. You served in Vietnam. And I have to ask you what you think of this attack from the Trump Vance ticket on Governor Walz's military service.
Well, Laura, I'll tell you what I think. I think it's shameful. I think it's shameful that a veteran would attack another veteran. Governor Walz served honorably for 24 years in the National Guard. After 20 years, you are eligible to retire at any time you deem necessary. They talk about him missing his deployment. Well, maybe Mr. Vance should ask the real question. What is the National Guard doing deploying to a foreign country in a foreign war? Well, let's go into history and figure out how that happened. That happened because George W. Bush and Dick Cheney went into the Iraq war based on lies, no weapons of mass.
Wow, you guys say base when he says it? I've been saying this for the past fucking week. Chat, y'all, I mean, he's the GOAT. He is the GOAT. He says it way sicker than me. But it's like, but he's the body and the mind. He's
Mass
everything.
destruction, no ties to Al Qaeda, nothing with 9/11, and they ran out of bodies. They needed more bodies. They couldn't implement a draft. That would be political suicide. So what George Bush did was sign an executive order sending the National Guard into foreign deployment. The National Guard is not for foreign deployment. Their name says what they do. They guard our nation from within. So this hogwash about Governor Walz missing at the
I can't begin to tell, like, I can't tell you how much I love this man. And also, I unironically would have voted for RFK Jr. if RFK Jr. made Jesse Ventura his VP. I said it back then. There was a moment where RFK was like, I might make Jesse Ventura my VP. If he had done that, I would have voted for RFK Jr. I would have, I'm not even kidding. I cannot begin to explain to you how serious I am about this, okay? I don't give a fuck, okay? I love him. I love this man, and I would have literally voted for that fucking brain-wormed freak. That fucking brain-wormed freak. Specifically because he put Jesse Ventura as his goddamn VP. I'm not even joking right now.
deployment. Not only that, he's 24 years. He's an E9. I deployed twice. We never even had an E9 with us when we deployed. E9s are not going to walk the point. They're not going to be involved in any combat whatsoever. They're figureheads being the most senior enlisted within their company, and that's what it's all about. So I think that Vance is doing a disservice to himself and a disservice.
They'll never make me hate you, Jesse.
To the United States Marine Corps. I know a lot of great Marines, and Marines show respect, and Vance is not showing respect. And let's continue. Who does he have respect for? Donald Trump, the biggest draft dodger from the Vietnam War.
Can you say you're not actually serious? You're scaring my lib brother who's listening in the background. Your lib brother should be listening intently when the Jesse, the body, and the mind Ventura is speaking, because he's speaking fucking facts.
The rich white boy.
He should literally, dude, the DNC should have him speak. Like, he is the perfect foil to Hulk Hogan. He literally is the perfect foil to Hulk Hogan. Obviously, they wouldn't let him do that because, like, he will say some shit about the Democrats. Like, fortunately for us, and unfortunately for the Dems, he would fucking cook a little too hard. Like, his ass would be talking about Israel probably. I don't know. He's just, but he is the perfect counter to Hulk Hogan in the sense that, Hulk Hogan ratted Jesse Ventura out to Vince when he was trying to unionize. It is a perfect story. Hulk Hogan literally is a rat who outed Jesse the Body Ventura to Vince when he was trying to fucking unionize.
Boy who bought his way out of it. I come from South Minneapolis. My friends and I didn't get out of it. We either got drafted or we enlisted. I know 6 or 7 or 8 of my friends. Donald Trump was your typical rich white boy who didn't have to serve in Vietnam because he could buy his way out of it. And that's who Vance is standing with, this guy who leads from the rear.
Then why do you think, given all that you've described, from the politics, the history, and of course the person who's on the top of the ticket who has been criticized for the bone spurs reason for not going to serve, and frankly, I have not served. I am a civilian and have the ultimate reverence for those who have, and thank you for your service. So why do you think?
This is the other thing. It's just like, I don't, okay? I don't. Jesse might get mad at me, but I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, oh man, great. Oh, I have the ultimate reverence for those who served. It's like, bro, it's just a job, dude. It's literally a fucking job. That's it. It's a job. We just dupe the poor into going and fucking up their bodies so they can get the same communications degree that everyone else gets with the GI Bill so that they can go into the same job market that's ass cheeks and not be able to fucking pay rent in the same exact way. But this time, they did like 5 fucking years of getting ass blasted and have irreparable damage on their bodies and lose their minds while fucking picking cereal at Walmart. Okay? It sucks.
This is the line of attack to choose politically. Obviously, it would offend.
Shit take, man. Oh, shut up. This is the top of the hour ad break debate. I know this already. You're a 26-month subscriber. You know this is the same fucking thing that I've said about veterans and the unconditional loyalty and reverence that we offer veterans all the time. It's fucking bullshit pandering, okay? It's bullshit pandering. If you love our veterans, okay, if you love our veterans, then make sure that ain't nobody else is going to Israel to defend Israel right now, okay? That's the best thing you can do. Change the entire military jobs program from one that participates in death and destruction and the extraction of natural resources in the third world at the behest of American corporations to one that actually fucking, to one that actually builds roads and shit, okay? Also, yes, you were hitting me with a two-parter like I called you out, and that's why you got a one-day ban.
And alienate voters on one level and also people who have served the armed forces on the other.
I don't know. You'd have to ask Mr. Vance that. I don't understand his motive whatsoever, how he could turn against a fellow veteran. You know, there's kind of an unwritten rule amongst us veterans. You don't criticize another veteran. Not every veteran's a knuckle dragger. And I'm not going to define knuckle dragger because if you've been in the service, you'll know what a knuckle dragger is. But, you know, as a frogman in the United States Navy, my job was to ensure the Marines could get to shore to do their job. We went in ahead of them. We went in before them to ensure the Marines could land. And his point of being a Marine like he is and then criticizing the governor after 24 years of service, it's despicable on his behalf for doing that. And I hope all veterans feel like I do about it. You don't criticize another veteran and how they served, whether they're a cook or whatever they do. They all have a job to do. And if you're going to be successful, everybody has to do their job and pitch in to be successful.
Ventura is forever my hero for making a dead war criminal Navy SEAL pay up. Oh, yeah, it was awesome. Hey, man, should have thought about it before your should have thought about it before your bitch ass. Should have thought about it before his bitch ass thought to slander the fucking goat. Okay? Can't do it to him like that. He made the widow of Chris Kyle pay him. American Sniper Chris Kyle, notorious liar. Okay? Notorious liar. Not the widow, the estate. Sorry, you're right. Not the widow directly, but the estate that the widow is getting money from. He also dunked on Jesse Waters, that bitch. Dude, look. Wait, what? Jesse Ventura interview? Hulk Hogan ratted me to Vince McMahon? No, I wanna hear it. Do you have the fucking, do you have the, where is it? I wanna see. Yeah, there's no way his ass is going. There's no way his ass is going on fucking the DNC, bro. Come on. The U.S. looks away when allies like Israel violate human rights, but we go to war when other countries commit the same crimes. The U.S. should hang its head in shame. Human rights violations are human rights violations. October 4th, 2018. And before people yelled, this is when Russia Today was like, I mean, it was still weird, but like they also had, you know, some pretty solid reporting as well. This is when Russia Today was actually trying its like anti-imperialism, America KKK must fall apart at 7 p.m. and then at 8 p.m. they'd be doing like some right-wing commentary. This is way before Russia Today became like an entirely right-wing operation. Here, this is
The numbers speak for themselves.
Were you high when you sued Chris Kyle's widow?
Was I high? You know, that's a question, and I expect it from someone from Fox.
Just
no.
a serious question.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't, because I never sued the widow. I sued him.
Okay, well, she's suffering a lot of pain right now.
No, she isn't.
How do you know that?
Because insurance pays for it all. She hasn't paid 1 cent. How do I know it? It's my case.
So you stand by that?
The case got overturned because the truth came out. Insurance is paying for all of it. It isn't costing his family a cent. That's the way legal works if you do your homework.
Would you apologize to her?
No, she should apologize to me for the lie that her husband told about me. Why would I apologize? I didn't do anything. You only apologize if you've done something wrong, pal.
Pal. Dude, I can't. Oh, God, I love him so much, bro. I love him so fucking much. He's the best and brightest that white people have offered thus far, okay? He's the GOAT.
So well said. I think it's capturing the sentiment of so many people who are watching this, and there is the terms I can think of is kind of an ick factor of having people at each other in this way, knowing the nuance and knowing the fact that everyone has served. And what's the number? Like less than 1% of people have protected this nation over time. I do wonder, given your strong feelings and the way in which he has been attacked in this way, and he is addressing it in various ways, it won't be the end of the story. You have endorsed traditionally third-party candidates, although you did endorse him for his run for governor. Do you intend to endorse the Harris-Walz ticket now?
Well, I'll tell you this. I met with Bobby Kennedy last winter. We met for 3 hours. Apparently, I came in second. He chose his woman, Shannon.
Dude, RFK would have literally unironically gotten my commitment. What a dumbass. Fucked up. You fucked up, RFK.
Mahan is running mate. Bobby's still a friend of mine, but I'll tell you where I stand right now. I'm going to be selfish. A few years ago, I got the opportunity to see the United States elect its first black president.
Yes, I love Jesse Ventura. I do, yes. And no, I don't care that he's also a bit of a conspiracy nutter. Okay, I don't care. You will never make me hate him, okay? I've often maintained the position that everybody's allowed to have like one kooky thing, okay? And he's got a bunch of them, but I don't care.
President. I didn't think that could ever happen. And they even reelected him. Well, now I'm going to be selfish again. I've only got a few elections to go. I'm 73 years old now, so the window's closing. I want to be alive to see the first woman president of the United States of America and the first woman commander-in-chief, and we've got her right now.
He's a little too libbed up, bro. Bro, chill. Jesse, chill. Talk about Israel, Jesse. What are you doing?
Governor, thank you so much for sharing your views on this issue.
God damn it. He just said that so quick. He said that so close to me, just glazing him. I should have pre-watched this. Didn't know he was going to live it up this hard, bro. Fucking calm down, you know? Jesus Christ. I still love him. I still love him.
I think a lot of people have been very interested to hear what you have said. So you are officially endorsing the Harris-Walz ticket, excuse me.
Yes, I want to see a woman president. It's time for a woman president. We men have screwed it up enough. And you know what? Maybe we'll finally get some legitimate thing on the abortion issue. You know how to solve abortion? Hold men responsible. They're the ones ultimately responsible for all abortions. If you hold men responsible, then you'll see a big change in the abortion rules.
What does that mean to hold them responsible?
They're responsible for every abortion that could take place. They are the aggressor. Sex tells you that.
You mean in terms of
what is he saying, bro? What is my man saying, dude? Fine, he still cooks. He still cooks.
There can't be a baby without a man's involvement. That's what I'm telling you. So until you hold the men responsible for impregnating women, you're not going to get any type of legitimate type of law passed. You got to hold men responsible.
I get what he's trying to say. He's just saying that, like, it's because abortion seemingly primarily affects women's bodily autonomy that men get to make these decisions on behalf of women so callously, and that they also play a role, but I just don't see the vision. I don't know how he would like cause men to also be responsible. I don't know how he would do that. I still love him though, so I don't care. He's my goat still.
Responsible for the pregnancies of women because they are the ones responsible, not the woman, the man.
It'll be interesting to see how people evaluate that. On the one hand, thinking about autonomy and agency over one's body, and also the notion.
It's so funny. She's like genuinely confused as to she's just rolling with it, but she's like, you can tell. She's like, yeah, that's interesting.
Of assigning responsibility on the other. Well, I'll be curious to see how that factors out.
Laura, you know what else I stand for?
What, Governor?
I don't stand for a minimum wage. I stand for a maximum wage. If you can't live on $1 million a month,
she said,
something's wrong with you.
Well, I'd like to sign up for the $1 million a month plan.
If you make $12 million a year, what would you want for? What would you possibly need? The point I'm making is there shouldn't be any billionaires, and I'll tell you why. Because nobody works hard enough to get.
He brought me back. He brought me back. My goat. He brought me back. You could buy literally all the subscriptions at the top of the hour for $1 million a month. You know what I mean? You wouldn't need anything else. He's right. He's cooking. He's right. My goat. He's talking about you? Yeah. No, totally. Me and my billions of dollars that I've garnered by serving 3-minute breaks at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute break now. Oh, and Gila, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Get $1 billion, and my hardest job I ever did was going through Navy SEAL training, and I was making $4 a day. And you're going to tell me a billionaire worked harder than I did? Bull crap.
Is there anything more to say? Governor Jesse Ventura,
Nope.
thank you so much for joining me this evening. I've been eager to hear your opinion, and I'm glad I heard it tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura.
62,000 people watching the PBS broadcast of the Harris Waltz campaign. That's craziness. Let's look at where Harris and Trump stand in key states according to new polling. Things are looking up for Harris.
President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, will take the stage at a rally in Las Vegas. They'll be wrapping up a nearly week-long tour through some of the most critical battleground states of this election. The Harris campaign has seen a jolt of voter enthusiasm in the last 3 weeks since President Biden dropped out of the race and she became the party's presumptive nominee. She's new polling showing it's not just vibes. CNN's Harry Enton here to break that polling data down for us. Harry, what do these new New York Times polls show? I've heard from a lot of people about these today, a lot of people with eyes on these.
Yeah, a lot of people. I think this was the type of polling we've been waiting for, right? We've seen that national.
Damn, Harry was in the pocket deep for fucking Shapiro. He was talking about how great Shapiro is. What happened? He was wrong. I was right.
Polling showing movement towards Kamala Harris. Now we get some swing state polling showing something very similar. All right, these are in the Great Lake battleground states. We're talking about Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. You go back to May, what'd you see? You saw that a pretty tight race between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, but you see more red than blue on the screen. Of course, all three of these states were states that Joe Biden carried last time around. You saw a 3-point lead for Trump in Pennsylvania, one well within the margin of error in Wisconsin, and then a 1-point lead for Biden, Michigan. But look at where we are now. This is the type of movement the Harris campaign has been looking for. Look in Pennsylvania, a 4-point advantage. Wisconsin, a 4-point advantage. Michigan, a 4-point advantage. And in all three of these states, we see clear movement towards the Democratic nominee. I will point out we're still in no clear leader land in this particular instance, but the Harris campaign has to love this movement. 7 points in Pennsylvania, 5 points in Wisconsin, and 3 points in the great state of Michigan, all moving towards Kamala Harris. And she has the advantage in all three, although, again, no clear leader within the margin of error.
Right. Important to keep that context in mind. Now, these aren't the only swing state polls that are showing Trump slipping.
That's exactly right. You know, if we were just talking about the New York Times, Siena College, I'd say, you know what, hold on a second, hold on. You know me, Jessica. You know that I like to see confirmation of an individual poll. So there were Ipsos polls that were conducted in these same states. And I want you to look, this is an aggregate, of course, across Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. You go back to June, what'd you see? You saw Trump on average up by 2 points. Very similar to what we saw in the New York Times Siena College poll. Look at where we are now, the August margin between Harris and Trump, and look at what we see here. We see Harris up by 2 points. Again, no clear leader, but that 4-point movement, very similar to what we saw in the New York Times Siena College poll. And this is what we're seeing across the polling data. It's not just one poll. It's not just one pollster. It's across pollsters. It's across polls. And of course, in these Great Lake battleground states that are going to be so important, we're seeing this 4-point move with, instead of seeing a small Republican lead, we're seeing a small Democratic Party lead. And in this particular case, a small Kamala Harris lead over Donald Trump, the reverse of what we were just seeing just 2 months ago.
Yeah, and of course, the reason we care about these particular states so much is because of the Electoral College and how this all is decided in the fall. What does this data mean for the Electoral College more broadly and how that's playing out?
Yeah, so look, this is what we're talking about, the race to 270 electoral votes. And I want to give Kamala Harris those Great Lake battleground states where she was leading, although within the margin of error. We're talking about Wisconsin, we're talking Michigan, we're talking Pennsylvania. If we give those 3 states to Kamala Harris, even if she loses in Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia, which are far from guarantees, these, of course, were 3 states that Joe Biden carried last time around, but in which the Democrats have been falling a little bit short of their 2020 numbers, at least in recent data, at least when Joe Biden's in the race. But if we give Harris Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, look at that. She doesn't even need these Sun Belt battleground states. She gets to exactly 270 electoral votes. So the fact is, when you see those polls in those Great Lake battleground states, and you see that Harris has turned the tide around from basically, you know, Donald Trump being slightly ahead to now Harris being slightly ahead, that could be the entire ballgame. Even if she loses down south, if she wins up north, that's enough. That gets her to exactly 270 electoral votes. And that's why those New York Times Siena College polls, as well as those Ipsos polling data, why it means so much.
And so here we are. We're probably, I'm ballparking it here, 80-something days away from the election at this point. How much?
Yeah, good thing that she went with like an actual solid Midwest pick instead of Josh Shapiro. Just saying.
How much can things change from now until the election?
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of movement in the last 2 to 3 months, and I just want to note that the movement that we've seen towards Harris could easily reverse itself. And the reason I say that is because how far off were the polls on August 10th compared to the final margin in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin? On average in 2016, the average from the polls at this point to the final margin, 9 points across those 3 states. How about in 2020? Look at that. The average movement from the final poll, from the polls at this point to the final margin, look at that, 5 points. So the fact is, yes, Kamala Harris may be slightly ahead right now. Again, though, a race in which there's no clear leader within the margin of error, but that could easily turn around in the final, let's say, a little bit less than 3 months to go. There's still a lot of campaign to go. We got a Democratic National Convention to go. We probably have at least one more debate to go. So still a lot can change. But at the end of the day, Jessica, if you're the Democratic Party,
A lot can change, like war with Iran that Israel brings us into. I'm just saying, we definitely should leave that out in the open. I think we definitely shouldn't nip that in the bud. That's certainly not a glaringly obvious weakness that is just like sitting there. It is a loaded gun. It's Chekhov's gun, okay? I feel like poll differences, the final margins, are the result of polls allowing for don't know responsible elections inherently don't count those because they're not votes or they turn into votes for one or the other. Harris is losing Latino voters and Palestine voters will cost this election. She should keep doing lip service and pro-Trump policy ads. Hillary Clinton. Yeah, I think I've said it already. Look, immigration stance needs to change for the Sun Belt, Palestine for the Rust Belt. Palestine across the board plays well for Gen Z. Like, whoa, what the fuck? Why is my camera's being extra wonky lately? Stop dooming, dude. Generic Dem destroys Trump. A generic Democrat on a matchup is very different than an actual Democrat with discernible policies, charisma, aura, statements that you can listen to. She is the generic Democrat. But now it's entirely in her hands to either win or make this a close election. Can we talk on Florida, please? We don't bring the state up enough. Obama won it. No, we will not be talking about the state of Florida. The only thing that is like, the state of Florida is still going to go deep Republican, okay? And there is a ballot initiative on there, if I'm not mistaken, that is for protecting abortion. And even then, the state of Florida is going to do what it always does. They are going to vote by like 85% margins on preserving abortion. They're going to vote by like 90%, 99% of the voters are going to vote to legalize marijuana. And then they're going to end up voting by like 8% for Donald Trump. Okay? Because they're not single issue voters. What are you talking about? I just completely described to you. First of all, most Americans are not single issue voters because they just vote on partisan lines. They vote because their daddy voted for the party. They vote because their mommy voted for the party. They vote because they voted for the party. That's it. And the 20% that actually do vote on policy issues, right, or ideological reasons, do actually vote as single issue voters. Okay? Maybe some of the people that actually vote along the party line are also still most likely single issue voters, like guns or, I don't know, being racist. So you're wrong on that. But also, why in the ever-loving fuck would you describe Florida as the reasonable voter? Like, if you're trying to make an argument about, like, those voters in Florida are reasonable voters, that's why, because they're not single-issue voters. It is the worst fucking voter to point to, as I'm in the process of describing to you how fucking unhinged Floridian median voters are. Florida voters are the most unhinged motherfuckers you've ever seen, okay? What I just told you, the margins in which they vote for a fucking insanely progressive ballot measure, like felony vote restoration, that's massively fucking progressive. They voted for that shit by double the margins of like the down ballot races for the Republican Party and Donald Trump and fucking it was Donald Trump was on the ticket, right? At that time, it wasn't like a Ron DeSantis gubernatorial. I think they were both on it, actually. That was the first time around. Yeah, Florida 64. I fucking told you. I made up the numbers in my head. Florida 64% for weed, 69% for abortion, according to polls. And it's still probably like at the minimum +8 Republican. What is it? What's the Florida polling? I haven't looked at it at all. I actually don't know. I'm totally making up the numbers, but I do know as a matter of fact that it will be significantly more popular. Those ballot measures will be significant. Oh, poll shows Harris ahead in Miami-Dade. Oh, okay, dude. Oh, it's plus. Yep, RCP average plus 8.5, baby. Didn't even need to look at that shit. RCP is obviously right-leaning, so I won't take that dub. I'm going to go ahead and mark 2 points off of that. It's +6, okay? I know what I'm fucking talking about. Those are old-ass polls. Man, August polls are not out yet. What do you want them to do? It's fucking late. It's literally late July polls. What the fuck? Calm down. Anyway.
Party, and you were looking at the polls 2-3 months ago, and you compare it where you look now, I think for no doubt they'd rather look at this picture in August than the picture they were looking at May. It's a much more rosy picture for the Democratic Party, but still a lot of campaign to go, Jessica.
Yeah, that's right. All right, Harry Enten, always great to have you break it down for us. Thanks so much for that.
Bro, +6. What did I tell you? I said +8. That's what RCP shows. Hill shows +6 on newer polls. What did I tell you? Last week's, bro, relax. Okay, calm down, bro. That's like fucking more relevant. Wrong. Florida will be blue. Mark my words. You are fucking delulu. Man. Apparently the campaign is currently experiencing teleprompter issues or something, and that's why they haven't gone up yet. They are delayed. Yeah, if Harris wins Florida, it's a landslide and nothing matters. And also, she's not winning Florida. Don't be crazy. Bro. Every single person in the last 4 years that moved to the state of Florida is a die-hard right-winger. Like the most freakish right-winger you've ever seen. The amount of people, ain't no fucking way Florida is going blue. Any other state, if you have marijuana legalization and abortion on the ballot, I would say that's a lock, okay? Any other state but Florida, you have those two measures on the ballot, I would tell you that is a definite lock, okay? That's a definite Dem W. Any other state in the fucking nation, maybe not Ohio. Even Ohio, I would say, you know what? It's not a lock, but it's a hopeful, okay? It's a Dem hopeful. Put that in the leans Republican category. Florida is the one fucking state where ballot measures do not matter, okay? They will vote for seizing the means of production by like 68% on a ballot measure and still end up voting by 8-9 points for motherfucking Donald Trump, okay? I'm telling you right now, it's just incomprehensible. They're insane.
I wanted to be a teacher because I saw education.
Okay, I don't care about the starters, the openers. How do you think it'll go in Texas? What do you mean, dude? Bro, please. Just like, no. With the current way that the Democratic Party campaigns, Texas will never flip blue. Let me tell you why, okay? Because the Republican Party, Texas GOP Latino outreach, is locked the fuck down, okay? Texas GOP Latino outreach is so locked down that there is zero shot that Texas is turning blue either. It's not happening. 2 months ago, Trump was on his way to a landslide, and now libs are talking about Florida and Texas being blue. The suffering never ends. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why people are behaving like this. It's probably because they've never met, like, I don't think they've ever met like a Latino dude from Texas. That's probably why. Okay. 23K likes. Oh, Oklahoman Democratic Socialist. Not the first time an Oklahoman has disparaged the great state of Texas like this. Okay. By saying they're going to go woke and gay. It's, I live in Texas and you're right. Every Latino I know votes for Trump. Oh, 100%. Texas Latinos are like, not, I mean, obviously this doesn't mean like everybody. El Paso is different, I would say. Like Rio Grande Valley Latinos are different. It's just entirely dependent on how many generations in they are. Okay. How many generations in they are. But you will hear some of the most horrific, like historic levels of racism, specifically against Mexicans from Texas Latinos. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. And a big part of that is because the Democratic Party has never done proper outreach to the Texas Latino voter base. Latinos across the board, with the exception of Florida, with the Cuban population and maybe the new Venezuelan population, with those two exceptions, Latinos across the board are the only demographic in this country that literally, regardless of age, actually want bigger government, which is probably the worst possible way to poll that question. Like, would you say yes to a larger government? Literally 70-year-old Latinos, 70-year-old Latino voters say yes to a bigger government, which is like the most negative way to poll that question instead of saying social safety nets. Latinos are historically on board with more government spending and more social safety nets, historically speaking. They're also somewhat socially conservative, especially in places like Texas. Okay? Hassan, why are Cali Latinos more progressive than Texas Latinos? Because they're younger and also second generation, third generation. Whereas Texas Latinos have been in here for like 8 times the fucking length of Donald Trump's entire lineage being on U.S. soil. They're American. They're like, they've been in America before America was America. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have the fob like attitudes. They do not see themselves as immigrants for the most part. Yeah, the border crossed them. They didn't cross the border type shit. It's crazy how quick a state can change by electoral leaning. Republicans won Cali by 16 points in 1984 and Dems won West Virginia by 15 points in 1996. It's insane to see Florida change from the most consequential swing states to such a deep red state in just my lifetime. Yeah. Remember when Bernie pulled record numbers of young Latinos in the 2016 primary, one of his best performing demos? Yeah, it makes sense. Young Latinos, just like all other demographics that are young in general from all different kinds of ethnic backgrounds, are going to be more responsive to like socialist policies, social safety nets. Older voters, on the other hand, with the exception of the Latino voter bloc, are not as positive on social safety nets, unless we're talking about Medicare or Social Security. Wow. Oh. Wow. Oh, don't you know? The next vice president is speaking, don't you know? I don't know why the quality is so ass, bro. Oh, here it is.
One more time for Tilly. Thank you. Well, hello, Las Vegas. Now, I know some of you spent the week Googling Minnesota a little bit and to figure out who these Minnesotans were. Here's the one thing I can tell you about us. We spend about half our lives talking about the weather. It's what we do. So I want to say thank you to all of the people.
You don't have an O-Pass, buddy? Bro, you don't understand how hard I ride for the Midwest now. So shut up. You don't understand.
So's your damn oven, but you know, I'm melting like a snowman outside. But look, this is incredible. And I want to say a thank you to a few folks.
It's a crime to put this motherfucker in the hottest states, by the way, to Arizona, to Nevada. Like, that's
the best senators you could ever hope for.
Will you quit calling Iowans racist, bro? Are you fucking insane?
And Senator Rosen, just as a side note,
There is nothing more Midwestern than writing for one state and then shitting on every other state. I will never stop. I will double down on my slander against Iowa.
both Minnesota and Nevada have 2 women senators, and that's a pretty good thing.
What the fuck? Bro thought he could sneak
Huge
that
thank you to
Iowa line
Congressman
in
Horsford,
there.
Congresswoman Lee.
Hey, yo, fuck Iowa.
And a longtime friend I served with, Congresswoman Titus. Grateful. The special thank you is for what I'm looking at right here. To every one of you who took time out of your busy lives. You didn't need to be here. There's many things you could have been doing. You chose. You braved 108-degree heat. I can't even believe I'm saying that, just to be here. And I have to tell you, I understand because of the heat, they had to shut the door early and turn thousands of folks away. But don't worry, we're going to be back a lot. All the things, you got babysitters, you had to do everything. But you came here for something bigger than yourselves, for one simple, eloquent, and beautiful reason. You love this country. I'm so incredibly proud to be on this ticket, and I want to give a big shout out with the support of a special group tonight, Culinary Workers Union 226.
Those are my goats that fucking gave Bernie the dub in Nevada. A
We're here
beautiful
for
night that I will
love
never
and
forget.
the end of this road. Remember, 87 days. Rarely in your life do you get an opportunity in 87 days to change the trajectory of not just today or tomorrow, but for generations around the world. And I keep saying this, we can do anything for 87 days, and my mantra is, we'll sleep when we're dead. We'll sleep when we're dead. Because when you wake up on that 88th day, you're gonna get to say, welcome, Madam President Harris. This is a leader that wakes up every day to try and do things for the American people. She took on the predators, the fraudsters, the transnational gangs, stood up against the greed of corporate interests, stood with working people in organized labor, and never failed to reach across the aisle if it meant improving people's lives.
I fucking love him, dude. Sorry. He's just so likable.
I was taught a little something about that commitment, too. I was born in a small town in Nebraska where community was a way of life. There's some Nebraskans in the house. Yay, corners. You think I'm kidding? You think I'm kidding?
He does look like Khrushchev.
25 kids in my class, 12 were cousins. That's small town. That's small town. But you know what? My parents and my community taught me generosity towards my neighbor and to work for the common good. My dad was a chain-smoking Korean War era veteran who 2 days after my 17th birthday took me down to sign up to join the National Guard. I was proud for the next 24 years to wear the uniform of this country. Thank you to every single one of you who wore that uniform. And I have to tell you, like my dad before me and millions of others, the GI Bill gave me a shot at a college education. And just like Tilly,
80K watching on the PBS
my
stream.
dad was a
I've fallen
teacher.
off, chat.
My
I
older
spoke
brother
too much
was
shit.
a teacher. My sister was a teacher. My younger brother was a teacher.
I talked too much shit about the Dems. They left me.
And we married teachers. So the privilege of my lifetime was spending 2 decades teaching in public schools. And you might have heard coaching football to a state championship. So.
Oh, we heard all right. You said you were going to vote for RFK, so they left? No, I didn't say I was going to vote for RFK. I said I thought about voting for RFK because
Don't ever
of
close that
Jesse
yearbook. That's
Ventura.
my pro tip. Look, my students and my players are the ones who encouraged me to run for office. They saw in me what I hope to instill in them, a commitment to a common good, and something so important, the belief, as each and every one of you came
That's
here,
my coach, dude.
a single person can make a difference. Can make a difference.
Transgressional gangs?
Never planned my life
What?
to run for office. but I think my life
Transnational
prepared me
gangs,
well.
bro.
And when my neighbors asked if I'd run for office, I was pretty clueless. I did not know that the district I was running in had only had 1 Democrat since 1892 before me. But my community graced me with the opportunity to represent them in the United States Congress for 12 years. where I had the privilege of serving as the ranking member on the VA committee, working with Republicans to pass the most extensive veterans package since the GI Bill.
Did you buy a campaign hat? No, why would I? They already fucking stole my design.
I learned the art of compromising without compromising my values. And as governor, I bring all those experiences together to tackle the most pressing challenges we have in the great state of Minnesota. Now, each of you came here. You came here because you love the country. You came here because you know how fantastic leader is going to walk out those doors in a minute or two. The person that you see bringing everything to us. But just be very clear here. Donald Trump sees the world very differently than all of us here. Each of you talk about service. Donald Trump knows nothing about service. It's pretty hard to provide service to others when you're too busy looking out for only yourself. Again and again and again, Donald Trump made decisions to weaken this country to strengthen his own hand. He mocked our laws. He sowed division and chaos amongst our citizens. And that's to say nothing of his record as president. He froze in the face of the global COVID pandemic, and our neighbors died because of it. By not addressing COVID, he drove our economy into the ground. And I just want to set the record straight because facts do matter, and there's not an alternate set of facts. Here's one for you. Violent crime was up during the Trump presidency.
What would Walt say if he was interrupted by protesters?
Some of you gray hair or no.
Yeah, I skipped it. He said the line, okay?
When Republicans actually talked about freedom and believed in it.
I've heard this a lot. Listen.
Not these guys. These are the guys that believe government should be free to invade your exam.
If he was interrupted by pro-Palestinian protesters, he'd say, "Oop, we're going to make Israel pay, don't you know?" That's what he would say.
Here in Nevada, as it's true in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors' rights to make their own.
Oh, don't you know I'm secret Somali? And for all my Muslim brothers, we're going to make Israel pay, don't you know?
Choice, but we know that this nation, things work best when you mind your own damn business. I don't need any help.
Oh, we're going to give all the funds that we gave to Israel to Hezbollah, don't you know?
I sure the heck don't need any lecture about morality from those guys. And the last thing they can mind their own damn business is I don't need any help from them talking about my family. And this is where it gets personal, where they want to dictate things like IVF and reproductive care. Oh, there's a lot of you out there. This is the most personal choices we have. When my wife and I decided to have children, we spent years going through fertility treatments. And I said, I remember, we have somebody to help. You have water? All right. Thanks for helping your neighbors.
Bro's killing him. He's killing him. He's too passionate. People lose their minds, bro. There's like every Deborah and Barbara is sweating.
Because you'd go through the treatments. I would have my neighbor come over to have to give shots to my wife and things like that. And the phone would ring, and you would just hope so highly that it would be good news. And then when you found out the treatments didn't work, it was a darkness that could blot out the sun. So I have to tell you, it wasn't by chance when that phone call finally came, and we found out we were going to welcome our daughter into the world. We named her the most powerful word in the universe, hope. Hope. So when you hear Kamala Harris and I talk about freedom, we're very clear about this. We mean the freedom to make your own healthcare decisions. And that your children should be free to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in their classroom. Look, again, I know Nevada's a lot like Minnesota. In Minnesota, we believe in the Second Amendment, but we also believe in common sense gun violence laws. Vice President Harris believes education should be a ticket to the middle class, not crippling student loan debt. And we come here today because in 87 days, we're going to settle our political differences not through violence. We're going to settle it by beating them at the ballot box. So look, I keep saying this. This is a pretty simple thing here. This election's about the choice, about what direction this country will go in. And I want to be clear. I know very clearly that I am preaching to the choir, but here's my words for you. The choir needs to sing. The choir needs to sing.
Bro, he switched it up way more than Kamala does. He has a stump speech as well, obviously, but he at least like switches it up.
So the other day I was saying this. I started out by saying, don't believe Donald Trump when he plays dumb about 2025. But then I remembered, you don't believe him on anything because that's what you shouldn't believe. But look, I coached football for enough years. When somebody draws up a playbook, they plan on using it. And when they do, they'll restrict our freedoms. When they do, they'll do what they've done. They'll rig the economy so that the middle class gets nothing and the rich get richer. If this guy gets an opportunity again, he won't only pick up where he left off, it will be much worse than it was last time. He'll gut Social Security, pull your health care, underfund public schools, all of it. That's damn right. Damn right. We're not going back. Look, this guy's not fighting for you or your family. He doesn't give a damn. And his running mate shares his dangerous and backward agenda. I said this. All of my friends, we went to Yale, had billionaires fund our career, and then we write a book trashing our neighbors that raised us. Come on, we're better than that. We're better than that. And I said it, I want to be clear. I didn't call anybody names. I spent enough years in that lunchroom to know bullies when I see them. I just made a very clear observation that they seem to be really concerned about. I pointed out that taking away reproductive freedoms, banning books, raising the price of insulin, trying to hurt labor unions, nobody's asking for that weird crap. No one's asking for it. Here's the good news.
You know how Ronaldo calls him as a clip? He's the frame, dude. He frames
we do
it
the work.
so well.
None of that's going to happen. Vice President Harris believes in those freedoms. She knows that every single person should get a chance at the middle
just
class.
Frames, dude.
She believes in something so
the frame.
beautiful. The promise of America. It's that simple. The promise of America. Madam Vice President, I want to say thank you for putting the trust in me to be your running mate. And I want to say she has done so much. And with you together, it's reminded us about something. It's reminded us that this work can be about goodness. It can be about smiling. It's tough work, but we can be happy doing it. And Kamala Harris has done something that we will forever be grateful for her. She has brought out the joy in our politics. Nevada, join me in welcoming the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Telling these tears go and follow it.
Let's see if the pro-Palestinian protesters. Maybe we'll get more. We'll extract more concessions this time, everybody. I mean, this is an insane thing to come out to. By the way, it does go nutty. We're going to get one extra concession today. Also, his framing on the Second Amendment is phenomenal. Are you kidding me? He says he loves the Second Amendment. He defends the Second Amendment, but he wants common sense gun violence regulation, gun violence laws. And he's right to say it like that. He doesn't even say gun regulations or gun control. He says gun violence control.
Oh, good to be back. Good evening. Oh, I see lots of friends. Oh, it is good to be back. It is good to be here.
Bro, last time Biden was here, he got COVID. Yeah, that's why. She's like, it's good to be back. We did it.
Seriously, isn't Tim Walz fantastic?
Yo, that is genuine, by the way. That is like one of the only moments where she's like being very real. She loves that shit.
Know him, and you've heard he's had many titles over his life. Governor, congressman, dad, husband, coach. But in 87 days, our nation is going to know Coach Walz as Vice President of the United States of America. That's right. And it is so good to be here with so many incredible leaders, including my dear friends, Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, Senator Jackie Rosen, who we will meet, members Dina Titus, Oxford, me. And I know Culinary 226 is in the house. And I will tell you. And the Culinary Union, as everyone in Nevada knows, they have helped lead the way in our country for workers' rights and workers' dignity. And I have to say, for years, I've been so proud to work by your side. When I was Attorney General of California, we worked together to crack down on wage theft. When I was a United States Senator, we fought together for paid family leave and medical leave. And earlier this year, right here in Vegas, we celebrated your historic contract win. And it is my promise to everyone here, when I am president, we will continue our fight for working families of America, including to raise the minimum wage, pay taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers. And Nevada, today I also bring greetings from our incredible President Joe Biden. We love Joe. Great. And I know, I'm gonna tell him what y'all just said. And I know we are all so deeply grateful to Joe Biden.
I forgot who Joe Biden was. I don't know why.
And he's not done. And he's not done.
I forgot who Joe Biden was. Who is that guy?
So as I said, it's so good.
Can you remind me who's this Joe guy that they're talking about?
I stopped by the practice for the men's national basketball team before they headed out to the Olympics. And maybe you saw it on your phone, but just a few hours ago in Paris, they won the gold.
Yes, they did. We showed those French motherfuckers what's what, bro. That's right. That's right. LeBron James, Steph Curry, KD.
For you. A few hours before that, our women's national soccer.
It's called Freedom Fries again. It's called Freedom Fries again. That's what we're calling it. USA, 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 USA.
So in one sport after another, Team
Name
USA
one woman on the USA national soccer team. I don't care.
Proud. So much to celebrate. So much to celebrate. So Nevada, we have 87 days until the election.
Yeah, I don't know what this fucking
87 days.
eliminating taxes on tip shit is.
And here's the thing. But here's the thing. We know this will be a tight race until the very end.
You still lost to China?
So
dude, that makes me doubly happy.
attention to the
China gets his
polls.
fucking roses in the form of having more gold medals than America. I love that. And also, the American basketball team dominates. I love that extra hard.
Hard work
It's literally win-win for me. I don't give a shit.
And with your help this November, we will win. We will win. We will win. We'll win. And I know we are all clear toward that win. We are all clear.
I don't have any tolerance for fake news in the chat. If you keep repeating the lie that that LeBron got dunked on, the lie from the AI footage that LeBron got dunked on, I will ban you. I will ban you for the week. I will ban you permanently.
And before that, district attorney. And before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor. In those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, scammers who broke.
It's the fake refs that wouldn't give a charge, which he was trying to get a charge. He was trying to get an offensive foul, and it's honestly fucked up. And we should put sanctions on France for that, because that was an offensive foul. That was an offensive foul that LeBron was fucking. The action, it's fake, it's AI, it's not real. And also, if it was real, if it was an offensive foul.
Hold on.
We should shut down France's nuclear facilities right now.
We'll beat him in November. But I've certainly been dealing with people like him my entire career. For example, as Attorney General of California, I took on one of our country's largest for-profit colleges that scammed students.
LeBron was not even on the court.
Donald Trump ran a for-profit
he wasn't even there.
college that scammed students.
Yeah, y'all are liars, bro. He wasn't even there. He was literally out.
As a prosecutor, I specialized in.
He was out. I heard he was actually saving. He was literally, he saw a child being kidnapped on the sidelines, and he literally went Taken mode, okay? He went Liam Neeson to save the child on the sidelines and actually stopped the Albanians from stealing the child, okay? Taken mode, and then came back and still tried to take a charge, but the referees refused to give him the charge because they are in the pocket of France. They wanted the home turf to win. It didn't happen, though. It didn't happen. Like Captain America and Steph Curry, they did the damn thing.
Put my record against his every day of the week. That being said, let's make no mistake, this campaign is not just about us versus Donald Trump. It is about two different visions for our nation. One, ours, focused on the future.
We might get some Gaza protests in this one too. I gotta pee.
Focused on the past. Going back. Because Nevada, we fight for the future. A future with affordable health care, affordable leave. We fight for a future where we build a broad-based economy where every American has an opportunity to own a home, to start a business, and to build wealth. We believe in a future where we lower the cost of living for America's families so they have a chance not just to get by, but to get ahead. Because look, while our economy is doing well by many measures, prices for everyday things like groceries are still too high. You know it and I know it. When I was Attorney General, I went after price-fixing schemes. And when I am president, I will continue that work to bring down prices on big corporations that engage in illegal price gouging, corporate landlords that unfairly raise rents on working families, and on big pharma and cap the cost of prescription drugs for all Americans. Unlike Donald Trump, I will always, I promise you, put the middle class and working families first. Because you see, Tim Walz and I may not appear to have a whole lot in common, but we have so much in common. And I'll tell you what he and I know, the middle class built the United States of America. And when the mass is strong, America is strong. And so while we, together, work to move our nation forward, Donald Trump has a different plan. Just look at his Project 2025 agenda. Which I keep saying, I can't believe they put that in writing. And so if he is elected,
I don't want to repeat this, but if she doesn't talk about how Joe Biden expanded NATO
he intends to cut Social
and also reaffirmed our commitment to AUKUS, I can't in good conscience vote for this ticket.
crisis. And I don't need to tell Nevada every day
Does not
you feel the
reiterate Joe Biden's expansion of NATO and his commitment to Five Eyes, Finland and Sweden in NATO. I am seeing very little about that, and it fucks me up.
It's a hoax of this. If Donald Trump were to win in November, he won't.
I thought you said NATO
But
was
if he
bad.
were-
Bro, please, I'm making a joke, man. How many times did I fucking yell about Joe Biden talking about NATO as like a massive fucking campaign feature? It's called sarcasm, Chad. You know what's not sarcastic? The 3-minute ad break, though, at the top of the fucking hour. That's not sarcastic. It's coming for you.
Children with asthma, breast cancer survivors, grandparents with diabetes.
It's coming for you! Unless you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
Before, and we are not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. And we are going to move forward. We will move forward. In moving forward, we will take on the biggest issues facing our nation. For example, we will address the issue of immigration. I was the attorney of a border state, attorney general of a border state. I went after transnational gangs, drug cartels, and human traffickers who came into our country illegally. I prosecuted them in case after case, and I won. We know our immigration system is broken, and we know what it takes to fix it.
Interesting.
Comprehensive reform that includes, yes, strong border security and an earned pathway to citizenship.
Okay, so we've now officially moved back to the Obama era. Former Democratic Party leadership concessions, giving concessions with like bold, declarative, dare I say radical, but very popular policy initiatives.
Border security, but he does
A little bit of push, a little bit of pull. I don't think that there should be any fucking push at all. I mean, I don't think there should be any pull at all and just push. But that's good.
Bipartisan border security bill in decades. But Donald Trump tanked the bill because he thought it would help him win an election.
Yeah, the bill sucked. Don't defend the bill.
Well, when I am president, I will sign that bill into law.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. That border bill sucks ass.
And it is
Fuck that border bill.
freedom. Across our nation, we have been witnessing a full-on assault on hard-won, hard-fought freedoms and fundamental rights. The freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. A fight for freedom. And on that last point, we all know how we got here. When he was president, Donald Trump handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court because he intended for them to undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as he intended, they did. Now, in more than 20 states, there is a Trump abortion ban. Many with no exceptions, even for rape and incest. And be sure, if he were to win, he would sign a national abortion ban, which would outlaw abortion in every state, even Nevada. But we are not going to let that happen. Because we trust women. And when I am President of the United States and Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedoms, I will sign it into law. So I know the folks who are here. I know the people of Nevada. You are battle-born. You are battle-born. And if Donald Trump wants to pick a fight over our most fundamental freedoms, we say, bring it on. Bring it on. We're ready. So Nevada, generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. Now, the baton is in our hands. Each and every one of us. So we who believe in the sacred freedom to vote will finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, Freedom to Vote Act. We who believe in the freedom to live safe from gun violence will finally pass an assault weapons ban. Laws. So much is on the line. So much is on the line in this election. And understand, this is not 2016. This is not 2020. This time around, the stakes are even higher. And that's because last month, the Supreme Court of the United States basically told the former president that going forward, he will effectively be immune no matter what he does in the White House. But think about what that means. Think about what that means. So Donald Trump has vowed to be a dictator on day one if reelected. He said he will weaponize, essentially, the Department of Justice against his political enemies. And even called for the, quote, termination of the Constitution of the United States. Let us be very clear. Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand of United States.
Damn, pop off.
Never again. what we stand for as Americans. And you know, it all comes down to this. We are here together because we love our country. We love our country. And I do believe it is the highest form of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country.
Bro, I swear I thought she was going to say IDF, to fight for the IDF.
That is how we preserve the promise of
I literally
America.
thought she said IDF, to fight for the
Think about
IDF.
it. After all, the promise of
Gotta move
America
backwards.
is what makes it possible for Tim Walz and me to
Why?
be together on this stage
Getting here.
today. Think about that.
I just like yelling at you, bro.
Think
Chill.
about that. Think about it. 2 middle-class kids, one a daughter of Oakland,
All of them
California,
No, I don't think I already got a lot. I got enough.
who was raised by a working mother. I had a summer job at McDonald's. The other, a son of the Nebraska
Yes,
Plains
Murat, they had
who grew
McDonald's
up
when she was
working
20
on a
years old.
farm.
What an insane question. She's not that
Think
old, bro.
about
She's
it.
60.
Think about it. Only in America
Hey, Kaya,
is
please.
it
Kaya,
possible
come here.
that the two of them would be running together all the way to the White House. Only in America. Only in America. So look, and I love you back. So look, we are together. We are running this campaign on behalf of all Americans. From red states to blue states, from the heartland to the coast. And when elected, we will govern on behalf of all Americans. All Americans. So Nevada, ultimately in this election, I believe we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in?
Hi, Kaya.
A country of chaos, fear, and hate.
Licked it. Kaya.
Or
Kaya
a
says
country
she's not voting
of
for Kamala
freedom,
until there's a
compassion,
ceasefire.
and rule of law.
That's what she told me.
Beauty and the beauty of
Yes,
our
Murad is a Biden or
democracy.
buster. He's
Here's
writing
the
Biden
thing,
in the ticket.
The beauty of our democracy is we each person has the power. Each person has the power to answer that question. The people. The people. And so in the next 87 days, we need you to use your power to knock on doors, register folks to vote, and make your voices heard.
She's so heavy, chat.
So Nevada, today I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Believe in me. Ready to fight. We win.
Okay, so she's shedding a little bit. She started shedding. Oh no! You picked her up hard. You guys voted liberal, but you don't know it yet. I mean, I have, but like I said, I need to wait and see. We need a blue version of that huge MAGA cowboy hat. I want her to fight for freedom. She's getting a little bit better. She's getting a little bit better with her speeches, I think. Definitely more dynamic. Who the fuck cares who Assam fights for? Fucking scum-ass Dems, power hungry. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Who the fuck? Nobody should care who the fuck I vote for. Problem is, a lot of people in here do. Whether they make a statement or not, I don't know. What brand of tank top are you wearing? It looks so comfy. I got it on Amazon. I have no idea what brand it is. I'm gonna be honest with you. There were no protesters today. Do politicians ever get more progressive later in their career? Yes, Joe Biden did, like a lot actually, especially on the issue of labor. But then he fucked it all up with his unconditional, unlimited support for permanent genocide in Gaza. Will you ever get more progressive? No. The protesters ate up the lip service set? No. I don't think the protesters ate up the lip service. I was one of the organizers of the Dream Movement from 2005 on this. This is back to the same nonsense as Obama days, but at least stepping away from the we try to kick everyone out and build a wall and they didn't let us Feels like an interesting step forward. Yeah, I think that overall, here is the marks that I have. One new thing that she unveiled, and she's like slow dripping new policy stuff, and like we'll get a boatload of new policy, which of course will open her up for attacks from the Republicans, but it's inevitable. Basically said, the one line, I say Kamala returns to old Dem lines of push and pull on immigration, Obama era policymaking. She declares her support for a pathway for citizenship while still touting Biden's absolutely awful right-wing border bill. There is no reason to lend credence to the right on this issue. She also brought up Trump's policy position, the no tax on tips, which again, I don't like. I'm not exactly, like I said, I've been cynical on this. I've been cynical on the no tax and tip shit because the major problem with tips in general is that it is a benefit for corporations. Like the real issue in the service sector is not necessarily that like tips are taxed. The real issue in the service sector is that there is no real valid minimum wage that is enough to help people survive. But yeah, she added increase the minimum wage, but why do tip tax too? Doesn't sound that thought out. I don't know. Our love for Walz will fade when he falls in line when asked about Gaza. So far, considering everything that the Republicans have said about Tim Walz, is that he's a secret Somali in the pocket for Muslims, met with a Muslim cleric that said Palestinians are human beings, you know, horrible things like that. I would say that I would say Turkish minimum wage is less than $500. Bro, what are you talking about? Yeah, that's Turkey, dude. What the fuck? I work a sales job that pays below minimum wage with the most god-awful commission rate possible. The only way this is livable is if I get tips from people who may or may not want to tip me because I work in an industry that people don't expect to tip at. Yeah, Hassan, that cleric did Holocaust denial. Brother, that cleric posted something in 2015 on Facebook. If you think that that has anything to do with Tim Walz, you are the most delusional person on the planet. It's a Washington Examiner article about the fucking cleric that posted a ridiculous anti-Semitic fucking post in 2015. Yeah, dude, I can't believe it. I'm sure he's also met with fucking literal Nazis too. That doesn't reflect his position. Like, he's the goddamn governor. You have to look to like what they believe and what they have said and see if it's in line with the people, the constituents that he's meeting with. Yeah, it was a fucking psychotic Washington Examiner hit piece. Which, by the way, the funniest thing about that, yeah, they hit Obama with the same attack as well. The funniest thing about the like that type of line of attack is that it's the Washington Examiner. So of course they had to literally pepper that with some of the most innocuous shit. Like, aside from the post that cleric posted from like a obviously anti-Semitic propaganda rag, okay, he also said he stands with Palestinians. Like, they literally put that in there. And then they were like, and the cleric also met with another person. Or on Facebook, the cleric also responded to someone saying, yes, the Zionist regime's crimes are unconscionable. And he replied to that with the Palestinian flag. Like, really? That's what you got on Tim Walz? That he met with one of his constituents who is a Muslim cleric who posted something anti-Semitic in 2015, okay, on fucking Facebook. Like, if that's the level of research that you're going to, and the only thing you can nab him on is straight up shit from Facebook posts from 2015, like the only thing you can get him on is a person that he spoke to, you're delusional. It's delusional. It's crazy. Cleric, yeah. You're missing the more important point that they're focusing so much on Walz that they're giving Kamala largely a free run. She's the top of the ticket, not him. Yeah, but also she's too generic, I think, for them to actually hit her on shit. Like, unironically, I think like her like regular ass generic Democrat ass is like almost seemingly it feels like an actual fucking benefit, which is weird. Baba gelmek üzere. Yemek. Baba Dur bilmiyorum annem nerede. Hey Chatters, 2015 was almost 10 years ago. Yeah, it is. It is 10 years ago. What? The U.S. Secret Service is apologizing to a Massachusetts salon owner after the agent covered her security camera with duct tape and broke into her salon by picking the lock so his bathroom could be used by various people for a 2-hour period. After the 2-hour period, Secret Service agents left their salon unlocked and left the tape covering the camera. The woman was told by others that the lead Secret Service agent was directing people to use their salon's bathroom without authorization. The agents were in the neighborhood to secure area ahead of Kamala Harris's fundraiser. The agents were in the neighborhood to secure the area ahead of a Kamala Harris fundraiser. The woman understood she needed to close her salon, but didn't expect the rest of what happened. That's fucking hilarious. Look at how dad, like Tim Walz, is taking this photo. He's such a fucking goober, dude. I am excited to link up with the great General Secretary Chairman Fain at the DNC. I'm hoping. We're working on it. Yeah, this is why they're desperate. Walz rollouts is going really well and GOP's panicking. Yeah, dude, Walz is fucking more popular than Kamala Harris, dude. At Pennsylvania, his net favorables are plus 11. Fuck you, Gronk. I never want to ask you a question, Gronk. Don't ever answer. How do I fucking delete this Gronk shit, dude? Oh my God. In every state that he has so far participated in, he is literally more positively received than Kamala Harris. Okay? Every goddamn state. I told you Walz would be better for PA than Shapiro, baby. Bro, no, Shapiro's favorables are decent in Pennsylvania too. What? Black Boy Max dance to your Red Sun cover? No, you made that. There's no way. I wish it was real. I wish it was real. Why does it work so well? Anyway, the Red Shark pulls it all together. Yeah. There's a Twitter extension for Chrome that gives a lot of control over customizing your Twitter feed, including removing that dumbass bot. It's called Control Panel for Twitter in the extension store. Yeah. Minneapolis, Minnesota. Wait, what? You already talked about sign. Dude, are you guys stupid? Don't fucking give any air to the Aiden Ross shit, please. Like, what the fuck's wrong with chatters? Like, I swear to God. Conservatives are collectively having a fake pig meltdown over this very real pig at the Detroit rally and selling levels of hogwatch copium. Planes have tail numbers. What in the AI is going on here? That's Mick Huya. He's the guy who killed Osama bin Laden. 270-page dossier of JD Vance's vulnerabilities hacked by Iran. Dude, what the fuck's Iran doing to the Trump campaign, by the way? Like, Iran has been making... I feel like Iran did not forgive, nor did they forget about the Qasem Soleimani stuff. Because honestly, like, what are they doing? They're like trying to assassinate Trump and shit. Like, they're like hacking the fuck out of the Republicans. They're pulling a Russia, kind of. Oh my God. Oh my God, Republicans are going to do Iran Gate. Oh my God, Republicans are going to do Iran Gate in the same way that fucking Democrats did Russia Gate for so long. Oh my God, this is literally a reverse 2016. Oh my God, it's reverse 2016. Oh my God, I said it was 2016 when Biden was in the race, and now it has become reverse 2016 now that Biden's out of the race. Oh my God. I need to, once again, much respect to the IRGC, the brave soldiers, for delivering wonderful bangers like this one. Okay, now I'm understanding why Republicans love Russians. To be fair, I didn't mind the fucking Russiagate shit either. I thought it was awesome, but I'm an equal opportunity hack guy in that regard. I actually heard a news blurb on NPR concerns that Iran is trying to influence the 2024 election. Is it really Iran Gate or a plan to help Zionists get Iran? Blinken was trying to scare people not too long ago about Iranian nukes. Oh yeah, be a party frontrunner, crush opponents in a nasty primary, be portrayed as the inevitable winner despite everybody hating you, forget to campaign in swing states, dismiss opponents, crowd size and enthusiasm, have emails hacked and leaked, pick unrelated. Is true. It's dude, it's literally 2016 rerun. It is pretty great that JD Vance had a 270-page report on his vulnerabilities. Like, holy shit, that has to be a world record of being a shitty candidate. Bro, are you kidding me? He is so fucking bad. I could have given you like, I think I've probably filled up 100 pages of the dossier. If we go through it piece by piece, if they like actually fully leaked it to the media, I can tell you what like the first 100 pages are. I've most likely given you the first 100 pages. He is so incredibly vulnerable in like the most obvious ways, bro. He went on and tried to desperately appeal to like groypers to such a degree that he went on like the fucking Friend podcast and shit. Like, remember that one pedophile looking guy and you know, the Dime Square people or whatever? Like they're like Red Scare adjacent, like that. What was it? Amy, like the fucking Australian chick that looks like the Babadook. You have to be extremely online to know what I'm talking about. Fuck, what's her? She's like sucking on a fucking Red Bull on her. Amy Teresi. Yes. The Skeletor. Yeah, that one. Like, I think he went on Amy Teresi's podcast, bro. Like, think about that. What fucking planet are we on? It's like, it's insane, dude. By the way, people are like, oh, Babadook, like, that's crazy. Do you know what she fucking looks like, bro? That was a lock. Like, what are you talking about? How do you spell her fucking name? God damn it. Oh, she's on Twitter still. What's the not this photo. There's another like full body image one where she just like straight up looks like the Babadook. Prepare for 20 tweets in the next 24 hours about you. I don't give a fuck. Amy Teresi looks like her sit down air smells like a turtle tank filled with cigarettes and her views are worse. Yeah. It's this one. Yes, bro. Thank you. You look like something that can be sealed away by solving a riddle. It's like, dude, scary energy, scary aura, not gonna lie. Very weird stuff. Shouts out to Jedediah Vance for going on her fucking podcast. You know what I mean? Like why would you do that? Like, it's not even... Have you covered the Groyper war on Trump? No. I'm done for the day. Apologies. But I'm going to go spend time with my family. Okay? I will be live tomorrow, though. So don't be afraid. I'll be live tomorrow. Another short and sweet 7-hour, 50-minute, 8-hour stream, basically. You already know what it is. Keizo talking smack on you right now. Bro, we can go band for band on the fucking eater competition, okay? That's the last thing I'm going to say to Keizo. If he's talking smack right now, I am telling you I'm revoking his big boy status. Okay, I have to hang out with my family. We can go band for band. We can go pound for pound. Okay? I would but I got to go for tonight. I'm a real eater, bro. I'm a real eater. I don't know if he is. He said that shit about Diet Mountain. He said that shit about Mountain Dew. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow, okay? Peace. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, streaming, her sun is streaming.